Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 850 won the words he wanted to hear. Chapter 850 won the words he wanted to hear despite having the Silent Wanderer for a long time. Lex had never actually spent much time in it. He had familiarized himself with it, sure, but that included nothing more than a simple tour. He also did not know how to pilot it yet, although it was certainly on his agenda. Cirque, however, had piloted it in both simulations and in real life, although in person he did nothing more than simple systems checks. Although compared to other ships, the Silent Wanderer was tiny, in reality, it was quite big. It had 4 bedrooms, a kitchen, a large storage area, a main hall, and a cockpit where only 2 pilots could enter. If they decided to cram people inside, up to 30 people could fit inside the Wanderer, but any more would be problematic. This was also why he made preparations to send the soldiers back via teleportation rather than taking them back through his ship. With not much else to do, Lex joined Cirque in the cockpit, where he was busy turning the ship on and preparing for launch. The platform it was parked on was already moving, so by the time the ship finished its startup sequence, it would be ready to go. Although everything was proceeding smoothly, or so it seemed, Lex did not drop his guard. At the first sign of trouble, he was ready to pull those bombs out. Lex asked, his eyes still trained on all the guards outside. If there are no hurdles and everything goes smoothly with the Silent Wanderer's hyperdrive systems, we can reach it within 9 days. Lex pursed his lips, but said nothing. 9 days was a very long time. He hoped nothing amiss would happen. He was already doing the best that he could. Amidst the cold fury that reigned in his mind at the moment, a tinge of sadness briefly appeared. 20 minutes later, the ship was completely turned on and had been brought into the launch formation. Silently, true to its name, the ship rose into the air and then launched into the atmosphere. Within just a few seconds, it was already out of sight. The more incredible thing was it also escaped all their radars. The stealth technology on this ship was more advanced than ordinary military ships used even by the Alliance. The celestial elf finally turned his gaze from the ship to the dwarf. "Just tell me who put you up to it," the elf said, not bothering with the gimmicks. For putting the entire base at risk, whoever the instigator was, they were in for a world of trouble. Before the dwarf had time to confess, the Celestial also ordered a detailed report on the planet Lex had investigated. Apparently, there was something wrong with the situation there. If an outsider noticed before them, it would be an embarrassment to them all. Within the fort, Luther was meditating with his eyes closed when he heard the innkeeper's words. The enemy probably knows help is coming. The instructions were simple, but a flash of light shone through Luther's eye. Since the battalion deployed the mech, both Luther and Z needed to rest, for they had been exhausted much more than the rest. It could not be helped. Both of their individual abilities had been used to power the entire mech. This in itself was not a problem, but Luther felt very dissatisfied only sitting and defending. He was basically allowing the enemy to do as they pleased. For a time, such a strategy made sense, but now that they were in contact with the Midnight Inn, they could take greater risks. Especially now that the enemy might know reinforcements were coming. Allowing them to continue setting the pace of this war would be a mistake. Looking at it logically, the innkeeper's words were a warning to protect themselves. But in Luther's ears, they were akin to a go-ahead for what he was thinking. Slowly and deliberately, Luther stood up, allowing his muscles to flex and stretch as he fixed his pose. His joints cracked, and he rotated his hands and stretched his legs. When he was ready, he stepped out of the room. Although not much had changed, the aura around Luther was a lot more intimidating than even when he was reeking. Havoc on the battlefield. Gerard, call a meeting with the elves and minotaurs. The reliable old man only nodded, though he moved his hand through his own hair, ruffling them. No one knew what the action represented, and the man did not explain either. After all, he was just reminiscing about the feeling of having the wind blow through his hair. It had been a while since he drove a golf cart. Since Luther had not been silent, his words had been overheard by many others who were around the area. While the battalion had unwavering faith in Luther, the others became restless. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, they were depending on the battalion for a majority of their defense. If they left, the fort's defenses would be compromised to a large degree. Only a couple of minutes passed before the two leaders made their way to Luther, confusion and concern clearly painted on their faces. He asked, "It's going fine." Just as you predicted, there was no gap in the attacks, and new waves continue to come every 30 minutes even now. Good. The fort has been reinforced multiple times, and you have a bunch of formations in place as well to support you. You should be able to hold out on your own for a while. That's absurd, the elf exclaimed, startled. No, we won't. Sitting around is not really our style, and letting the enemy plot uninterrupted is also not good. Moreover, one of my scouts reported another group resisting the Void Dwellers. The two tried to protest or change Luther's mind, but it was already made up. Luther did not need to explain to anyone besides the battalion, and since the battalion never questioned him, he did not bother to explain at all. Standing on the fort wall, Luther looked at all the battalion members once. In some he saw fatigue, in some he saw excitement. Some of them looked fresh, as if they had just taken a nap, while others looked like they were in serious need of a rest. But no matter what, none of them looked afraid or hesitant for that matter. "There is an enemy targeting us," he said simply before turning to look out at the horizon. "The innkeeper has already sent help. They are on their way." His words were not loud or forced. He had spoken calmly and turned before receiving any response at all. But the response he was looking for was not one of words, anyway. When the battalion took their first step behind him, the ground trembled under their uniform stomp. As the battalion began their march, it was not just their stomping that shook their ground. An aura began to rise, not from individuals, but from the battalion as a whole. It was an aura of a wrath tamed, of a fury held back, of a monster waiting to be unleashed. In front of them a tear opened and a fresh wave of Void Dwellers poured out, before they quickly began to pounce towards them. Yet the soldiers of midnight did not stop or hesitate, but only started to march faster, until they almost entered a run. When the two sides met, it was not a clash, but a clean slice. Without losing any momentum at all, they cut through the Void Dwellers and approached the tear. But instead of releasing more dwellers, the tear closed as if afraid of the battalion itself. But none of them showed any pride in such a minor victory. As they had done so many times before already, this time they did not march out to gain small victories, but to change the tide of the war. Luther set the direction. They were not heading towards the Marzu first, who were the only other survivors on the planet. No, they were going towards where the demons had gathered. If the enemy was trying to build something, then they would knock it down. If there was going to be a monument on this planet, it would only be made of the corpses of their enemies and nothing else. Chapter 852 New Performance. Chapter 852 New Performance. Something unusual happened once the battalion left the fort. The frequency of attacks on the fort itself dropped, though they did not disappear completely. But that decrease in frequency did not actually make their lives easier, as with the battalion gone, a bulk of their fighting force had disappeared. The remaining soldiers felt somewhat resentful at the battalion for leaving them, but only a few were clear-headed enough to realize that the battalion was not really responsible for everyone's security to begin with. Moreover, going and interfering with the enemy's plan might just allow them to survive until someone finally noticed what was happening here. Although, the fact that it had been so long without any communication was enough to let them know something was terribly amiss. But with no other solution available to them, all they could do was hope. Of course, the Midnight Battalion could do a lot more than just hope. Many things were outside of their control, but they could at least ensure that their enemy's plans failed. 1,000 had reported to Luther that the enemy wanted to pull the entire planet into the void using some kind of formation they were building. Destroying that was integral to ensuring that they could even be rescued at all. Then, Luther also had a mind to capture some prisoners for later interrogation. Finally, there was that ultimate charm of watching your enemy's plans fail to come to fruition and knowing it was all because of you waiting for them. It had taken 1,000 many hours to reach the cliff on his own, so one would assume that the battalion would take even longer since there were more people. However, Over the course of their service, the battalion had experienced many harvests, and one of those was a passive augmentation technique. The technique worked on the principle of resonance, and the more people using it, the greater the resonance would be. It was not useful in actual combat situations, as the circulation of spiritual energy within one's body required to use the technique was fairly complex and would clash with any other spiritual techniques. However, in situations like this, when they were together during a long march, the technique was absolutely exceptional. It passively boosted the speed, strength, and endurance of everyone using the technique, and the scale of improvement depended on the number of people actually using it. Such an augmentation, when accompanied by the already formidable support provided by their suits, made it so that the battalion maintained a high speed and were actually physically recovering during their march rather than getting exhausted. This way, they could transition directly into a fight from a long march, making the technique suitable for surprise assaults. This particular trait of the technique came in especially handy because numerous times on their march they were attacked by either roaming void dwellers or new tiers were open around them. Suffice to say that they quickly realized that they were somehow being monitored by someone or something so discreet they were unable to detect it. But knowing that information did not help, as none of them could figure out how it was being done. But all the frequent fights did was slow them down. It neither harmed any of them, nor did it wear them down due to the amazing physical enhancements and recovery boost the technique offered. Even so, it took them only 8 hours to reach the cliff, and, along with it, the massive army that was already waiting for them. It came as no surprise that their movements were no secret, and so the enemy had sufficient time to prepare. At the base of the cliff, a small army of void dwellers was waiting for them, while the real threat stood at the top, waiting for them to get closer. The battalion did not slow down at all. Instead, it only moved faster. In the dark room, where many figures were watching the battle play out, Rocketfellow was giving updates from time to time about many things that were happening off-screen. For example, although they had no way to record what happened in the Alliance headquarters, he did get an update on what happened there shortly after. It seems the Midnight Inn has sent reinforcements, and they were not secretive about it, he said with a broad smile. Moreover, the reinforcements only number 2 and are not so strong. They're most likely a diversion or a trap. It's also interesting to note that the reinforcements arrive from the headquarters instead of teleporting from somewhere nearer to BGY 987. The Devil was treating this completely like an exercise and genuinely seemed to be analyzing things for future attempts. Most found such a mindset reassuring, as no one wanted to offend a powerful enemy for no reason, and that is exactly what the Inn would become if their involvement was revealed. 2 of the participants, however, were extremely dissatisfied with this approach. One was the Gelati, who was desperate to get their hands on a hostage. They would not wait millions of years to force out Jill from the inn. The other was the Believer of RA. Although he no longer voiced his opinion, he was filled with indignation and an intense desire for revenge. But he had at least learned one thing from the Devil, which was to follow a plan. Silently and secretly, the Zealot had transmitted the information about this planet to the other surviving members of their religion. Soon, they would be relieved from the boredom of this tame play and watch a real performance. Yet the Zealot missed the hidden grin Rocketfellow wore whenever he looked at him. Just as he expected, the scapegoat was acting predictably. One of the things that he really wanted to study was how the Inn would react upon the death of a few of its members. This information was crucial for future plans. Chapter 853 Apex Predator. Chapter 853 Apex Predator. During their march, whenever the battalion faced enemies, it cut through them swiftly using their thoroughly practiced and meticulously planned coordinated attacks. Even the arrangement of each soldier had been specifically assigned to improve their performance cohesively during their march. This allowed them to save time and, most importantly, energy during their march. While such an approach was extremely successful, this time they opted to do things differently. Since they had arrived at the main battlefield, there was no need to save energy. Instead, they needed to be as destructive as possible. The battalion was charging at the Void Dwellers at full speed, yet just as they were on the verge of clashing, they transitioned into their mech formation. The execution was flawless and extremely deadly. The mangled corpses of countless Void Dwellers were flung through the air as the mech used a simple backhand to break their defensive line. Crushing some of them by simply stepping on them, the mech plunged itself deep behind enemy lines. This time, Z was not using the mech's most powerful techniques. He instead opted to kill them using brute force and simple combat techniques. After all, this was just a warm-up for the real fight. Of course, to anyone else, even this warm-up would have been extremely deadly. As creatures that lived and thrived in the void, withheld from the safety and stability of living in proper space, the creatures had developed countless strange affinities and techniques. Moreover, unlike the previous uncoordinated hordes they fought, these Void Dwellers were specifically being directed by a particularly strong Void Dweller that stood in the very back. As such, a coordinated assault against the mech ensued. Beams of psychic energy, blobs of substances more corrosive than most acids, weapons made of materials that could cut through almost anything all assaulted the mech, and from every side. The light of the distant star in the center of this star system was blocked as a blanket of arrows was hot down from the cliff above. Nearly a dozen spatial tiers opened all around, and more Void Dwellers fell from the air, landing right on the mech. It was chaos, all meticulously planned and orchestrated to test the limits of the Midnight Battalion. But it was not enough to reach the limits, not nearly enough. Even without using enough force to make space unstable, the mech turned into an unstoppable force of pure destruction. Z, who had fought the most often back at the inn and had watched countless anime for inspiration, had by far the most battle experience of any of the original members of the inn. Even Lex himself had not fought as many battles as Z. The end result was the manifestation of every introvert's imagination when they encountered an inconvenient social situation. With an uninterrupted flow, the mech transitioned from one move to another, killing, crushing, stomping, and ripping everything in its path. One particularly large Void Dweller proved its body indestructible under the mech's assault, so the mech grabbed it and used its body as a hammer. The aura around the mech was surging and became nearly visible under the influence of the endless slaughter. It suppressed and deterred any who even dared to look at it, in a sense taking on the features of Dragon's Might. When the rain of charged arrows was close to falling, the mech smashed its makeshift weapon into the cliffside, causing it to quake and even crack. More importantly, it formed an indent large enough in the cliff itself for the mech to cover in, easily avoiding the attack, making the Void Dwellers to suffer in its stead. Once the first wave of arrows finished, the mech discarded its long-dead weapon and stepped out. Warmed up, the mech held out its hand as Z used one of techniques the battalion had acquired. From the spatial equipment of countless battalion members, seemingly random pieces of metal were released, but a moment later, a yellow beam covered them and brought them together into an arrangement that looked like a spear. A large spear made of metal and yellow energy was formed, taller than even the mech when rested on the ground. The body of the spear seemed to have many cracks, though those were only the places where the various metal pieces were joints. Yet instead of looking broken, the spear looked grand yet dangerous, as yellow light leaked through those cracks. The tip of the spear looked like an arrowhead, but was not actually sharp. In this instance, it was left dull on purpose, as the mech was meant to overcome its enemies with strength, not precision. Despite the large size of the spear, the mech only used its right hand to hold it, drawing emphasis instead to its empty left hand. But, for now, Z did not draw out any other weapon or tool. Enemies of this level were not worthy of it. Ending the brief interlude, the mech dove back into the whittled horde of Void Dwellers and resumed his massacre. Up on the cliff, the watching demons became extremely intimidated as they witnessed what seemed like an apex predator in action, yet their unwavering obedience kept them from escaping. It was fortunate, or else the mech would have had to spend more time hunting them down. Down below, the ferocious mech continued its slaughter, now much more deadly that it had revealed its weapon. It did not take long before 1,000 corpses laid at its feet, then 2,000 and then 3. At some point, the mech finally came face to face with the Void Dweller that was leading this pack. Their confrontation was to be an ultimate showdown of basic evolutionary excellence and a trained, honed warrior. But it was not. Z barely noticed the difference between it and every other creature he mercilessly slaughtered. One by one, the void tiers around the mech eventually closed, and the cannon fodder slowly died. Next, it would be the demon's turn to face them. Chapter 854 Dusk. Chapter 854 Dusk, in the extremely focused state that he was in, to Z it felt like mere minutes had passed since he began the battle. But the state of the horizon would beg to differ, for even the dusk was coming to a close, with the local star nearly out of sight. Hours had gone by. After all, even though the mech cut through the Void Dweller's swarm without suffering any harm, it was still a time-consuming endeavor, not to mention that more of them had been falling out of multiple tiers as well. Yet even so, what awaited them was only more grueling than what they had faced. Up on the cliff, more enemies awaited them, and they were better prepared as well. Anticipating such a situation was exactly why Z had refrained from using any energy-intensive techniques to speed up the process. Despite the extreme length of time, the battalion was not exhausted. In fact, they could go much longer given that they maintained the same rate of energy consumption. This particular feat had more to do with the replenishment feature of their suits than themselves. But more than once, they had fought a battle where their reserves were nearing depletion, so they usually had an exit strategy in place. On this planet, in their given situation, however, that did not seem likely. Even if they wanted to retreat, they may not be able to. After all, the enemy had the ability to open spatial tiers where and when as they wished. The stake on the line was nothing more than their own demise. Confronted with such a reality, there was no hesitation in their hearts, only confidence. Had they faced such a situation on the very first battlefield they stepped on, they surely would have felt nervous, though they wouldn't have retreated even then. But after having been bathed in the anarchy of war, after having their wills tempered through fire and blood, after having their faith in the companions reaffirmed time and time again, there was no hesitation, nor was there doubt. The mech looked up and saw that a single demon stood at the precipice of the cliff, looking down at it. The rest were waiting a small distance from the edge. The weight of the lives of his companions did not weigh Z down. Instead, their trust and resolve only strengthened him and lifted him to be better than his usual self. The mech squatted down just a bit, and then, using strength that left cracks in both the ground and space itself, jumped up vertically. The speed of its rise was astronomical. By the time the observing demon realized what was happening and felt afraid enough to want to move back, it was already too late. A single hand reached up to the edge of the cliff and grabbed it, smashing the demon in the process. With a single, strong tug, the mech pulled itself up and in fact threw itself up in the air, so that it came crashing down like a meteor upon the waiting army. There was no need for any preambles, nor was there a need to measure and test the enemy. Since this was a life and death battle, they would give it their utmost regardless of how the enemy was prepared. Numerous shields and protective formations suddenly appeared around the waiting demonic army, while at the same time countless heavy weapons were used, launching bolts, bombs, and many other kinds of projectiles at the falling mech. In response, Z finally unveiled what was supposed to be in its free left hand. Similar to how the spear was constructed, many small metal pieces were summoned and then joined together, forming a large, rectangular shield joined by a glowing yellow energy. The first clash between the mech and the army's many means resounded in a deep, reverberating boom that traveled for miles all around. Space trembled and rippled like still what in which a stone was dropped, reaching far out even into space. It seemed almost as if space in this region was becoming even weaker after suffering constant and frequent tears. But neither did the demonic army lessen their assault, nor did the mech hold back. If they had to fight until the reinforcements came, they had to take many risks. Fighting the Enemies head-on was one risk, and straining the feeble space within this region was another. Far away from this battlefield, the small Marzu clan who had been fighting on their own turned their heads towards the thunder they had just heard. Their eyes narrowed as they contemplated the noise. They heard thunder, but there were no clouds in sight. On this cursed planet, they had experienced naught but bad luck, and a cloudless thunder could only be a bad omen. Just as many of them were considering turning away, one of them, the only one with multicolored feathers, spoke. I can detect massive amounts of spiritual energy being used that way. That is also the point where the new spatial ripples are coming from. Someone is fighting over there. Another asked, hesitantly. It was wounded. They may have more information on the situation. We can't afford to let them die. Under the orders of their captain, they immediately began sprinting towards the noise. In the battle between a mech and countless demons, the TREXS were approaching. Sitting in the Silent Wanderer, Lex paced anxiously in the main hall. No matter how he urged Cirque to speed up, even if it meant taking risks, it was not possible to reach the planet quicker than 9 days. The problem was Lex's evacuation plan relied on returning to the Midnight and using teleportation. For that, all he would need to do was stabilize space and have them return using the keys. But the Midnight Inn was sealing itself in just 5 days. Chapter 855, What Can We Do? Chapter 855, What Can We Do? As a general rule, most of the rooms in the Silent Wanderer had very few furnishings so as to use up as little space as possible. The main hall, where Lex was pacing, for example, only had a few sofas which were attached to the walls and a circular table that could retract into the floor. On the roof, there was a small module that could create projections anywhere in the room and was hooked up to the main ship computers. This way, any information they wanted could be pulled up directly anywhere in the room. The projections could even be interacted with. The walls had silverish-gray plates with lights in between the grooves, but they could undergo a change to display the space around the ship, turning the entire room into a massive display. These were nice features, but besides that, the room was completely empty. It was not bad, since that would allow Lex to use the space however he wanted. Currently, that was as an empty room for him to roam mindlessly in. He was thinking of every possibility he could come up with on how he could speed up his commute, but nothing inside the inn was particularly helpful at the moment. As much as he didn't want to think about it, he may need to start planning for what he would do if they could not retreat to the inn. While that was less than ideal, since they would then be stuck outside the inn for nearly 1.5 years, he would have to deal with it if he could not come up with a solution. The greatest issue would be the possibility of the enemy pursuing them since they could not retreat to the inn. They would be sitting ducks. As of right now, there was still one possible hope to still make it in time. That hope was to teleport back to the inn while Cirque traveled, go to the Emporium, and see if they had anything that could help. The universe was a big place, so it was not too much to hope for an item that could speed up interstellar travel by a considerable margin, right? After all, he only needed to double the speed at which they were traveling through the stars, at the very least, or somehow jump through space. How hard could it be? The door to the cockpit opened, and Cirque stepped out. I've uploaded everything here, as you asked, Cirque said, handing Lex a small storage device. What Lex had asked him was to record the entire interstellar map of the route they had to travel. He did not know if it would be useful, but perhaps the information might come in handy when looking for a way to speed up. He was not concerned about the fact that he was about to leak highly confidential information. Right now, he had bigger problems. Great, keep flying. I'll be back as soon as possible. Hopefully I'll figure out a way to speed us up, Lex said before teleporting back to the inn. He was not concerned that when he would teleport back, he would be in the middle of space. Since he had teleported from the ship, he would teleport back into it. If the inn's teleportation markers were linked to specific space coordinates instead of their location in retrospect to what was around them, then the guests would always teleport back to space instead of their planets. After all, the planets were also moving through space at quite the speed. He wasted no time in going to the Emporium as soon as he reached the inn. Powell was clearly surprised to see him, but did not waste time with such idle questions. He recalled that Lex was in a hurry last time, and there was a great possibility that the situation had not been resolved yet. I need your help, although I'm not quite certain what kind of item can help me at the moment, said Lex as he approached the counter. The Silent Wanderer is currently en route to a specific planet. At its current pace, if nothing unexpected happens on the way, it will reach its destination in 9 days. But I need it to reach there in less than 5 days. Preferably, even less than 4 days. What you have that can help me? Powell was stumped. This was an issue he had never faced before. You have to understand that Silent Wanderer is a state-of-the-art ship, and its hyperdrives are the best in its size category. Speeding it up is just not possible. But that doesn't mean we can't help you get the ship to its destination faster. He pulled out a tablet and started to input various search parameters as he was narrowing down the list of items that he could potentially use at the moment. Can you provide details of the destination or the ship's path? For example, the size of the stars you will be crossing, if there are any gravity wells nearby, or if there are any asteroid belts in your path. Do you have the spatial coordinates of the planet? How stable is the space in your surroundings? Lex slid the storage device to Powell and said, "This is all the information I have on the path. The space in the region is not stable, which is the greatest issue to begin with." One by one, Lex began to share relevant details while Powell kept narrowing his search parameters even more. Lex really did not want to get locked out of the inn again, so he had to make this work no matter what. Not to mention, the sooner he arrived, the quicker he could save the battalion. Chapter 856D. Chapter 856D. In the Emporium, Lex and Powell both stared in silence at the piece of paper in front of them. They had spent a few hours here already, discussing in detail what possible solutions they can pursue given the situation. Ultimately, they concluded that it was entirely possible. In fact, they even came up with multiple different solutions. Lex's willingness to pay obscene amounts of money for the best possible solution made life much easier. The reason they were currently stumped was that they could not conclude in finality which option was the best for Lex. After all, with multiple options available, they should opt for the best one. But that was too difficult to decide because the situation was too uncertain. The only thing they could say for certain was that the most powerful force at their disposal was not their cultivation, but their money. I think I'll go with the addition of the Blink module and use that in conjunction with Kelvaha Spectre Talisman, Lex finally said, not taking any risk. This was the best possible solution he could think of. If the situation were not so critical, Lex would definitely have felt the pinch since the Kelvaha Spectre Talisman was a single-use item that cost him approximately 33 billion MP. But right now, the only reason Lex hesitated was not because it was expensive, but because it might not be the best solution. After all, MP could be earned again, but once his workers died, there was nothing more that could be done. Very good. I'll go prepare everything. I'll wait here. For this payment, Lex had no time to arrange things, so he was forced to pay using one of the missiles he collected from Pelvalen's horde. But instead of being considered a full payment, due to Lex's high membership level, the Emporium would hold onto the missile for 5 days. In case Lex was able to solve everything and had time to spare, he would come back and pay the Emporium properly and take the missile back. They were extremely valuable, after all. It was not easy to find weapons that could injure immortals and could be used by anyone. If he could not make it, then it hardly mattered. The Blink module was something that could be added to the Silent Wanderer, though it was not originally designed to support such consumption, so it would require additional power. That was not an issue for Lex, as he could just procure many power sources from the inn and use them to power the module. The Blink module would allow the Silent Wanderer to skip over large distances, at least while space was still stable. While this would not get them all the way to BGY 987, it should cut down the travel time at least. Then, finally, it would be time for the Kelvaha Spectre Talisman. The talisman was created using important body parts of the Kelvaha Spectre, an immortal entity that traveled between realms using its own body. Whether it was space, the void, or anything else, none of it affected the Spectre, as it did not interact with the physical plane. Instead, the Spectre traveled in the soul plane. Using the talisman would allow the Silent Wanderer to do the same for a period of time. That did not mean they could automatically use the Blink module, The various planes functioned differently, so it was not so simple to do such a thing. Instead, traveling through the soul plane was just inherently faster. If everything went according to plan, he could reach the planet in just 2 days. The only thing he could not understand was the prophecy he received just a few days ago. He could already guess that if he did not intervene, his regret might have to do with losing his workers. But what did any of this have to do with a blade? Was he right to recover completely during this time? Should he have been mastering sword intent instead? This was an answer he would just have to wait for. In the dark room, watching the projection, many of the observers were actually having a great time. It did not matter to them how many demons died, for the demons were not their subordinates, nor had they contributed to this specific mission in any way, so they had no vested interest either. Instead, they were treating it like a grand show. Who could have believed that a measly 1,000 Foundation Realm cultivators, who were human to boot, could provide this much entertainment? They were still fighting, and now even the Marzu were on their way. Someone asked the devil, "Not really. We're building more than one of these anyway. The point is not to teleport these 1,000 humans into the void, but the rescue party. I estimate that the rescue party will take at least a week to arrive. My monuments will be operable in just 4 more days. As soon as they land, I'll activate them. This way, the whole show will be teleported into the void. I'm very interested to see how the Midnight will react then. I have a suspicion that if push comes to shove, they can teleport their workers out, even from within the void." From within the void? Impossible. While the conversation was going on, the zealot looked at everyone with a mocking look. A week? For days? His companions were almost there. Once they reached, they would destroy the whole damn planet. He'd like to see how everyone would react then. Would the accursed devil still be so calm? Would the Midnight suffer? Waves of excitement coursed through his mind as he imagined everyone's mournful faces. For desecrating the honor of RA, they should all die. Chapter 857 Small Deviation. Chapter 857 Small Deviation. Lex waited for 4 hours within the room, contemplating silently about how to proceed. He did not know how the battalion was faring, besides the fact that none of them had died yet. After all, if one of the in-workers died, he was bound to get a notification from the battalion panel, even if not from the system itself. Where they had already survived for so long, they just needed to do so for a few more days. But it was the final stretch that always seemed the longest. Instead of dwelling on useless thoughts, Lex decided to spend the time thinking about his swordplay. Since he had already tried his hand at it, he had a sense for his natural preferences. He had immense strength. So theoretically, one of the ways he could proceed was to keep his swordsmanship simple and direct, using brute strength and the inherent sharpness of his weapon as the foundation. Later on, once he spent more time practicing and got a better handle on more complex moves, could he start thinking about integrating them into his arsenal. In his mind, he replayed the single slash he had been practicing over and over. The problem he was having was that his mind and senses had become too astute, and so he could detect the tiny, imperceptible flaws everyone else looked over. This was just a single slash, and that too in practice. He had no idea how many flaws would reveal themselves when he actually fought or practiced with someone else properly. With nothing else to do, he began simulating a fight in his mind. It was easy. After all, he was controlling both the parties in his mind. Before the opponent even attacked him, he already knew what the attack was and how he should defend. It was not exactly ideal, but he just took it as practice for what kind of moves to practice later. Every maneuver he imagined himself doing to block or dodge an attack, he would practice later on. Eventually, he lost himself in this mental practice until Powell finally returned. Everything has been arranged. The Blink module has also been prepared according to the specifications of the Silent Wanderer. It should attach itself and integrate its functionality to the ship once you connect it. But just in case something goes awry, I have also prepared a detailed manual. The Kevlaha Spectre Talisman is also ready and requires no manual. Thanks, Lex said as he received the spatial ring with his latest shopping inside. He could not help but pause for a moment as he reflected on just how many times the Infinity Emporium had saved him endless trouble. It was really his lucky charm. But now is not the time for sentimentality or reminiscence. He promptly returned to the inn and then to the ship. He did not begin the installation of the Blink module himself. Instead, he entered the cockpit and informed Cirque about his arrangements in full detail. After all, between the two of them, Cirque was the one with the most familiarity with ships. It would be best if he took care of connecting the module, lest an issue arise. Theoretically, Lex's plan was a good idea. It was now up to them to implement it. Cirque deactivated the hyperdrive and parked the ship in empty space. There was no planet or asteroid near them, so having the ship float randomly was the best option for the moment. After all, the Blink module could not be attached to the ship while it was in motion. They entered the storeroom, through which they entered a hidden compartment where a few extremely important components of the ship were located, such as the energy source. There, Cirque got to work as he took the Blink drive, which looked nothing more than a square metallic box, and began to connect it to the ship. As Lex suspected, even though the process was supposed to have been automated, it required a lot more hands-on work than Lex was qualified for. The main issue, at least for Cirque, was not connecting the drive, but ensuring that it relied on an external power source, rather than the ship's own. After all, such a module was not a part of the Silent Wanderer's original design, and thus it did not have enough power to support it for too long. Fortunately, this was an anticipated issue, and Lex brought more than enough power sources for the module to use. After another couple of hours, the module was connected. Suppressing his nervousness, Cirque returned to the cockpit and once again resumed the journey. He did not immediately use the module, for there were a lot of factors that determined its viability and functionality. Basically, once it was fully charged, the faster the ship was already going, the farther they would move once the module was activated. After 20 minutes, the ship once again activated its hyperdrive, allowing it to approach speeds that were required for interstellar travel. Then, after a moment, Crick activated the module. The process was far from smooth. Lex was much too spoiled by the amazing teleportation offered by the inn. Yet even when comparing to other, lower standards, using the Blink module provided an extremely uncomfortable and nauseating experience. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that the module worked, or at least it appeared to. "Where are we, Cirque?" Lex asked, and waited for Cirque to figure out exactly that. More important than teleporting was ensuring that they were teleporting in the right direction. "I am checking. We need to travel a bit so that the computer can cross-check significant landmarks and celestial bodies with those on the map." Lex did not say anything, and only waited for the Silent Wanderer's internal computers to determine their new location. Nearly 10 minutes later, the computer determined their location with 86% accuracy. "We deviated from the path by a bit, but the time lost from the deviation is insignificant when compared to the time gained." Chapter 858 Magically Inclined. Chapter 858 Magically Inclined. Excellent, Lex asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. There were too many things that could have gone wrong, or else Powell would not have given them a manual. Fortunately, things worked out for now. That depends on how long we can continue to teleport. Assuming that there is no issue and we can go right up to the target planet like this, we'll be there in 20 hours. But realistically speaking, since we are anticipating issues with teleportation, it's tough to estimate how much time we've reduced. "I hope so," said Lex, almost as a whisper. The teleportation module was extremely expensive and rare moreover. Lex had only been able to buy it due to his membership level at the Emporium. Or else, he would not have been able to get it even if he offered double the money. After all, some of the resources that went into making it were just too rare. There was a reason why only ultra-large empires and organizations could afford teleportation on an interstellar scale. Most other outfits just usually tolerated the long commute time in moving between stars. Lex sat down in the co-pilot's seat and looked out into space. Ordinarily, he would have enjoyed the spectacular views a lot. But at this moment, he had subdued all his emotions and only waited silently until they faced their next hurdle. Right now, he had no time, nor did he have the state of mind to get lost in his daydreams. Z grunted as the mech was blown into the air and fell hard on its back. It couldn't be helped. Ordinarily, he would have perfectly dodged the incoming attack, but with space rippling all around him, it was difficult to anticipate how the altered space would affect each attack. Without wasting even a second, the mech rolled on the ground and quickly jumped up, avoiding a few more attacks. At this point, no matter how impressive the Midnight Battalion was, or how powerful they were, Z had to admit that he had seriously underestimated demons. To be fair, prior to this, his experience with demons was limited to zombies, who were not the most impressive bunch even at higher levels. But that was not the case with other demon species, it seemed. 13 massive demons, larger even than the mech, surrounded him, all wielding extremely potent weapons. Although the mech had avoided taking critical hits, his shield was already on the verge of being destroyed. The few attacks the mech had suffered were mostly neutralized due to the formation's own internal protective mechanisms. But even so, the soldiers forming and supporting the mech felt the strain. With gritted teeth, Z decided to make a few extremely risky moves. After all, if he was going to die by being defeated by the demons anyway, he would rather risk dying by tearing space apart. Ignoring the massive army, all attacking and shooting him from around the mech's very feet, he turned his attention to the nearest large demon. It looked like a centaur, but instead of the body of a horse, its lower body was that of a centipede. Not only did it boast considerable strength, speed, and flexibility, its many claws were extremely corrosive and played a fundamental part in weakening his shield and even spear. Z roared and lunged forward. The massive demon, towering above the mech even, had already withstood many of the mech's attacks. Although its spear had pierced its body, the wounds it delivered were inconsequential, so it became confident. That confidence became the root cause of its downfall. Just before the spear, glowing with its yellow light, pierced the demon's body, a purple flame enveloped it. Space rippled as the devastating power of the attack threatened to rend asunder reality itself. But Z did not withdraw his attack or lessen its intensity. 2 more demons lunged at the mech, not to help their ally, but to take advantage of it being busy, yet this time the space ripples seemed to benefit the mech. With such distorted space, judging distances was becoming difficult for everyone, the demons included. Only Z, who had been studying the behavior of space. This entire time, with his affinity, seemed to be gaining some insights. As soon as he delivered the attack, he moved away, dodging attacks on its back, and instead gaining an opportunity to attack a different demon altogether. The purple flames on the tip of his spear began to spread over its body, transforming the weapon into something even more deadly. Yet for all the advantages he had gained, he was unable to deliver a decisive blow. That was the problem with being outnumbered so heavily and by opponents so strong. He had to continuously deliver small blows to numerous enemies until they accumulated into something that could have a significant impact. If he was allowed enough time to focus on one enemy at a time, they would have been defeated a long time ago, but such was not the case. Moreover, there was no use complaining either, since even the flames, although extremely powerful, were not giving him a decisive edge. He decided to take an even bigger risk. This would surely shatter space as well, so he had to be ready for more Void Dwellers. Yet before he could make his move, lightning fell from the sky and struck the demon in front of him. Chains rose from the ground and tied up another. The temperature drastically dropped around, causing its body to freeze where it stood. The change was too sudden. The demons were not able to react in time. Although Z did not understand where the change came from, he did not hesitate to take advantage of it. Just as he slew the first massive demon, he finally saw the source of the sudden changes on the battlefield. In the distance, 23 massive figures could be seen approaching at incredible speeds. On their massive frames, Z could identify magicians' robes, and something in his mind clicked. Luther had already told him about them. One of the most magically inclined races in existence. The Marzu had arrived. Chapter 859, All Hope is Lost, not. Chapter 859, All Hope is Lost. Not the mech took full advantage of the opening provided by the Marzu, and besides instantly slaying one of the massive demons, it dealt a serious blow to many others. At the same time, Z did not forget to observe the newcomers. Although supposedly they were on the same side, there was no guarantee that the Marzu would be interested in cooperating. After all, unlike humans, the Marzu were one of the most famous and renowned warrior races in the Origin realm, and perhaps even beyond. The group of Tyrannosaurus rexes, as they were called on Earth, towering and magnificent, had bodies adorned in sleek, shimmering silver feathers that could be seen through the many openings in their loose robes. These feathers, fluttering in the wind even as they carried a deadly sheen, cascaded down their massive forms, glistening under the starlight like a metallic cloak. Each of them had tall figures, their muscular frame enveloped in this resplendent plumage, resembling silver armor that ripples with every movement. In fact, Z almost felt like the reason their robes were loose to begin with was so that their formidable figures do not remain hidden. Despite their formidable appearance, the feathers lent an unexpected grace to these ancient predators. The feathers started from the base of their skulls and cascading down their necks, backs, and tails, creating a mesmerizing display of silvery hues in varying shades and lengths. Among this stunning group, the leader was easily distinguished by a striking array of multicolored feathers amidst the silver. The shades of iridescent blues, fiery reds, and vibrant greens interwoven among the silver created a breathtaking spectacle that commanded attention. As these predators neared, Z recalled everything he knew about them. Looking upon their, suffice to say, abundant muscle and considerable size, it would be easy for one to assume that these creatures were designed for physical and close combat. Such an assumption would be incredibly incorrect. Any and all proper studies of the species had concluded the same thing. The only reason they had such strong bodies was so that their bodies could tolerate the copious amounts of magical energy coursing through them. They hardly ever relied on actual physical combat. In fact, the reason such a formidable race went extinct on Earth, most likely, was solely due to the severe lack of spiritual energy, from which they extracted magical energy. As they neared, Z could finally see that each one of them also wielded a staff or wand in their short arms. Each time they cast one of their spells, the wand or staff would glow before a devastatingly powerful attack rocked the demon army. Surprisingly, regardless of how powerful their attacks were, the space did not seem to destabilize because of it. Truly, compared to the path of cultivators, magicians were mysterious and knowledgeable in many things. Carefully, without breaking the flow of combat, Z positioned himself away from the approaching Marzu, putting a number of massive demons between himself and them. Until he knew for certain what their stance was, it would be best not to get too close. Although the pressure on the mech dropped drastically with the arrival of the Marzu, the chaos increased drastically. The elements were flying all over the battlefield, from lightning to fire to ice and more. Thunder hit the demons as if it were a physical thing, and rain passed through their bodies as if it were ethereal. The spatial ripples caused by the mech's flaming spear no longer spread out evenly, and instead seemed to be guided towards the demons specifically like water flowing through a canal. In the many hours that the battalion had fought, they had gradually moved away from the face of the cliff and came closer to the monument the demons were having constructed. Alongside killing this entire army, they had planned on destroying it as well. Now, even before the mech came close, the monument shattered as the ground itself split under the guidance of the Marza magic. The tide of the battle shifted drastically, with only the addition of 23 Marzu against thousands of demons. Although the mech too had been fighting against the very same army for so long, he could not deny that they were extremely powerful. One of the massive demons, in the shape of a decaying wyvern, suddenly got the better of an exchange. With unmatched swiftness and an aim that could not be denied, it swept down from the air and managed to attack one of the Marzu. But the bitter exchange that it was expecting never happened. With a roar that disoriented nearly half the army, the Marzu expressed its discontent, then bit down at the demon and ripped its head right off its body, killing it. Clearly, Although they did not use their physical capabilities in battle, they were more than equipped to if the need be. Z, with neither the defense of the dinosaurs, nor the will to bite any demons, leaped to the side as the mech narrowly avoided an attack that came all too suddenly. Up until now, the battalion had been fighting a sea of demons, large and small. But with the added pressure of the Marzu, it seemed the true powerhouses were forced to make an appearance. Two devils swaggered through a clearing amidst the endless demons, mocking expressions fixed upon their faces. They were not intimidated at all by the situation, and instead seemed to be taking it as a game. A solemn expression painted Z's face as he saw them approach. No matter what, they could not underestimate devils. As humans, the defeat of Ragnar against a devil of similar realm was a considerable mental blow, and served only to emphasize the inherent racial superiority of certain races. Such advantages were not insurmountable, and did not necessarily mean that victory would always belong to devils. But they did mean that, regardless of the situation, they had to be taken very seriously. But while Z prepared the mech for a tough fight, possibly even resulting in massive spatial tears, the Marzu couldn't care less. Their leader, her feathers adorning her like war paint, seemed to fix her gaze on the newcomers, and attacked without hesitation. Although their purpose in coming was to look for survivors and discover what the situation was, a glance at the half-built monument was all it took for them to understand that the demons and devils played a massive role in their current predicament. Dark purple clouds formed in the air above the devils, blotting out the sky. This was not a technique by the devils, but a spell of the Marzu. A grotesque hand, radiating an aura of severe repulsion, emerged from the clouds and slammed down on the devils, taking them by surprise. Yet a moment later the hand was destroyed, and the previous two dashing-looking devils revealed their true bodies. Both were tall, although one had completely red skin, 3 horns protruding from its head and a pair of thin, leathery wings, while the other was covered in gray scales. It had no wings or tail, but its horns looked more like a tainted crown than anything else. Their power skyrocketed, and space seemed to bend around them, as if the weight of their existence itself surpassed what this place could tolerate. Their previous grins returned, and one of them was about to speak, when a devastating beam of purple fire streaked through the air, tearing space as it did, and struck them faster than they could react. The devils were pushed into the tear by the momentum of the blast. Their arrival, marked by an aura of impending danger and devastation, almost seemed comical in front of the abrupt nature of their departure. The Marzu, who had specifically been trying to avoid causing space tears, were stunned. You could do this too? Even Z was somewhat surprised by how easy that was. He did not think his plan would work, and so easily at that. The only ones who weren't stunned were the demons. Finally free of the restrictions of their devil overlords, the army scattered like fleeing ants, unwilling to face these monsters any longer. The Marzu quickly sprung into action, dissatisfied to allow any of the demons to escape. Z, on the other hand, was still hesitating. Was that it? Shouldn't there be more? What about the bad guys' final form? Or their secret backup plans? He hadn't even had a chance to use technique. Big ball of ultimate destruction. He was waiting for the critical moment when all hope seemed lost. But now there was an abundance of hope, and the enemy was escaping. Should he still use it? Genuinely unsure of what to do, Z actually consulted Luther. First, thoroughly destroy the monument. Make sure it's completely unsalvageable. Then approach the Marza leader for negotiations. If we join forces, we'll be a much more formidable fighting force. Chapter 860 No Point in Discriminating. Chapter 860 No Point in Discriminating with New Directions. Z got over the sense of loss he felt at being unable to use his new technique. Logically speaking, it was a good thing that they hadn't been pushed to the point of hopelessness. Not to mention, they were hardly safe yet. Who knew? Maybe the devils would return from the void having gained immense power, seeking vengeance. Isn't that how background characters later became named characters later on in some of the comics he read? With renewed motivation, The mech launched itself into the escaping demons and cut its way to the already damaged monument. To be specific, it had been split into two as the ground beneath it split open, but the structure on both sides was, more or less, still standing. Unfamiliar with how this monument was supposed to work, he decided to take no risks and destroyed it by smashing it repeatedly with his spear. He was not concerned about the spear getting damaged in the process. For the pieces of metal it was made of were actually extremely well refined, very specific parts used to make this spear. The yellow light that held the pieces together also strengthened them and allowed them to display greater strength. Once that was done, the mech turned towards the escaping demons. Truth be told, ordinarily, Z would never attack escaping enemies. After all, they had lost their will to fight and were no longer a threat. Unfortunately, these demons were not here to fight in a war, but to specifically target them. Moreover, all it would take was a single devil for them to once again take up arms against the battalion. As such, he could not give up such an opportunity to reduce the number of his future enemies. It was clear, though, that his actions lacked the same level of motivation he displayed earlier. An hour later, the battle was more or less over, and the mech returned to the site of the monument, waiting for the Marzu to finish their hunt. Unlike him, they seemed particularly vindictive in hunting down the demons, and did not want to spare even a single one. But that gave him a good opportunity to rest and recover. Although he did not disable the mech form, in case negotiations with the Marzu did not go well, or in case they were not even there to negotiate in the first place, the battalion was now nearing exhaustion. They were not at their limit yet, especially since they were taking this opportunity to replenish their spiritual energy. Their physical exertion was now getting to them. They had not slept or eaten anything in a while, and had been fighting nonstop. No matter how much discipline and determination they displayed, it would not fill their stomachs. But for now, all they could do was endure. Fortunately, due to their battle lust, the Marzu took their time in pursuing as many demons as they could, giving the battalion enough time to recover somewhat. When the massive feathery magicians returned, their formidable figures painting an impressive sight, they surrounded the mech, their eyes filled with a menacing glow. Their leader was one step ahead and stood directly opposite to the mech, staring it down. Z did not cower under the scrutiny or show a hint of nervousness. Instead, he studied the creature back. Although they had never had a Marzu as a guest at the inn, he had studied a lot about them. After all, they were quite famous. The achievements of their race were not few, and most of them either had to do with warfare or magic. Both were topics Z took great interest in. From the mech, the Marzu leader shifted her gaze to the rubble that was formerly the half-built monument, and a trace of recognition flashed in her eyes. "I am Feor, Witch of the Hidden River. Your courage and strength are commendable, and your ways of fighting unified are even more so. They're planning to pull this planet into the void and take it away. The monument will allow them to do that, which is why we came to destroy it," answered Z, calmly. "They have this planet cut off from the Alliance, but somehow they have not let the Alliance realize as much. If you have called for backup, why not have them inform the Alliance as well?" The mech shook its head, as if disagreeing. "You have too much faith in others. If the Alliance was so unified or so formidable, something like this would never have happened. Infiltration, sabotage, causing internal conflict, these are the basics of warfare. Since the Alliance is at war with the Fugan, they should already be riddled with such infiltrators." The contrasting views came from their different levels of perspective. The Marzu, regardless of how strong they were a subordinate race of the Henali. To them, the power and influence of the Henali was unmatched, so they could not even imagine a flaw in their design. Whereas to the Midnight Inn, the Henali were equal. At most, they had a little leverage due to the fact that the inn was within their realm, but that was temporary to begin with. The Marza leader was not swayed by Z's words. The reason it became silent, instead, was because arguing was pointless, and convincing the other of Henali supremacy was not a part of their objective. Feor asked, although she had her doubts, Currently, they were stranded with no other way of communicating with the outside. She was dependent on the other for this. They will be enough. After all, the innkeeper had sent them, whoever they were. Would it be possible to facilitate our extraction as well? Z hesitated and asked Luther the specific terms he wanted. It was always good to make sure. He was glad he did, for Luther had a very firm stance on the matter, although Z could not decide if he was not surprised at all or extremely surprised to hear it. Whether you pledged to fight or not, we would help you leave regardless. That is the way of the Midnight Inn. Whenever anyone in the universe seeks refuge and rest, they are welcome to the Midnight Inn for as long as they wish. Feor asked, her eyes narrowing, although she had not mentioned it. She and her kind knew more about the monument than the battalion. That was because they could detect the magical signatures it gave off. Reading the residual energy, they could detect its purpose. Simply pulling the planet into the void did not seem like it encompassed all that the monument was being designed to do. It was merely one of its many aspects. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect as much. Feor turned to look at her subordinates and seemed to communicate with them telepathically. It was difficult to discern what they were saying, but all of them looked incensed. We will join you in your hunt for the monuments, Feor finally answered, after she finished communing with her own group. She was agreeing to hunt down the monuments, but at the same time, she did not want to separate from the battalion. After all, although they claimed that they would help, there was no guarantee. It was best to remain close together in such circumstances. In that case, we will move out after a short rest. If you can search the other monuments somehow in the meantime, that would be very useful. With the agreement made, the mech dissolved to once again form 1,000 different soldiers. They stood side by side and in battle formation, though fatigue was apparent in their eyes. They waited to see if the Marzu had any reaction to seeing them like this, but they had already seen through the mech. Although they were not familiar with humans, they did not discriminate against them. After all, when compared to the Marzu, all other races were equally inferior. There is no point in discrimination between them. Chapter 861 Meteor. Chapter 861 Meteor. The battalion did not rest long, but it was better than nothing. As soon as the mech was dissolved and the 1,000 soldiers appeared, they immediately got to work. They knew their duties well. About 300 of them deployed tents from their personal spatial tools and entered before going straight to sleep. The tent, simple and compact though they may seem, were actually fitted with a sound insulation formation, as well as an alarm function in case of combat nearby, so they were well suited for such situations. The remaining few either stood guard or began to cook large, nutritious meals. The meals were not elaborate. In fact, it was a fixed meal called Everything Stew, in which they boiled whatever rations they had directly within Bot Lamdu. The Bot Lamdu was technically no longer useful in healing now that they were within the Foundation realm, but that did not mean it had no effect at all. It was great in relieving accumulated physical stress, not to mention that it tasted great and served as an excellent base for soups and stews. That, when mixed with the highly nutritious vegetables, herbs, and spirit treasures that they either collected from various planets or bought from the Alliance, resulted in a meal that was both delicious and extremely potent in re-energizing them. Cooking the stew, even on high heat, cultivation-powered flames took an hour, since all the vegetables needed time to cook and soften up. Once prepared, the guards and those on cooking duty ate, after which the first 300 were finally woken up. They had in no way had enough sleep, but such things were already luxuries they could no longer afford. The other 700 then took out similar tents and went to sleep while the first 300 then ate and stood guard. This was a routine they had perfected during their many deployments and had used on many occasions. Such an occasion gave them the perfect opportunity to accumulate stories which they would later regale the future generations with, starting with the phrase "back in my day." But secretly, they enjoyed it. A total of 4 hours later, once both groups had roughly 2 hours of sleep each, as well as good food, their rest time was over. During this time, the Marzu had used their magical powers to scout the planet for more monuments, while Alfonso from the inn had delved into the minds of some of the dead demons. Although they were already dead, Using the newest powers he had acquired, he could read some of their memories. It did not give the best results, as their brains were already deteriorating or crushed or burnt or suffering from some other kind of malady. But the few corpses he managed to find, which were in relatively decent condition, were able to provide him with some basic information. Just based on the information the Marzu and the battalion uncovered in these few hours, they discovered 3 more such monuments, all being built at a similar scale and rate. Although they had expected as much, actually discovering how many monuments were being built was harrowing, especially when taking into consideration how many monuments they did not even know of. The construction of these monuments had to be stopped, lest the planet itself is teleported away before the rescuers arrive. They set their sights on the nearest monument, and the battalion reformed the mech. No matter how formidable they were alone, they were at their peak in their mech form. After all, each and every move of it was being powered by 1,000 soldiers in complete, perfect unison. Moreover, once they were in their mech form, a few of the Marzu cast a few spells on it, augmenting its speed, power, and energy recovery. Then, the leader, Feor, cast a spell on the mech. With a flash of blinding light, wings of feathers similar to the Marzu appeared to grow from the mech's back. The mighty wings spread, larger in span than the entire mech's body, and connected seamlessly to Z's mind. Moreover, Z could tell that the energy used to form the wings was not being drained from a mech, but was being powered externally. Feor said, failing to suppress a growl. Besides their massive and strong bodies, as well as an abnormal affinity for magic, there was one more key characteristic of all Marzu. They were extremely aggressive once they identified their prey. After all, once, the Marzu had wiped the entire Craven race from the entire Origin realm, preventing them from even spawning again in the entire realm. Although it was unknown how they had achieved such a feat, everyone agreed that the act was a display of extremely vindictive behavior. The mech spread its wings and jumped high into the air before flapping its wings and taking flight. For some reason, flying was extremely intuitive, as if the information for flight and navigation came alongside the wings. Without flying themselves, the Marzu were able to keep pace with the mech as they sprinted in a straight line towards the next monument. With a speed that it had never reached before, the mech reached the next monument in just over an hour and, surprisingly, discovered another army waiting for them. But from a distance, the army seemed even bigger than the one they had faced before. Z asked Feor. Yes, it was not just Z that smiled upon hearing that, but the mech itself as well. For too long, they had been holding back. Finally, they could let loose now. Purple flames enveloped the flying mech. Like a shooting star, it streaked across the sky, and like a meteor, it crashed directly into the enemy's defensive formations. Though no tears opened, as the Marzu had promised, the ripples in space seemed to travel across the entire planet at that moment. Yet the fight was just beginning. Chapter 862Z's Tiny Big Ball. Chapter 862Z's Tiny Big Ball. 862Z's Tiny Big Ball. The formation stood no chance against a mech assault and easily broke. Countless demons also suffered under the first assault, though they were already retaliating. The Marzu seemed to ignore such feeble attacks and directly ran into the army, much as they had done previously. Z grinned as an idea struck him. Although the battalion really should have been saving its energy, Z had been feeling oppressed for too long. He could not help but want to unleash the attack he had been holding on to for so long. The flames covering its body concentrated on to its left hand, while streaks of electricity began to dance around his right hand. The mech raised its hands above its head, allowing the flames and electricity to travel from its arms into the air. The two extremely volatile forms of energy seemed to combine effortlessly and began to gather into a massive ball. Z, I told you not to use this, Luther said admonishingly from within the mech as he observed what was happening. Just a small one, I promise, Z said, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied energy. A layer of earth traveled over the mech's feet and across its body towards the growing ball of energy above its head. A number of other unique powers gathered and fed into the ball. It was tragic that Z could not feed the ball with his space abilities, but such was life. Just as a small amount of each of the energies merged into the ball, Z stopped growing it. After all, if he made it too large, it would be a drain on the mech's own energy reserves. He roared, although a number of the battalion members cringed, both at the action of announcing his attack and the name itself. The mech hurled the ball towards the massive army of demons. He did not question why or how the devils were able to gather hundreds of thousands of demons in such short notice. He was just glad he could use them to test out his attacks guilt-free. After all, these demons were formed by killing the original owners of their bodies. The Marzu, who had not penetrated too deeply into the demon army yet, immediately pulled back as a panicked expression filled their faces. Feyor yelled as she struggled to keep space from ripping, but Z did not respond. He just looked and waited for the attack to land. This attack could not be used in any other circumstance. It was only when they joined together and formed a mech, and the energies of all 1,000 members melded together, could their unique powers be combined in such a way. Then the ball landed onto the monument, and then exploded. All the Marzu strained themselves to ensure that space did not rip, because what it was doing could no longer be called ripples. Space was bending like a trampoline on which a dozen bowling balls had been thrown. Light flashed in strange ways, as if it was bending around the explosion, while one massive shockwave traveled out, pulverizing anything in its path. Z's smile froze as he suddenly had the mech pull back as quickly as he could, yet even then he could not escape the blast zone. First the mech was hit by the space tsunami, then the shockwaves, and then the searing explosion. Just as Z was about to pull out extreme countermeasures, the heat seemed to disappear. Once the mech, which had been flung out due to the shockwave, stabilized itself, with great help from its new wings, it turned to look back and saw a massive blue barrier erected around the entire region. Nothing inside was visible, as if it had been completely closed off permanently. Feyor said extremely furiously as her body trembled. Clearly she was severely affected by whatever she had done to seal the region. Smiled awkwardly. It seemed he had underestimated the repercussions of the big ball of ultimate destruction, although he was somewhat glad the name seemed to fit. He asked sheepishly. Before Feyor could answer, the sound of shattering glass filled the air. Sensing extreme danger, the group looked over at the blue barrier and discovered a figure floating above the barrier, wearing a gray robe. That was quite impressive. The scale of that attack actually reached the mid-nascent realm, the figure said. He waved his hand again, and the entire barrier shattered. Yet instead of a chaotic storm releasing once the stopper was removed, the scene seemed to be completely frozen. Your little performance actually forced me to move a little earlier than I planned, the man said. Though that's not too bad. All the energy within the sealed zone seemed to gather into a tiny yellow flame, flickering on the tip of the robbed man. All the Marzu, as well as the mech, looked at the robe figure solemnly. The aura that the figure radiated was actually less than that of the two devils they faced previously. But somehow, while being weaker, he seemed even more dangerous than the previous two devils combined together. The figure crushed the flame within his fist, yet somehow lit up the entire sky as he did. A gold light painted the entire sky as divine energy filled the sky. Asked one of the retreating Marzu as it panicked. The situation had changed so drastically, so quickly. Feyor answered with gritted teeth. He's been using the souls of the demons we killed and preparing for a ritual. The previous attack must have disturbed him, forcing him out of his hole. We only have one chance to stop him. We have to. Before Feyor could finish her words, the robbed figure appeared in front of her, and her body froze. Chapter 863, Chaos. Chapter 863, Chaos. 863, Chaos time seemed to slow down as everyone had their eyes fixed on the gray-robed figure. Nothing of his actual body could be seen, but the shape of his hood indicated a humanoid or elven appearance. He spoke not with his voice, but by emitting a strange, psychic energy that stung whoever it hit, while at the same time transmitting his thoughts. It was for that reason that everyone in the vicinity heard everything he said. The most peculiar thing about him despite the fact that he was obviously incredibly powerful, was that he radiated no cultivation at all. It was as if he was a mere mortal. But though he had no cultivation, seemingly, his body did emit a kind of energy that Z was familiar with. It was divine energy, used by both angels and deities. The figure, who had appeared in front of Feor, seemed to use some kind of ability to freeze her entire being. Not only did she stop speaking mid-speech, her body stopped emitting magical energy, as if it was frozen in time. An atypical Mazru. How curious. Are you from a famous or noble clan? The stability of your power seems to suggest your changes are not a random mutation, or at least not a harmful mutation. Is that what allowed you to keep space from tearing? The figure stepped onto her snout and walked forward slowly, as if on a stroll. The other Marzu did not respond kindly to such actions, nor did Z wait to let the figure complete whatever it was doing. Countless magical spells were launched, even as the mech raced towards Feor, its spear ready to strike. None of its usual, stronger attacks had enough precision to attack the figure without also harming Feor, so he had to opt for close-range combat. But the figure seemed dismissive of all the attacks, as if it were a deity, ignoring ants on the ground. When he reached the Marzu's forehead, he placed a hand upon it, as if investigating something. Yes, your soul will be a great catalyst for the ceremony, but we do not have enough souls yet. The world seemed to twist, hitting the Marzu and the battalion with an overwhelming sense of nausea and a pain in guts, as if their innards were being dragged out. The sensation lasted a mere moment before they found themselves in a completely new location, surrounded by a massive demon army. An unfinished monument could also be seen nearby, with construction work still underway. The army was just as surprised to see them as they were to see the demons, yet the surprise did not last long. Without caring for how or why they had appeared there, the demons attacked. The mech and the Marzu immediately retaliated, but they could not stop a certain sense of dread from enveloping them. Both the figure and Feor had not reappeared with them. "He is using us to harvest more souls," said one of the Marzu. "But it's not like we have a choice. We just have to hold out." Z yelled out loudly. He understood better than them all. Too many forces had gotten mixed up. It seemed that besides the enemy who was targeting them, a third party was taking advantage of the situation to follow through with their own plans. The circumstances on this planet were becoming extremely chaotic. Only outside intervention could shake things up now. As the mech fought off the countless demons, his actions no longer protected from tearing space. He had to be extremely careful in how he actually fought. Moreover, faced with this unknown foe who could teleport them as he wished, Z would have to conserve as much energy as possible. Who knew if they would be teleported to another battlefield as soon as they concluded the fight in this one? Battlefront 00974, Alliance headquarters, said an elf as he looked at conflicting reports. On one hand, all the reports from his sector near BGY 987 seemed within expectation. The battle reports and progress updates did not show any deviation from what was expected based on the ongoing situation. On the other hand, after a more thorough scrutiny of the situation, they realized that it was practically impossible to contact specific personnel in those locations. For example, other than those responsible for regular communications, if someone wanted to talk to a specific soldier who was deployed there, some issue would come up as to why they could not be contacted at the moment. Such a thing was also normal, but only within reason. If no one from within that entire sector could be contacted, then there was clearly an issue, and it did not take a genius to figure out what that issue was. Either their communication department was compromised, or their intelligence department. It may very well even be both of them. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the elf grabbed all the reports and quickly made his way to the senior most officials of the entire alliance. They were supposed to be an elf and a dwarf, but as was seen throughout the alliance, the dwarves rarely held down office positions. Almost all of them were deployed, rather than being bunkered down in headquarters. "Sir, there is an issue, just as you suspected," the reporting elf said, handing over his reports. The senior in charge, as a celestial immortal, read through the documents in a mere moment. issue new orders. Both the elves could feel a headache coming on. On one hand, a discrepancy on a war front with the Fugan would be investigated by the Hinali. On the other hand, whoever sent them that threatening letter was clearly upset with what was happening on that planet. That meant that the situation was already out of hand. After careful consideration, the celestial elf decided to go get his own battle armor. Perhaps it was time he joined his dwarven compatriot on the front line and earned some merits before someone came to penalize him. Chapter 864 Studying Space. Chapter 864 Studying Space 864 Studying Space. The Blink module's failsafe has been automatically activated. The space in front of us is too unstable to facilitate teleportation, Cirque said as he read out a report. Though at this point, Lex did not need Cirque to tell him. With his affinity for space, he could feel how it behaved in this region. He found that calling unstable might be incorrect. Instead of feeling fragile or unstable, it seemed stretched. Activate the Kelvaha Spectre Talisman, said Lex, not letting his observation distract him from the matter at hand. The Blink module did not get us as far as I had hoped. Now it all depends on how quickly the talisman can help us move. Until I experience it, I cannot say for certain. 8 more hours, Lex repeated as he mused to himself. The space in this region was extremely unusual. Normally, Lex would not be confident enough to determine what was unusual and what wasn't, but he had recently bought a manual for space affinity from the Emporium that he had been studying. With not much to do on the ship, Lex occupied his mind with various things. He practiced his swordsmanship, but that was not enough to completely occupy his thoughts. So at the same time, he perused the manual. There were no techniques or anything as such in the manual, as it firstly focused on what space was and how spatial affinity worked. According to Lex's perception, space was naturally the area within a realm. For anything to exist, it had to occupy space. When discussing how large a monument was or the distance between 2 points, one was discussing space. It was impossible for a thing to exist and not occupy space. As such, the concept that space could bend, move, or even tear created somewhat of a conflict in Lex's mind. How could something exist in the void behind space? Moreover, what was even the concept of something being behind space? It was too unusual, but Lex accepted his ignorance as the cultivation world was too vast for him to completely understand. He knew he would eventually find his answers. The manual seemed to shed some light on these questions, to an extent, but the theories that the manual elaborated on were abstruse, even for Lex. Understanding them meant changing his outlook on reality in a very fundamental way, which was easier said than done. At least for the moment, Lex was not able to wrap his head around those concepts. Even if he mentally accepted them as true, understanding how they worked and considering its ramifications was beyond him. Not to mention that Lex did not necessarily believe everything he read. For the moment, instead of blindly accepting what the book wrote, he decided to study the matter more himself later on. Basically, according to the manual, space was actually a manifestation of the superposition of the multiple planes of existence, such as the physical plane, spiritual plane, soul plane, etc. Since space itself was made up of these components, it could naturally be broken down, have its composition altered, or manipulated as pleased. Moreover, everything that existed did not exist in space, but instead existed in time, with space being a simple coefficient of time itself. The theory, which was in actuality just a brief overview of a much larger explanation for space and reality, continued on to elaborate further, but all of it was beyond Lex at the moment. Instead, there were other parts that he understood more of, such as the behavior of space, or what caused it to be unstable or stable. Even then, his actual understanding was minimal, but it allowed him at least to differentiate between unstable and stretched. It seemed as if someone or something had stretched space in this region to blanket over something, thereby hiding it from being accessed or viewed. Of course, he could be spectacularly wrong about that. He was still a beginner at this. But, oddly enough, his instincts, which had slowly begun to be less useful as of late, seemed to indicate that his theory was right. He looked out of the cockpit into the infinity that was outer space. They had already used the talisman and were traveling in a manner that eluded their comprehension. Their surroundings seemed to be changing each moment, like a sequence in a badly edited video rather than passing scenery. Clearly the talisman was in use, but Lex felt no different. Cirque, who was navigating, may be feeling the true effects of what using the talisman was like, but Lex did not distract him with questions right now. The pilot had to ensure that they reached their destination timely. The talisman would not last forever, so they either had to make the most of it or reach their destination before its effects elapsed. He turned his gaze back to the manual and began reading. He wanted to fully understand everything he could about space so that he was ready to face whatever obstacle he faced when he reached BGY 987. Although a lot of time had passed, the anger he had been harboring had not dwindled. In fact, due to the long time, it had only grown stronger and more overwhelming. But his firm control over his mind, practiced to control the sword in his soul, kept that anger in check. Soon, it will be time to let it loose. But not yet. While Lex was studying and the battalion was fighting for their life, a group of devils suddenly teleported within the Midnight Inn. They exchanged no words and instead began to spread out silently, as if they had a clear purpose in coming here. No one seemed to find anything amiss. After all, a majority of the guests at the Inn were devils. What could be so different about this group? Chapter 865 Retribution came wearing slippers. Chapter 865 Retribution came wearing slippers. 865 Retribution came wearing slippers. The mech suddenly fell out of the sky and into the army of void dwellers. Mental exhaustion was setting in, so Z was slow to react, but fortunately, he managed to avoid getting hurt. He used his shield as cover as he slammed into one of the large void dwellers and stabbed his spear in its body and used it for support to slow down his descent. Just as they had suspected, the strange robed figure teleported them to another battlefield just as they began to thin the first army. He did not even wait for the fight to finish. The moment the number of demons they were killing was reduced, he appeared again and teleported them to another monument, disappearing in the process. The problem he was facing was not the long battles or the endless enemies. Instead, it was that the enemies seemed to be preparing his attacks, specifically in the other battlegrounds. For example, this time around, the stronger demons all had armor specifically designed to stop the penetrating force of his spear and shields to block his energy attacks. Even the attack patterns of the Marzu had been thoroughly studied and accounted for. Naturally, that did not mean that the mech and the formidable Marzu lost all battle capabilities, but that the impact of their attacks was drastically reduced. If previously the mech could continuously injure numerous giant demons and slowly tire them out, now it was a challenge to injure even one as they had adopted various defensive tactics. In fact, they were not even trying to attack them non-stop, as they had previously been. Instead, they were just trying to tire them out, and it was working. The mech took flight using his wings, trying to get some distance so that it could deploy some long-range attacks. But the wings, which had been powered by an external source, suddenly disappeared, resulting in the mech from falling from midair as it did. The moment the mech reached the ground, it withdrew the spear from the Void Dweller and used its body to attack all the enemies surrounding it. But Z's exhaustion began to reveal itself in small but significant ways. He did not notice how the ground he landed on felt unusually light, so when it collapsed underfoot, he was taken by surprise. Nonetheless, he had sufficient skill, so he was able to jam his spear on the side of the tunnel he was falling into and immediately pulled himself out. The action barely took a moment, but was enough to allow his enemies to surround him. A majority of them held up their shields, as if ready to deflect his attacks, while a couple of them attacked him with long-range weapons, safely nestled behind their partner's defenses. The mech, after a long time, was put into a passive position where it had to focus more on defending itself than attacking. The Marzu were in a similar state. The demons had prepared special treasures that disrupted their magical incantations or interfered with the execution of their spells. All the Marzu, with great reluctance, were forced to use their immense physical strength to rip their enemies to shreds, rather than their magical powers. It was a great trial for them. While the situation seemed tolerable for now, the longer this went on, the worse it got. With Z's deteriorating performance, the mech took repeated hits. Compared to its overwhelming attack, the defense of the mech was lacking, so the entire battalion had to tolerate the strain from that damage. To make up for it, he had no choice but to use stronger attacks. He could no longer afford to be as precise, but that came with its own issues. Without Feor's help, the mech's attacks constantly caused spatial ripples and waves. While those ripples dealt some damage to the demons, it did nothing to the Void Dwellers. Looking at it from that point of view, the ripples could even be considered an asset for Z and the battalion, if it weren't for the fact that they too had to tolerate the effects of the ripple. Moreover, if he overdid it just a bit and opened a tier, more Void Dwellers would pour out. Bang! Just as the mech was shooting out a beam of energy, a hidden attack struck it in the back. Z did hear nor sense the attack at all, but that did not change the fact that it was devastating. The mech fell forward with reeling from the attack, unable to react quick enough. As if long having been prepared for just that, more silent attacks struck the mech. Even still, they could not identify where the attacks were coming from or who was attacking them. Even disoriented, Z panicked as he felt his control over the mech slipping. In desperation, he tried to use a powerful attack, maybe that could disrupt the assassin, but it was for naught. Before Z could retaliate, a final blow struck the mech's chest, finally breaking the integrity of the technique that held it together. The mech disappeared, and all 1,000 members of the battalion were thrown onto the battleground floor. But while Z was extremely mentally fatigued, the rest were not. Although they too bore the effects of prolonged usage of the mech, they were only physically tired. Immediately, as if they had rehearsed this exact moment hundreds of times, the battalion surrounded Z, who could not completely recover. At the same time, they unleashed their attacks without holding anything back. Although not as strong as the mech, they were not weaklings either. Their means and methods were more than enough to launch a wave of devastation around them. Moreover, the demons had not prepared for their individual means. Their attacks were a lot more precise and swift than that of the mech, allowing them to more easily kill the very same enemies the mech had been struggling with. At the same time, they could no longer be concerned about the dangers of void tiers. If they held back even a little, their own survival would be at risk. So, if there was risk either way, they chose the method that would devastate their enemies the most. Pamela, the combat medic, focused completely on helping Z, leaving herself completely unprotected. It need not be said that the battalion trusted each other unequivocally. This is bad, Luther. Z has lost consciousness and isn't waking up. Take all the time you need, Luther said calmly, as if they were not surrounded by thousands of enemies. But confidence alone could not remedy the situation. Luther took in a deep breath, preparing himself to push himself to his limits and beyond. Z had done the best that he could. Now it was his turn. It was then that an unusually violent spatial wave went over the entire battleground, coming from up above. Wary of more enemies, Luther looked up. But instead of more enemies, he saw fireworks. It was not just Luther who looked up in confusion. Many demons, void dwellers, and some of the other races who were hiding on that planet all looked up. One after another, distant sparks lit up in the night sky, a few flaming streaks falling through the sky afterwards. It was only after a few of such fireworks went off that Luther realized what he was really looking at. It was not fireworks, but exploding ships in space. A thought suddenly struck Luther, and he immediately used a spiritual technique to zoom in on the space above this accursed planet. He saw hundreds of ships flying and shooting at a black blur, chasing it down. Yet none could come close, and not a single one of their attacks hit. Instead, it was a second, smaller blur that zoomed through the vacuum of space and tore through the many ships. Recognizing a familiar suit, Luther could not help but smile, and then burst out into laughter. His purple flames enveloped him as he walked away from the battalion. The only thought on his mind was to give out a signal to let the reinforcements know where he was. Yet even as he walked into the madness of an army of demons and void dwellers, the last sight he saw could not help but continue to make him laugh. It was not just an oh-so-familiar suit that he saw. He saw the figure of a man, a devil's mask on his face, making him look like death incarnate amongst the debris of all the ships he destroyed. But the most significant thing he saw was the man wearing bathroom slippers on his feet as he zoomed through space. The flames around his body rose into the sky, the heat from the flames once again causing the air to move out rapidly. A tornado of purple flames was once again formed, marking where the battalion was on the planet. Chapter 866 Massacre. Chapter 866 Massacre. 866 Massacre. As time went by, Lex became completely focused on reading the spatial manual, so much so that he even stopped simulating his sword training. Even with his elevated mental capacity and increased intellect, studying the manual was a difficult task. Space was an esoteric concept, wielded by many but mastered only by very few. Although the book only barely scraped some of the topics, Lex's imagination could not help but run wild. He tried to imagine how he could use his affinity to create spatial items, as theoretically at the nascent level he should be able to do it. He also tried to visualize, based on these concepts, what it would mean to open up minor realms, or how a new realm was formed in the first place. The key point, governing everything, completely immovable and immutable, was time. But since this manual was about space, besides barely mentioning its relation, the book did not elaborate on time at all. So engrossed was he in his studies that when Cirque first nudged him, Lex did not even notice. Realizing the state of his companion, Cirque nudged harder and spoke up. "This talisman is working a lot better than I had imagined. We've already reached the vicinity of BGY 987. I just need to lock down its location and approach." Lex immediately snapped the book shut and looked up into space. There was not much to see besides darkness, but Lex could see a lot of red, as if visualizing the blood that was about to be spilled. Without saying a word, he exited the cockpit and walked into the storage room. He checked his attire, but he was already wearing his defensive suit, so there was not much to do. The one change he did make, however, was removing his shoes and putting on the bathroom slippers instead. The slippers, as unassuming as they seemed, provided Lex with complete protection from environmental threats. It seemed simple, but the ability was far more impressive than it appeared. Lex did not know what he would face when they approached BGY 987, but he had to be ready for a quick exit from the ship. Whether it was to confront any enemy spaceships or to land onto the planet as quickly as possible, he would need to exit the ship. That meant, for an undetermined period of time, he would be exposed to the vacuum of space. One would think that, with Lex's highly strengthened body, this should not be an issue. One would be wrong. The vacuum, a realm of unfathomable terror, promised an instant onslaught on his exposed form should he enter unprepared. In that abyss, pressure would tear at his body, siphoning every trace of moisture, sizzling fluids into vapor. Assuming that he would be able to protect himself using his defensive techniques would be a mistake, as the coldness of space encased him, threatening to freeze his very essence. Wrenching warmth away into the boundless void, Lex would be faced with dangers far beyond his comprehension. The space around a planet such as Earth, with a star rating even below 1, and this place with a star rating that was definitely higher were not the same. The insidious touch of radiation, unimpeded by shielding, strengthened by various energies beyond his comprehension, could corrupt his very cells, rewriting his genetic code with each moment exposed. It wasn't just the absence of air. It was an orchestra of merciless perils, a symphony of cosmic malevolence poised to ensnare him the moment he stepped into that emptiness. Fortunately, he could escape all that by simply equipping a pair of slippers. He looked at a nearby silver surface and observed his figure. Notorious anonymity, his devil's mask, looked especially menacing at the moment. As if mimicking the cold fury that Lex felt, the mask was neither grinning nor frowning. It looked absolutely plain, with only its eyes betraying the wrath that awaited whoever saw it. Lex, wearing the mask, accompanied by a striking figure equipped with his flawlessly tailored suit, exuded a menacing and deadly aura. The only thing that betrayed the gravity of his demeanor were a pair of white, fluffy slippers. The flawless golden initials of M and I could be seen on each piece. Lex didn't care. He was not there for a fashion show. On a screen nearby that displayed the space outside, the image changed, and Lex immediately laid eyes on hundreds of massive spaceships patrolling around a distant planet. No doubt there were more ships around, but we're just farther away. Cirque, drop me outside and find a way to land on the planet besides the battalion as soon as possible. If we are to exit, it has to be together. Lex spoke aloud, aware that Cirque would be able to hear him due to small mics in each room. As requested, the hatch for the storage room opened, and all the air inside the room was immediately sucked out. But faster than even that was Lex, who zoomed out the partially open hatch like a blur. In anticipation of a similar situation, he had already procured a technique that would allow him to move around in space. It was a simple one that merely leaked out spiritual energy from his body in jet streams, propelling him forward. Such a technique was not enough to lift him off a planet with medium or high gravity, but in space it allowed him to move freely. Barely any time had passed since the silent wanderer arrived, perhaps a couple of seconds, but Lex could already see many ships turning towards it, ready to attack. Lex needed no invitation, and so, without hesitation, he summoned one of the weapons he bought from the Emporium and launched it at the nearest ship. It was not quite time to use the ones he stole from the dragon, as he was too close to the ships, and he would get caught in the blast radius. The ship evaded, clearly able to detect approaching artillery, but it was for naught as the weapon was on a timer. Just as it passed by, it exploded, releasing a bright light that blinded anyone looking. Lex was naturally not looking, as he was already zooming towards another ship, ready to attack again. Yet his intention to unleash his entire payload changed when he felt space itself shake under the might of the previous explosion, forming a wave that spread out. Cracks formed at the site of the explosion, and a tear in space appeared, revealing the void behind it. As if pulled out by the suction of space, an army of void dwellers burst out from the hole. The many dangers of space did nothing to them, as they came from an even more perilous place. But nonetheless, they were destined to be nothing more than floating space trash, as they had no way to propel themselves in space. Lex's mind raced as he observed the space wave, comprehending the situation. It made sense that strong attacks could not be used. That was the very reason the system would not allow his innkeeper to descend to this place. The space was too fragile, but he was not beholden to the rules of the system, and he could not care less what happened to this space. A nefarious smile bloomed on his mask as Lex altered his plan, and hundreds more missiles appeared beside him. The space wave finally reached Lex, but instead of being affected by the distortion in space, Lex used his absurdly potent spatial affinity and used space itself to propel him forward. Seemingly surfing on the wave that flowed through reality, Lex approached the many spaceships. In comparison to their massive bodies, Lex was naught but space dust. But as soon as the ships saw the weapons all around him, many of them immediately retreated from that very space dust. Many of them shot at him, hoping to use the destruction of space to harm him. But how could Armageddon be stopped so easily? Without a thought or care, Lex launched his weapons at all the ships around him, even as he flew towards them at his full speed. In the silence of space, Lex orchestrated a brutal massacre, forming a symphony of spatial waves and ripples that he used to his own advantage. Countless lasers, bullets, rockets, and even Void Dweller approached him, yet with his technique that allowed him to adjust his movement at a mere thought, he dodged them with ease, leaving behind only his enemy's regrets. As if learning from him, one of the missiles seemed to be timed and exploded right beside him, but could not even wrinkle his suit. Cracks formed all around him, threatening to tear open and pull Lex into the void itself, momentarily giving his enemies hope. But before the tear could form, domination rose out of his body and spread all around him, suppressing even the distortion of space. He glanced at the cracks, and, as if afraid of him, the cracks retreated into nothing, as if they had never been there. Then the massacre continued. Chapter 867, Putting on a Show. Chapter 867, Putting on a Show. 867, Putting on a Show. Fighting in space was unlike any battlefield he had ever encountered. It was not just the weightlessness, lack of sound, or the need to be extremely conscious of any and all momentum transfer. The scale of the battlefield was larger than any he had ever been in, but more importantly, it extended in every axis. There was no up or down, high ground or low ground. He had to be aware of everything in every direction, with countless ships that could travel entire miles in seconds, or even less. No matter how fast Lex was, he could not match the speed of the ships if they tried to run away from him. Fortunately, they were just as keen to attack him as he was to destroy him, albeit they tried to keep as much distance as possible. Lex's space affinity, which was drastically greater than that of Z's, allowed him to do things that the latter could not, which was why his battle strength was not compromised at all. In fact, one could even say that his battle strength improved drastically in this zone where piercing through space was easy. One particular ship, much smaller in size than the rest, but also more nimble, decided to opt for the exact opposite style of attack than the rest. Dodging all the space debris, as well as the countless attacks flying through space, it approached Lex. The pilot was hoping to take advantage of being close to prevent Lex from throwing any more missiles or tearing holes in space, as that would compromise his own safety. At the same time, he hoped to use the tough body of the ship to slam Lex. While this was an unconventional form of attack, compared to a human, a spaceship was much tougher and durable. At the speeds that the ship was traveling, he would not be surprised if the flying devil wasn't smashed into minced meat. Lex, who was constantly fighting the various ships surrounding him, naturally noticed the ship, but did not try to avoid it. Did the enemy think he was someone who could casually be approached? Since Lex had been maximizing the use of his senses to maintain his awareness on this massive battlefield, he also quickly noticed what the battalion could not. He noticed the hidden formations all around the planet, all for the single purpose of monitoring and recording. Whoever had targeted the inn was also watching everything live and recording it for future use. This was bad, as Lex's identity was likely to be exposed if the enemy studied him and his moves thoroughly, but he was already prepared for that. Moreover, knowing that the enemy was watching only further infuriated him. Did he think he and the battalion were putting on a show for them to enjoy? Well, if they wanted a show, Lex would give them one. He ignored the approaching ship just until it was in his range. Without any forewarning or indication that Lex knew of the ship's arrival, he drastically changed directions and flew directly towards the ship. He was not strong enough yet to tear apart a ship designed for space travel in regions of high star levels. At least, not with his hands. He did not require any focus or special attention for his subsequent actions. He used impervious hands and channeled his spatial affinity into it. With this, considering the weak state of space, he could easily create a tear just big enough to swallow the ship before immediately closing it. But that is not what Lex chose to do. Instead, relying on his thoroughly trained intuition, Lex summoned spatial energy in his hand like a blade and repeated the swing he had been practicing for so long. Although no sword intent was manifested, as none of his previous practice sessions had accounted for a situation with no foothold, adding another weakness to his technique, the invisible blade made from space cleaved the entire ship in two. The pilot, who was jettisoned from his cockpit and flung out into open space, did not even realize what had happened before he died. Due to the fact that the blade Lex wielded was invisible, no one else understood what had happened either. But a few ships, who were mimicking the first ship by coming close, immediately deviated and began flying away from Lex. This was not a man in a devil mask. He was a true devil. Lex, I found the battalion on the planet and am descending, Cirque said, speaking through a talisman Lex had given him before. This specific talisman would allow the two to communicate with each other mentally even at a distance of 100 miles. Lex turned towards the planet, and his gaze immediately locked onto the whirling, majestic purple tempest dancing across its surface, its vivid hue contrasting against the grays and browns that filled it otherwise. His eyes gleamed, but he did not rush towards the battalion. Instead, he looked back at the countless ships in space, with more approaching from far in the distance. "You go. I'll cover your retreat," said Lex, as he summoned the weakest rocket he had stolen from the dragon's horde. "Remember, this one has a rupturing law frozen inside. Once it is unleashed, the devastation that has been frozen will wreak havoc without constraints. It's difficult to determine the extent of its power, but the law will barely last for a second. If you're within the blast radius, you'll die immediately. If you're even a millimeter outside the radius, you'll be perfectly safe," reminded Pell, as it saw its master take out a powerful weapon. But Lex needed no reminding. He had already asked the ring before, and knew that the estimated blast radius would be 500 miles at most. Of course, he did not plan on being anywhere even double that distance when the bomb went off. He strapped it to one of the more tame missiles he bought from the Emporium, before summoning 300 more of such missiles. Without hesitation, he launched all of them in random directions towards the many approaching ships, before hurling himself towards the planet at full speed. Chapter 868, There is no lingering danger at all. Chapter 868, There is no lingering danger at all. 868, There is no lingering danger at all. Many hours had already passed since the particular group of devils entered the inn and split. During this time, they did nothing suspicious. They merely roamed the grounds of the inn separately, as if exploring the wilderness during an adventure. Oddly, though, that abruptly ended when one of them spotted Velma. The devil stayed in the distance and only watched, but the rest from his group seemed to stop their wandering and converge towards him. Since he was following Velma, from a distance of course, when they would finally meet, the entire group would be near Velma. As for what would happen afterwards, only the devils themselves knew. Lex did not plan an elaborate reunion, nor was he intending on a long, drawn-out play for revenge. As angry as he was, he knew his first priority was to get the battalion back to the inn. It was exactly for this reason that he was willing to take a risk with the stronger missiles. Of course, the situation here was precarious, with space ripping apart easily. The influence of an attack on an immortal level will not be small. There was even a chance that the whole region became completely unstable. Lex had various plans to tackle the situation if something like that occurred, but they all came with a level of risk. The most important reason he was willing to play so dangerously and take such immense risks was because he did not know what the enemy had planned. If they had traps waiting for him, his only hope of winning this game would be to flip the entire table. So it was not out of recklessness or anger that he threw out that bomb, knowing full well that it could result in a massive space tear that even he could not control. No, instead, it was out of a desire to create a situation that no one could control. The countless ships behind him saw the hundreds of gifts he left behind for them and scattered. They had learned from his previous tactics and were familiar with the timed explosives he used. All they needed to do was fly around the many gifts and around their blast radius before continuing to pursue Lex. It would delay them, but considering how fast the ships were, the time difference was negligible. They only had to. The pilots' minds stopped working as they looked at the symphony of explosions taking place in space. To them, it was not but a light show they were supposed to see through their rear-view cameras. But the issue was, why could they hear the explosions even though they were in space? Moreover, the explosion did not go off with a typical boom, but with a deep, mournful wail, as if that of a crying child. As the bright cloud of light expanded in space, growing like a balloon filled with air, all those who were looking at it slowly stopped their actions. It was as if they were slowly losing their will to do anything. But if anyone was watching, they would see that their spirits were being drained, essentially killing off their intelligence without actually killing them. Whatever law had been trapped in the bomb, it was incredibly unusual with a much larger radius than Pell expected. Moreover, it was lasting a lot longer than it was supposed to. The last thing the countless pilots watching perceived before their entire spirit was absorbed was the ghastly noise of the explosion, turning from a wail into a gasp of surprise. Oddly enough, Lex, who was looking away from the explosion and rushing at his fastest speed, did not sense the abnormal cloud of light that was forming behind him at all. It was as if only those looking directly at it could perceive it. What he did notice was an abnormal absence of spatial waves despite the time for the explosions elapsing. Whatever the case, he would not stop to investigate now as his instincts were unusually silent. He did not detect any danger behind him, which was strange. After all, even if the explosion did not take place, there were countless enemy ships behind him. But his instincts gave him no warnings. But sometimes, depending on the circumstances, no warning was actually warning enough. What kind of danger could surpass the detection level of his instincts entirely? He did not want to wait to find out. It did not take long before he felt the gravity of the planet start to affect him, and felt his return to the atmosphere. The return of sounds was the most pleasant part of his journey, as he had to actively avoid paying attention to the sound of his own blood coursing through his veins, which was all he heard in space, accompanied by his heartbeat, of course. The technique he used to move around in space lost its potency, but that did not matter, as Lex had aimed his body well. He was falling directly towards what he could now see was a massive army, surrounding the battalion and attacking at every moment. The fact that they were not in their mech foretold of how bad their situation must be. If Lex had delayed any longer, it no longer mattered. Ignoring the flames forming around his body, Lex began to gather his spirit energy into his arms. Having a massive army around the battalion was clearly not good for teleporting back, so first he would kill them all. The strange lack of danger behind him urged him to rush as much as possible. So, without waiting for superhero landing, Lex gathered his spatial affinity in his hands like he had done before, and once again summoned a blade made of space. With a form that was much improved from the one he used in space, Lex once again swung his sword. The army was too far away, so the sword could not reach it. Lex had not manifested Sword in 10 either, so he couldn't use that for long-range attacks either. Instead, he used the tiny space blade in his hand to cut through space itself. Chapter 869, Mere Minutes of Chaos. Chapter 869, Mere Minutes of Chaos, 869 Mere Minutes of Chaos. As someone very new to using a wide array of fighting techniques, Lex was testing out things as ideas came to him. Besides impervious hands, his most commonly used technique, evisceration, and now most recently domination, Lex did not have many ways of attacking. As a result, much of what he was doing was based solely off of his theoretical knowledge of his skills and affinities. Ordinarily, it would be impossible for someone to take pure theory and implement it flawlessly. But nothing about Lex was ordinary. As he swung the blade, made of space, he used his affinity to his absolute limit as he tried to manipulate space with it. As if he were dragging a blade over glass, cracks started to form in air that began to rapidly spread. Moving even faster than the descending Lex, the cracks traveled in a straight line across the path Lex had swung in and descended down to the planet, and then through it, forming an artificial wall of cracked space. The wall was so massive that all stopped their movements. Whether it was the demons, the devils, the Marzu, or the battalion, they all froze as they tried to comprehend what had just happened. No one dared to move, as the wall of cracks was too massive. If this wall were to crumble and open up a tear in space, let alone the entire planet, this entire star system may be compromised by the tear. Moreover, a tear of this size would not heal on its own either, and would instead continue to grow bigger. This could literally destroy a massive chunk of space forever. Even the Zealot, who was observing everything secretly as he prepared his ritual, felt fear. Immediately, he decided to forego his original plan and proceed, even as unprepared as he was. He was not afraid of dying, but dying a stupid, worthless death was not what he wanted either. But Lex was not suicidal and would not kill everyone before he rescued the battalion. What the observers did not know was that this wall of cracked space was actually quite sturdy under the influence of Lex's affinity. But as a result, Lex, who hardly ever suffered from a deficiency of spiritual energy due to his massive reserves, suddenly used up half his energy. A reduction by half did not mean that he still had the same amount of energy left. He was a human, not a machine. The prowess he could show at 100% energy was much greater than that when he was at 90%. The energy reserves did not just reflect how much energy he had left to use, but a drop in his performance as well. Lex clicked his lips in annoyance, but moved past it. His suit, although not designed for it, would somewhat aid in his energy recovery. Meanwhile, he would focus on the task at hand. As Lex fell from the sky like a flaming comet, the silent wanderer had already shot past him and landed right beside the battalion, caring little for the lack of a landing zone. The beautiful ship took some damage on the landing and crushed a few demons as well before it instantly disappeared. Lex had given Cirque the silent wanderer's spatial container, so the pilot transferred the ship the moment he landed and fell to the ground. Since he landed near the battalion to begin with, it took him but a couple of moments to arrive next to them, before any from the battalion could welcome him, or rather question him on the escape plan. Cirque took out a pair of angel wings made of clay and broke them in two. The item had been given to him by Lex and was called Botlam's Grace. Since Lex's priority would be dealing with any nearby enemies and then stabilizing space for their escape, he left it up to Cirque to heal the battalion. He did not even consider saving the item for later in case the battalion wasn't truly hurt. They did not have the time to assess how hurt the individuals from the battalion were. Even if the potency of the item had to be wasted just to refresh them in case they weren't hurt, Lex did not mind. Better that than allowing the situation to become more precarious because they were conservative with their resources. A gust of wind, as if trapped within the clay, swept across the battlefield and touched everyone with its presence. The battalion members who were closest to it instantly felt completely refreshed and filled with energy, as if someone had made them chug a dozen energy drinks. Their minds regained all the potency and drive that sleep deprivation and exhaustion had taken from them. The world became crystal clear in their eyes, as if they had all been wearing dirty glasses that had just been replaced. Their aching muscles and somewhat strained meridians were rejuvenated, as if they had just walked out of a hot spring made from spiritual liquid. Z, who had been unconscious on the floor, immediately opened his eyes and jumped up, as if expecting to find himself mid-fight, yet all he saw were the sturdy backs of his comrades defending him. Even the Marzu, who were at somewhat of a distance, let out roars of exhilarated fury as they felt their energy return, allowing them to once again fight at full force. Heck, even the Void Dwellers seemed more energetic, though that lot usually lacked the intelligence to even determine whether their state had improved or worsened. It was usually their pack leaders who were responsible for thinking for the whole lot, who could tell such things. The demons, though, they did not respond so well to the healing winds that came from within the clay. Though a majority of them were on the other side of the spatial wall, protected from the winds that seemed to be unable to cross the barrier, a good few thousand of them were on the same side. They felt an instinctual fear and dread take hold of them when the clay was broken. But while there were some enemies they could fight, they had not yet learned to fight the wind. They found themselves defenseless against the winds that carried the grace of Botlam, and were akin to mortals before the might of nature. The winds did not waft across them, but hit them like a natural calamity. The unlucky ones lived long enough to groan and scream as their flesh burned and turned to ash. The lucky ones were dead before they even knew what happened. In mere seconds, a massive army was erased from existence, not even their armor surviving as a testament of their existence. Anything and everything which contained the aura of demons vanished under the effects of the wind. Cirque did not really pay attention to the spectacle he had released. Instead, he quickly found Gerard, as Luther was fighting far away from the battalion, so as to not hurt them. Recall everyone and stay ready. Leo will stabilize this space and give everyone an opportunity to use their keys to return to the inn. It might not be so easy, Gerard began to say, as his thoughts quickly wandered to the Zealot and their allies who were waiting for them back at the fort. He did not think the former would let them leave so easily, while he did not want to abandon the latter. "I'm just the messenger," Sir quickly interrupted Gerard, as he drew out a weapon of his own from his spatial ring. "If you have any concerns, tell Leo. He's the one running this operation." Gerard did not hesitate and immediately gave out orders. Luther was far away from them and was fighting demons on the other side of the space crack wall. Instead of asking him to come, it would be easier if they just went to him. With renewed vigor and might, the battalion took their positions and prepared themselves to march. They could see their comrade tearing through the sky in a ball of fire and heading towards them. As soon as he landed, they would immediately surround him. Hardly a couple of minutes had passed since Lex's arrival, but the situation had changed drastically. Even the figures watching from the darkroom were on the edge of their seats, as if watching for the crescendo of this grand finale. But the situation was much more chaotic than it seemed. In a dark corner of this planet, the zealot plunged his sword into Feor's skull as he initiated the ceremony prematurely. Up in space, the cloud of light reached its critical point and suddenly started to contract in on itself. Instead of disappearing, the fragmented law trapped within that missile seemed to be growing stronger and was instead taking on an elven shape. Chapter 870 Overworked Teenager. Chapter 870 Overworked Teenager. 870 Overworked Teenager. Lex's instincts, which had been as silent as a docile and frightened puppy, finally acted up, though Lex was not surprised. He immediately felt danger surrounding him, and a sort of timer which was counting down with barely any time on it all. This should be the trap, or perhaps even the first of many traps that were waiting for him. Lex scoffed and turned to look at the invisible formations that surrounded this planet. He knew his every action was being monitored, his every word being heard. The enemy was still watching, silently learning everything about him. But was he not doing the same? He channeled his spirit energy into his left eye and closed his right now. The world looked more vibrant than ever and revealed more than what was there. He saw the weakness in everything and the strength it could display. He saw the potential everything carried and understood how it could be achieved. He always knew his left eye was special, but it was only once he asked Pell that he realized what its true ability was and what he was really looking at. He had gained a weak version of something that was usually only attained by a few extremely gifted immortals. He could see hints of the laws that were contained in everything. As a result, he could see the natural path of progression for every object, peer into a few secrets, and learn how to destroy or strengthen anything he looked at with ease. For example, a treasure that was actually simple but hid a deep secret could not hide from Lex. For no matter what kind of method it used to hide its secrets, it could not hide the laws that made it up, as well as the secret. With the ability of his left eye, when he looked at the world, all its secrets were revealed to him. He could see various points across its surface where certain laws gathered, trying to pierce through the veil of reality. Those monuments were not just to send the planet into the void, but to a certain location within the void. Clearly, the enemy had planned or prepared something at that spot. He saw, in a distant corner, far away from the battalion, a well of tainted light. It was a type of divine energy, but feeble and forcefully collected. He saw a curse, hiding in the depths of the planet, sealing something deep within its core. It seemed this planet itself was suffering from the influence of a curse, though that seemed to be old. He saw. It did not matter. With his clear understanding of this world, he formed an array around himself. It was weak, weaker than it was supposed to be, a fault of this uniquely weak space, but it got the job done. The array had only one function: to speed up Lex's descent and guide it to a specific location. Lex, the flaming comet descending from up above, was supposed to be a couple of minutes away. That would have been enough time for the battalion to gather near the cracked space wall and wait for it to recover so that they could approach Luther. Instead, the comet sped up abnormally and crashed into the demon army beside Luther before anyone could react. Even Luther was startled by the massive scale of the explosion that occurred due to Lex's landing. It was not because he was expecting later, but because everyone, himself included, had tamed down their actions so as to not disturb the wall of cracks. The person responsible for the space cracks, instead, seemed to not care at all. Climbing out of the massive hole caused by his landing, Lex immediately gave out instructions. "Follow me. We have allies who are stranded," Luther said, even as he withdrew his purple flames and followed the masked devil. They were surrounded by demons on all sides, but Lex made no effort to attack them. As soon as they entered the range of his domination, they buckled under the weight and fell to the ground, as if kneeling before their lord. This was because they were suffering from the weight of domination much more than they should have. With his left eye, Lex could clearly perceive their weaknesses, and he subtly controlled domination to press down on them, making them much more susceptible to its effects. "One of you can stay behind, and we can deal with rescuing the rest, but the majority of the battalion needs to leave. The situation is about to change drastically," Lex said, looking up at the sky. The pale divinity was already spreading across the sky, slowly encompassing the planet. Luther, in a hurry to update the handsome devil, shared the situation with his spirit sense. Everything he had learnt, from them being targeted, the objective of the devils, the function of the monuments, as well as the strange zealot, was shared in those few moments so that Lex would not be taken by surprise should there be any interference. They approached the wall of space cracks, and, as if making way for them, the cracks in a small area receded, allowing the two to pass through easily. The battalion was already waiting for them, standing in formation, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The Marzu, too, had gathered there. They had long been briefed that the battalion was expecting reinforcements, although they did not understand how two individuals would save them. As they had been expecting a massive army, they did not question it. The influence of Botlam's grace already amazed them, so they were willing to see how the situation developed. Luther, Gerard, and even the rest had experienced much during this war and felt that their horizons had grown. Even still, they were amazed by the series of phenomenal abilities shown by this single member of the inn, though they were not surprised. It only made sense that someone sent by the innkeeper was amazing. They would not be surprised regardless of what he did. Heck, even if he destroyed the planet itself, they would just take it in their stride. Lex encompassed everyone with his spiritual sense and then attempted to strengthen space within that region to some extent. He succeeded, but only barely. Without any explanation, he took out his space seal talisman, the function of which was to solidify space in a region to such an extent that teleportation in and out of it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible. Of course, such an effect would only occur in normal space. In this region, the talisman could not even achieve half of its effects. The reason Lex had strengthened the space around the group, even if just a little, was that he wanted the talisman to focus specifically on that region alone. If the talisman were not enough, he was ready to use the wine bowl as well. There were no visible effects of strengthening space, but the members of the battalion who had a space affinity felt a subtle change in the region. With trouble literally on the horizon, as the pale divinity was about to reach them, and the unknown state of what was happening in space, Lex did not dare delay. Immediately, he threw out golden keys, making sure each of the Marzu got one. The battalion members already had their own. "Crush your keys and return to the inn." As if sensing the urgency in his voice, some of the battalion members immediately tried to crush the key. If the surrounding space was too unstable, then the key would not break. But, as if fate was finally giving them a reprieve, the keys were crushed. A number of them disappeared. Cirque asked, in case his aid was still needed. "You leave too?" "In that case, good luck, Leo," said Cirque, before crushing his key as well. The rest of the battalion members did not hesitate either. Since the order had been given, they crushed their keys, all disappearing, except Z and the Marzu. One of the Marzu said, looking at Luther, though the fear and hesitation in his eyes was evident. "If she's alive, I'll save her. Otherwise, then there's nothing I can do. If you don't want to go, I won't force you, but just be aware that I can't solidify space again and again." Just as the Marzu were hesitating, and speaking with one another through their spirit sense, Z stepped forward, looking at Lex oddly. Z asked with the awkwardness of a teenager working a part-time job in front of their boss. Gone was the confident, battle-hardened Z. Instead, the overworked teenager seemed to have returned. Chapter 871 Countdown. Chapter 871 Countdown. 871 Countdown. Lex looked down at Z and found that the scrawny kid had actually grown much taller recently. It was not just his improved cultivation that affected his height, or the fact that many months had passed. The extreme stress he had been under caused his body to constantly push itself to evolve. 8 meters, and his frame was filling out, although his face still retained his youthfulness. Looking at Lex, Z seemed hesitant with slumped shoulders, but within his eyes Lex could see a deep fierceness that seemed even more aggressive than Luther's. Clearly, every one of them had grown in their own ways during this time. What relieved Lex, however, was that the stress of war did not distort his personality. The fact that he could still behave so timidly in front of Lex spoke of how he had clung to his original personality. Yet as happy as Lex was to see his store manager once again, this was really not the time to catch up and reminisce. "It's me, Z. Unless there's something important, we should talk at the inn. This space will only last for a dozen seconds or so," said Lex out loud, so that even the waiting Marzu would decide on what they wanted to do. Z said, regaining some of his confidence as the topic diverted towards important matters. "I didn't focus on it before because our survival was at risk, but now there's a chance. I can feel a connection to something hidden. I can feel a call, as if something connected to me is hidden just out of view. Every time space cracks appear, or a new space tier opens, I can briefly feel that connection. I don't know what it is, or how it's even possible that something can be connected to me, since I've never left the inn before, but my instincts tell me it's something very important." Lex, who was keeping an eye on the ever-expanding divine energy and calculating various other potential dangers, paused his thoughts as a certain gleam passed through his eyes. Z could not think of why he would be connected to something outside the inn, but he certainly could. All the workers at the inn were actually clones of others. If Z felt a connection to something, then it was probably something related to the person Z was originally cloned from. Lex did not have any particular interest in the history or background of his workers' original bodies, for that had no reflection on his workers whatsoever. Although, he had to admit that each and every one of them had phenomenal potential. Whatever gene pool the system was drawing from was of the highest tier. After a few mental calculations, Lex looked at Luther. "Change of plans. Z will come with me. You head back to the inn." The moment Lex finished his sentence, Luther grappled with overwhelming mental conflict. No matter how anyone else judged Luther's leadership, the fact that he had not foreseen the trap coming, and over the past few days could only struggle against the odds as he waited to be rescued, left him feeling inadequate. Luther was supposed to be the innkeeper's secretary and assistant, but he could not even do this much. He felt defeated. The sole consolation he had was that at least no one died under his watch. But he did not waste time. Since he was told to go back, and he knew the urgency of the situation, he immediately took out his key. "Oh, and one more thing," Lex said, still looking at Luther. "The innkeeper told me to let you know. You should start planning out a design for the prison you wanted." Luther's fist tightened as he heard Lex's words, and for once, Lex could not read a person's emotions. He could not tell if Luther was frustrated or pleased, or a mix of both. Either way, Lex had no more time. Luther departed, but the Marzu had not gone yet. We just checked using a special means. "Feor, she is already dead," one Marzu said, with a look of defeat and anger in his eyes. "Just leave and go report her death to your seniors." As for revenge, Lex wanted to look up at the sky, but still hesitated. He had lost his entire skin the last time he used one of Pelvalian's bombs. He refused to believe that the second one he used was so harmless. Whether the Marzu took his advice or not, Lex did not care. He put his hand on Z's shoulder and rushed away from there. He neither cared about the void dwellers in his path, nor the demons. Why would he, when they could not but kneel in his presence? I'll do my best to help you. But you must understand that the situation is about to get very dangerous. If the situation is getting out of hand, you need to be ready to leave this opportunity behind, said Lex as his mental countdown neared 0. 13, 12, 11, he asked. Z pointed in a certain direction as he tried to think of a possible solution. How can you still manipulate space in this place? Lex did not have time to explain, so he just handed Z the space affinity manual and kept running. 6, 5, 4. As Lex felt the pale divine energy encompass the world, he felt that it was oddly familiar. He had flashbacks of when he used a butter knife at full power. Even now, he did not know how he had attacked with it. Perhaps it was a power that he could only understand when he naturally reached the level that attack was on. But he sensed the divine being he had locked onto. Later, through studying various reports on the Henali portal, as well as interacting with the representatives of the Henali, Lex found out who he had really targeted. The deity Ra. His eyes narrowed. He did not know who the others were behind this attack on the battalion, but Ra was definitely behind the Zealot. 3, 2. You feel safe attacking us outside the inn, because you think the protection of the inn does not extend here, Lex said aloud, knowing that his voice could clearly be heard by whoever was watching. The divine energy finally encompassed the entire planet, and a profound change took place. The noble aura of a deity descended, and shocked every living being on the planet like a clap of thunder right beside one's ear. All the demons and void dwellers were immediately stunned, freezing where they stood despite the compulsion of any orders they may have received. The Marzu, taking Lex's advice, left and so were saved from enduring such a corrupted majesty. The few elves, minotaurs, and other races that defended the fort were similarly stunned, as if they lost their very ability to think and perform actions. Only a few devils who were spread across the planet, the Zealot, as well as Lex and Z, were able to endure and retain their thoughts. Among them, Z only survived due to Lex enveloping him in domination. This ability could not only intimidate his foes, but empower his allies as well. Just as Lex was on the verge of cursing, realizing that it was impossible to reach the battalion's allies in time to save them, he saw a new law beginning to affect the planet. From his left, he saw the law descend from the sky like rain and target every living being on the planet. Most laws for him were difficult to fully comprehend and identify, even if he could innately identify their weaknesses, but this one he was all too familiar with. Something was teleporting all beings and bringing them somewhere. Lex immediately stopped running and allowed himself and Z to be influenced as well. Come, Z, let me show you how you should thwart your enemy's plans in the future, he said before their figures disappeared. In the dark room, every single figure watching the projection felt their emotions undulating. The words of the man wearing a devil mask were clearly targeting them, and his unique choice of wearing a devil's mask when facing a conspiracy formed by a devil spoke of deep implications. Were they in danger? While everyone else was fearing for their lives, only Rocketfellow and the Zealot were experiencing different emotions. The Zealot was suppressing his rage and regret-filled scream. Thousands of the inn's employees had escaped. How was he to get his revenge if they all escaped? If he had not been so thoroughly suppressed earlier, he may have gone on a rampage. As for Rocketfellow, he was simply smiling. He murmured, looking at the mask. Chapter 872-2 Unreasonable. Chapter 872-2 Unreasonable. 872-2 Unreasonable. When Lex and Z reappeared, they found themselves amidst a crowd of millions of demons. They were of all shapes and sizes, large and small, and bore a faint resemblance to whatever organism they had been before the demonic conversion. Clearly, everything that had once been alive on this planet had been turned into a demon, though he could not understand why. As confident as he was in the battalion's prowess, even they could not fight forever. With so many resources available, the mastermind only needed to use them in a slightly more effective manner to completely overwhelm the battalion. Yet he had squandered them. But that no longer mattered. Lex said to Z as he turned his attention to something else. Despite the presence of so many demons, and no doubt void dwellers and other beings. Just out of sight, there was an odd silence in the area as every one of them was subdued by the aura of divinity. Up ahead, in the distance, was a massive altar where a massive statue made of a deep red stone had been erected. The finer details of the statue were difficult to perceive, but the body of a man and the head of a hawk were easily identifiable. Behind the state, a massive creature had been strung up, its feathery carcass dripping with blood that flowed out of a hole in its skull. The blood fell at the statue's feet and then seemed to be absorbed into it. From so far away, Lex could see that a robed figure kneeled on the altar and worshipped it zealously, screaming something as he did. His voice did not carry from so far away, so Lex had no idea what he was saying, but it was enough to identify him as the enemy. By the way, lesson number 1 of thwarting enemy plans: never let them complete their monologue. Lex locked onto the zealot and used evisceration. Using the technique with his left, I did not add any extra effects to it, it seemed. Lex should probably look into getting new attacks. The zealot, who was prostrating himself towards the statue of his lord, was completely unprotected when the soul attack struck him. A sharp, inhumane wail shrieked through the air as the zealot fell forward, nearly dying from the attack. But his entire being was fueled by divinity, so his seriously wounded soul soon showed signs of automatically recovering, even if the recovered parts looked pale and decaying. Bewildered that someone could ignore the descent of his lord's clone, and mad at being attacked, the zealot turned around quickly, only to welcome a fist in his face. Lex did not hesitate in attacking, nor did he feel particularly courteous towards his enemy. He was somewhat curious about why the divine aura was not causing space to break, but instead of questioning it, he helped amend the situation by throwing out dozens of bombs in the air, waiting for them to drop amongst the endless demons. As if unsure whether the explosions could truly break space, Lex held nothing back as he used his immense physical strength and dashed towards the zealot, aided by the effect of some quickly conjured arrays. He reached just in time to deliver a devastating punch that blasted the zealot from his position and slammed him into the very statue he was worshipping. Lex paused and shook his fist as if jerking some putrid-smelling goo off his hand. "Why is your face so squishy?" he asked, looking back. Several explosions went off, but strangely, space did not tear as Lex expected. He narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out why. This was both a good thing and bad. On the plus side, it would allow an easy escape to the end for Z if needed. On the downside, his enemies could also employ more powerful means. Z, who was awkwardly latched on Alex's back, took the opportunity of Lex pausing to get off. Lesson number 2, identify the weakness in your enemy's plan and constantly take advantage of it. Using his left eye, Lex could tell that an enormous amount of divine energy was filling up the red statue, and that it seemed to be the focal point of whatever was happening to the planet. So, true to his words, Lex leaped forward, intending to break the statue with a punch. The zealot roared the moment he saw what Lex was doing and attacked him. The hood had fallen off his head, revealing a dried-up skull with extremely prominent veins all over it. A few of those veins had popped due to Lex's punch, leaking out the dark brown sludge it was carrying within. The zealot had no cultivation, but the strange divinity he held within his body empowered him. He formed a scythe of pure energy and swung at Lex's neck as he channeled more of energy to try to hold Lex down with its aura, as he did the others. But with his defensive suit accompanied by his domination, nothing could influence Lex. He completely ignored the scythe and allowed it to try to cut him, only for it to be deflected away by his collar. His suit, despite being incredibly soft to wear, was not something to be taken lightly. Lex's punch connected to the statue, but the divine energy contained within seemed to act on its own, to protect the statue. Blasphemer! Heretic! The zealot screamed as he attacked Lex again. But Lex completely ignored him and allowed his numerous attacks to fall onto his suit. Instead, he focused completely on destroying the statue, as it was increasingly feeling more and more ominous. In the back, Z was watching, flabbergasted. Wasn't Leo's defense just too unreasonable? If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 873 Silent Oath. Chapter 873 Silent Oath. 873 Silent Oath. In space, the elven figure made of light was becoming smaller and smaller. Yet, as its size decreased, the shape of the figure became more and more distinct. The entity that Pelvalen had believed was a broken law started to regain a hint of sentience, both due to its gradual recovery, as well as the fact that it sensed a threat to its existence. Space seemed to be cracking around it as its size decreased. Clearly, its existence could not be supported in this place. Yet, conveniently, it sensed a deity's domain encompassing a planet nearby. With no real thoughts developed as of yet, the figure of light acted on instincts and moved within the domain, finally allowing the space in the vicinity to rest. Of course, now the pressure of its existence was being borne by the deity's domain. But, as of yet, it did not have enough intelligence to worry about such things. At the altar, the situation was becoming more and more chaotic. Just as the deformed zealot was unable to harm Lex seemed unable to harm the statue. There was a massive well of divine energy contained within which it was using to defend itself, and the divine energy kept increasing instead of decreasing as time went by. Lex did not need a thorough investigation to figure out that the increasing divinity came from the blood of the Marzu hanging behind the statue. Lex's eyes narrowed as he reconsidered his plan. Although he could see the weakness of the statue due to his ability to peer at the laws that made it up, the shield of divine energy prevented any of his attacks from reaching the statue itself. This was also the reason he attacked the statue instead of the zealot. As much as he enjoyed frustrating him, a single hit had been enough for him to analyze the fact that the zealot was also under the protection of this unusual divine energy. Although he was not impervious to damage, he would heal almost instantly after sustaining an attack. Whatever ritual was taking place was already underway, and he had to disrupt it somehow. Z exclaimed. While Lex had been beating the statue, Z was looking for the other survivors from the fort. But even if he found them, Z could not go rescue them, for it was Lex's ability that prevented him from freezing as well. His call attracted Lex's attention, but it also attracted that of the zealot. Fueled by a blinding fury, the zealot hurled his scythe at Z, strengthened by his divine might. But if Lex were not confident in protecting him, he would never have separated. Lex had put up invisible shields using Imperial Shield all around Z, protecting him from any attack. The scythe broke through a couple of them, but was eventually unable to reach the in-worker. The zealot let out a savage, frustrated howl at failing once again. He wanted nothing more than to cleanse these heretics, but his power was insufficient. Driven mad, the zealot decided to do something even more crazy. His figure vanished, and he appeared in the distance, above the countless demons, and began killing them in droves. Lex approached Z and stood beside him and watched the actions of the far-off zealot. Lesson 3 of thwarting your enemy's plans. You need a thorough understanding of your enemy's actions and what motivated them to begin with. That zealot is somehow generating divine energy through the death of countless beings. I believe that when the zealot arrived on this planet, he was probably very weak, without any cultivation of his own. That is also why he never acted against anyone before. He was silently using you to kill as many as possible, so that he could harvest as much energy as possible. Whatever ceremony he has started also requires an immense amount of divine energy, so he's killing all the demons himself. He's hoping to speed up the ceremony and use its effects to kill us. Z did not hesitate in answering. Our first priority is saving our allies. You're right. But you're also wrong, said Lex as he grabbed onto the youth and rushed towards their previous allies. If you're feeling extremely gracious, one way is to send all the demons here to the inn as well. With no beings to kill, his plan will fail on its own. But I'm not so keen on sending the very demons who are hunting you down to the inn. Since this entire planet is full of enemies, with only a few remaining allies, there's a much simpler solution. Just as Lex finished his words, he summoned another one of Pelvalian's missiles. He did not know why the previous one had not delivered its devastation yet, although he was quite sure it would eventually erupt. That did not mean, however, that he could not just use another missile. Whether it tore up space or not would not matter if he targeted the planet itself, right? Z, who was up until now focusing on Lex's words, suddenly trembled. He made a silent oath to never miss a day of work in his life. Of course, you can also take advantage of a few uncertain elements as well, Lex said as he suddenly turned his head and looked to his left. In that direction, a new group had just been teleported over from somewhere on the planet, and within that group Lex sensed multiple powerful beings. A single glance was enough to tell Lex that there were over a dozen devils amongst that group, and they all looked like they were struggling against the suppression of the deity's aura. Chapter 874 Devil's Throne. Chapter 874 Devil's Throne. 874 Devil's Throne. Although Lex had spotted the devils, they had not spotted him yet. They were all struggling against the divine aura, but the moment they were teleported over and found themselves amidst an endless sea of stunned demons, they stopped holding back whatsoever. The devils transformed. Their aura immediately erupted as 17 devils roared out in anger. They had come to this planet to hunt, and instead were the ones being played with. But while the devils regained their ability to move around freely, the demons around them still did not heed their commands. After all, they could not move at all. Lex did not stop moving, but instead of going over the sea of demons, he decided to be a little more discreet and travel on the ground. He even withdrew the missile he planned on using. If he could get the devils and the zealot to fight each other, something unexpected may happen. He did not need to do much besides stay out of sight and not attract attention. The zealot was blaring his aura in full as he carried out a massacre, and thus easily attracted the attention of all the devils. Without hesitation, the devils spread their wings and took flight, ready for war. A few moments later, the thunderous sounds of a massive brawl echoed across the expanse, alongside the frequent earthquakes. Z asked. He was feeling incredibly strange, which could be determined by the fact that he was casually asking questions even in such a serious moment. They were not out of danger, and, if anything, were in much more danger than what the battalion was facing before. Yet he felt none of the associated pressure or even urgency. It was as if he was completely safe so long as he stayed beside Leo, which made no sense. After all, it could be easily seen that Leo himself could not effortlessly resolve every issue, or else he would have destroyed that statue. He knew this, but feelings were not the most logical part of the human experience, and Z felt incredibly safe at that moment. No, they can't. It's not that the zealot is strong, but that he has too much divine energy. Even if I kill him in one hit, he will immediately come back to life, because it's not his soul sustaining him, but the energy itself. Z, having been extremely introverted for months, kept asking Leo random questions, sometimes related to their situation, and sometimes not. Lex, playing the role of Leo, too, kept answering all questions patiently. He did not try to point out that they were currently on a battlefield, and that this was not necessarily the best time to chat. After all, between the two of them, Z had spent more time on the battlefield, so Lex was in no position to speak. With the symphony of a chaotic battle accompanying them, they finally reached their destination and reached those of their allies that had been left at the fort. At a glance, Z could tell that their numbers had dwindled greatly during their time apart, but there was nothing he could do about that. Lex handed Z a bunch of keys, and they began to slip the keys in the hands of the surviving soldiers, and then crush them to send them to the inn. With all their assailants and pursuers occupied with fighting each other, they faced no hurdles whatsoever. Z actually felt strange that no new void dwellers had rained down on him in so long. Their progress was steady, and just when it seemed that they would succeed without incident, Lex suddenly grabbed Z's hand and prevented him from giving a key to the leader of the elves. He asked, looking around warily. Instead of answering, Lex grabbed the elf's neck without warning and slammed him into the ground. The slam was in no way half-hearted, as the ground was torn apart as the elf's body hit it like a hammer. Any survivors nearby were thrown away from the resulting tremor, though they still could not move on their own. As the dust cleared, Z saw that his devil-masked boss was no longer holding an elf, but rather a grinning devil. "How did you dash?" The devil began to speak, but Lex was not interested in having a conversation. The worst mistake the devil made was letting Lex grip his neck. As someone who ran an establishment where the majority of his guests were devils, Lex had done thorough research into devils and any affiliated knowledge. Predictably, the Henali portal did not give out information such as the key weaknesses of devils. After all, it was a regulated platform. But the Emporium had no such issue, and had given Lex a detailed breakdown on some of the common strengths and weaknesses of devils. For reasons unknown, the devils had two forms, a human form and what was considered their true form. They were at their weakest in their human form, while any major damage they sustained would automatically trigger a transition. Not much could be done about any damage they sustained while still weak. Instead of slamming the devil around, as Lex often liked to do with enemies he grabbed a hold of, he picked up the devil and wrapped his free arm around its face. The devil's grin faded as he realized what was happening, but Lex moved too fast. Leveraging his immense strength and the grip he had, Lex broke the devil's neck in one swift motion, leaving its head dangling unnaturally. "You vermin!" The devil, still somehow alive, screamed as his body began to grow under the effects of its transformation. "Of course I know what I've done," Lex answered as he summoned a dagger from his spatial bangle. This was one of the weapons he bought from the Emporium, and it could theoretically even pierce the skin of an immortal. All Lex needed was for the immortal to hold still while he tried to stab him. But with the devil, this was not an issue. With machine-like precision, Lex stabbed the knife directly into the devil's spine before it completed its transformation. The devil screamed again, but Lex showed no hesitation as he systematically crippled the devil. Not only did he sever many important nerves, or the devil equivalent, but more importantly, he cut all the meridians within its body. Within a couple of minutes, the devil was completely crippled without any ability to retaliate in any way. The only thing he could still do was to use its mouth to curse and threaten Lex as it tried to comprehend the horror of what had happened to it. "Continue to rescue the rest. There are no other devils amongst them," Lex said, not even turning to look at Z. He had not massacred nearly enough enemies to sate his boiling anger, but his cold, calculating mind kept him from acting out. He had to focus only on what was absolutely necessary. When he finally got hold of the devil, Lex still did not vent his emotions. Contrary to what it may seem like, Lex did not torture it for his personal satisfaction. Instead, it was to leave it vulnerable as he extracted information from it. He slammed his domination down on the devil, finally putting an end to its endless curses, and put his fingers on the devil's temple. His fingers seemed to blur and enter the devil's mind as he used mind meld to transform bits of himself into thought. This was a surprisingly useful ability, and it made interrogation much easier. But Lex had not fully mastered it, or even attained great proficiency in it yet. He had not had much opportunity to experiment with this ability, so he could only use his intuition as his guide as he sifted through the devil's memories. He had killed the elf he had been disguised as and infiltrated the battalion stronghold. Yet oddly enough, it had never acted against them. It was as if the devil was only there to watch, or perhaps he was a part of some contingency plan. He delved deeper to peer into his secrets, but suddenly found his memories changing. The landscape of his mind slowly began to darken, as if he was losing his thoughts or memories completely. Instead, a massive throne was forming from their fragment, positioned right in front of Lex. A massive devil appeared on the throne and looked down on Lex with a charming grin, as if he was genuinely happy to see him. Once again, Lex's instincts failed to warn him of any danger, but his own common sense told him that the appearance of this devil was likely due to some protective techniques used on the captured devil's memories. Chapter 875 Devil's Bane Dagger. Chapter 875 Devil's Bane Dagger. 875 Devil's Bane Dagger. Compared to the enormous throne, Lex seemed like an ant. The devil sitting in the throne seemed both grand and menacing as it looked down on Lex. The surrounding darkness wrapped itself around the devil's face, so only his eyes were visible, but the rest of his figure could easily be seen, as if it was fully illuminated. The devil clearly seemed to enjoy the feeling of Lex looking up at it, and even leaned forward so that it could bring its face right above Lex, forcing him to arch his neck even further. But while the devil reveled in his sense of superiority, Lex was indifferent to the size difference. Once one had stood atop a dragon, the size of things hardly seemed to matter anymore. "You?" the devil began to say, stretching out his words as if building anticipation. Outside the mind of the devil Lex was invading, the devil had quietly and secretly healed. Although he was not back in his prime, it was enough for him to move his tail. The tip of his was sharper than a sword, even and stabbed Lex right in the heart. Or tried to. All it managed to do was ruffle his suit a bit. Within the mindscape, Lex continued to look at the devil indifferently. Clearly his plan did not have the effect he sought. Lex asked, though he had already made his own judgments. "Why do you hope to know, Dragon Tamer? Do you think you can conquer me like you did the dragon? Do you think you can hide your identity behind such pathetic masks?" The devil's voice rose into a deafening scream, shaking not just Lex's mind but the mindscape he was in as well. Outside, the devil's tail continued its feeble attempts at stabbing Lex until the once sharp tail turned dull but could not even tear a single stitch of Lex's suit. "You're trying to intimidate me, to threaten me. That means you are afraid. Good. You should be afraid," said Lex before leaving the mindscape. He was not going to learn much more than the fact that there was a group of devils intricately linked to this assault on the Midnight Inn. But who they were specifically was still a mystery. Lex would have liked to spend more time investigating, but he did not forget that time was short. The moment he was done trying to look into the devil's thoughts, Lex brought out the dagger he had used earlier and stabbed it through the devil's eye. Unbelievably, even with an injury on its brain, the devil was not dead yet and continued to scream. Lex had to stab the devil numerous times before he succumbed to his wounds. He pulled out the dagger one last time and wiped the blood off from the devil's clothes before taking a good look at it. The silver blade was straight, serrated, and 8 inches, 20 centimeters, long, making it look fairly ordinary. It was instead the handle, made of an unusual black material that perfectly adapted itself to the shape of Lex's hand. The top and bottom edges of the handle had some sharp spikes pointing outwards that actually looked more dangerous than the blade. But looks were deceiving. The blade was made from a rare metal that had the durability and sharpness to cut through the skin of an ordinary immortal. Of course, to actually perform the task, one would need a lot more than just a sharp blade. Besides that, the blade was also enchanted, so that it would suck out the vitality of anyone who touched it. The handle was made of a special material that protected the user from the blade's enchantment. This ludicrously sharp and deadly knife had a very contrastingly simple name of dagger, but considering his first kill with it, Lex decided to rename it Devil's Bane Dagger. Devil's Bane Dagger would not have worked on the zealot or the statue, which was why Lex had not used it earlier, but the devils who had incredibly resilient bodies were prime targets for it. He turned back to Z, who was still sending away his remaining allies. "We have sent away anyone we could, and we can thwart the enemies by sending a powerful rocket their way. Now the only thing left is to figure out how we are going to access the place that you felt a connection from. I can feel it. The place is nearby, but it's hidden or just out of reach. Every time space tears, I can feel its entrance, but the space tears always open up to the void." Z's explanation reminded him of the sensation he had earlier, where he felt that the space here was stretched over something, as if to hide it. "Although I understand what you are saying, I have no way of reaching the place. Read the manual I gave you and see if you can figure something out. Since you're the only one who can feel the connection, you are the only one who can open up a door to that place." In the distance, he could see that more and more divine energy was accumulating in one point. The statue. The devil besieging the zealot had not slowed the accumulation of divine energy in any way. Instead, it had sped up the process, no doubt due to the collateral damage from their fight. As if sensing that the situation was about to get much worse, Lex took off his blazer and dropped it on Z's shoulders. The young man was quite strong, but was not strong enough to casually tolerate the defensive blazer that had been designed from Lex. His knees buckled and he fell to the ground, but fortunately, he had caught himself before he face-planted. Chapter 876, The Sudden Change. Chapter 876, The Sudden Change. 876, The Sudden Change. An unusual situation came about as Z sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a blazer that practically caused him to bend until his face was almost touching the book he was reading. Around them stood the formidable demon army that had been created specifically to hunt them down, yet they did nothing except stand still. Lex stood beside him cross-armed, waiting for something to happen. Realistically, it was impossible for Z to master space well enough in a short enough time that he would be able to open a door to the place he felt a connection. What Lex was hoping for, instead, was that he would be able to resonate with that place, somehow triggering a door or invitation of some kind. Of course, it would not do to tell his own employee that he had no faith in him, so instead he waited in silence. The seconds ticked by, each seeming to extend forever before giving way to the next. Slowly, those seconds turned to minutes. Z was focusing his utmost and reading as quickly as possible, in a rush. He had no idea when death and destruction would rain down on them, so it would be best if could leave before then. For a short while, nothing happened. Their presence remained undetected to the devils fighting far off, and so there was no one to bother them. But ultimately, a change did come, and it came abruptly and on a massive scale. Without forewarning, the red statue erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of light that blinded all, and it was followed by an unearthly wail filled with both anger and anguish. A voice roared filled with a lust for vengeance. The previous blinding light was so strong, even Lex was forced to close his eyes, but pure instinct guided him to use impervious hands and bring his right hand in front of his face. His timing was perfect as a fist seemingly made of light landing right in his hand, packed with all the strength it could muster. The force of the impact caused a minor shockwave to blow heavy gusts of wind around Lex, and pushed away many of the nearby demons. But, for all its bluster, could not move Lex or even his hand by a single inch. Lex opened his eyes to see a being made of pure light, identical in shape to that of the red statue. Even so, with its body made of light and the face of a hawk, Lex could clearly tell that its expression was contorted into one of absolute, uncontrollable rage. Lex could not help but ask. He had not even moved from his spot. If the entire purpose of the ritual was to summon this being of light, shouldn't it be strong? It had thought it impossible, but Lex's question enraged the being of light even more. It tried to pull back its hand to launch another attack, but as if to emphasize what Lex had said, was unable to free itself from Lex's grasp. Lex, unwilling to let the mystery continue, used his left eye to peer into the being's body and discovered the issue. All the divine energy that had been gathered so far was used up entirely to make the body of light, sustaining the being's existence. The same amount of energy wielded by the zealot afforded him many abilities, but for this being, it was only enough to sustain itself. But that fact on its own was a testament to how powerful this being was. It was just that, before it could gather more strength, it had attacked Lex, giving him an irreplaceable opportunity. He could clearly see, even now, more and more divine energy was filling its body, thereby increasing its strength. His mind clicked, and Lex understood that if he allowed this being to gather enough divine energy, it really would become a powerful foe. Although Lex had merely said the name, he felt a sense of rejection from the entire world. Every speck of space that had been encompassed by the divine energy seemed to gain a semblance of intelligence, and was using it to reject Lex's presence. It was trying to kick him out. Fortunately, the sensation lasted just the very duration he said the deity's name, and not longer, or he may really have encountered a problem. My name is not for you to utter. Vermin, I will annihilate Dash before R.A. could continue screaming. Lex used his left hand, still empowered by impervious hands, and grabbed his beak, shutting it. Lex asked without looking back. Z responded promptly, as if he was ready for a quiz. For the first time in days, Lex smiled. Lex freed his right hand and stepped forward to deliver a punch right in the deity's stomach, causing it to lurch backwards. But with his grip on Ra's beak, it could neither grunt nor escape from him. You should have learned the first time, R.A., Lex whispered in his ear, more than happy to tolerate the momentary rejection from the world. He did not know how to kill a deity, or more likely a projection, or perhaps clone of a deity, but with his left eye he could see the weakness of this body of light it was inhabiting, so he did not hesitate. He pressed his fingers against Ra's chest, and slowly yet forcefully pushed his hand inside the deity's body. Came a yell from a distance as the zealot flew towards Lex at its fastest speed, 17 devils on its trail, but Lex did not break eye contact with R.A. for even a moment. He finally felt like he was punishing those, or at least some of those, who had targeted the inn. The anger he had been nestling for so long did not allow him to look away. Chapter 877 Torn Shirt. Chapter 877 Torn Shirt. 877 Torn Shirt. Huddle yourself within the blazer, Lex said to Z through his spirit sense, though his gaze was still locked onto the deity he had captured. Without his blazer, the defense of the remainder of his suit was compromised, but that hardly mattered. After all, the suit still did not reach the level his own body was at. A second later, the zealot finally caught up to him and delivered a devastating blow to Lex, careful not to harm R.A. Unlike the punch he had blocked, this blow was more than enough to launch the 700-plus lbs, 317 kilograms, Lex off the ground and into the demons around them. But with his unrelenting grip, Lex brought R.A. with him even as he was hurled across the field. In fact, Lex's smile widened just a bit as this happened. It was not because he was hurt, but because— "No, my lord," the zealot wailed, his voice filled with anguish at realizing he had contributed to the harm of his lord. But Lex did no such thing. He did not even respond. His focus was solely on digging his hand deeper into Ra's body, as he knew this state of weakness he was in was ephemeral. Even as he reached for the core hidden deep within the deity's body, Lex could feel it growing stronger. The divine energy constantly being fed to it was slowly making the body stronger. As soon as the deity had just enough spare energy, it could retaliate with something more than its feeble brute force. Lex was actually a little lucky that R.A. had chosen to attack him directly in its anger, instead of biding his time till it gained some strength. It was a race against the clock, for Lex could see the weakness of the deity was the core within its chest. If his hand could reach it, his victory was secure. Since his demands were being ignored, the zealot went mad and began launching non-stop attacks on Lex. Divine energy fell onto his body in the form of weapons, energy beams, curses, and more, yet they could do nothing to him. The curses could not even cross the region where his domination was in effect, let alone harm him. The rest felt like the soft touch of a very young child trying to massage the shoulders of a grown man, barely noticeable. The devils caught up and were about to resume pummeling the zealot when they noticed the unusual situation. From R.A., they could feel immense pressure. The truth was, weak as he may be, it was nigh impossible for someone ordinary to lay hands upon even the weakest deity. But Lex, who was forcefully climbing the cosmic ascendant spectrum using his cultivation technique and literally absorbing dragons, might have a heavenly immortal dragon to bolster his own domination, was one of the few who could. The rejection and repulsion, alongside the aura of superiority that a deity was supposed to exude, could cow enemies even stronger than the deity itself. But against Lex, who had tempered his body, mind and soul against a foam many cultivation levels higher, it was futile. The zealot immediately noticed the devils, and his frenzied, desperate mind came up with an idea. He is from a midnight inn. Help me kill him, and I'll send you all out of this world. The devils hesitated, as they tried to judge the situation themselves. This was far beyond the scope of the mission they had been given, though it was true that their initial target was the Midnight Inn. Perhaps if the situation had been different, they may not have listened to the zealot, but at the moment Lex just seemed too intimidating. In his hands, he forcefully held down a deity. If by some miracle he dealt with the deity, they would be next. The thought of facing such a truly devilish foe made them give up their initial reluctance. The 17 devils surrounded Lex and sent out a few probing attacks while the zealot hurled attacks from atop. The landscape changed. The ground quaked. Space itself once again began to moan. But Lex remained undeterred. Seeing how their attacks had no effect and how Lex was not retaliating, the devils became a little more bold with their attacks. The prior issue of the enfeebled space which prevented them from using their full force was gone, for now, so they did not hold back. Soon, they were throwing their strongest attacks at him, so the more confident devils even coming close to attack him physically. Yet nothing worked. The more Lex remained undeterred, the more the devils felt afraid. They began coordinating their attacks, unleashing power that was impossible to do on their own. Like salvation coming just as they teetered on the edge of oblivion, there was finally a change. Lex's shirt began to tear. It's working. His defensive equipment is giving way. Noticing the situation, even the infuriated RA saw some hope and looked at Lex with eyes filled with nefarious anticipation. The moment it was free, it would teach this feeble rat what it meant to cross a deity. It would imprison his soul and torture him for all eternity. Ignoring the gloating eyes of RA, Lex continued to dig his hand into his chest. It was a touch process because each second, Ra's body was becoming stronger and more challenging to pierce through. But he was almost there. Far off, Z continued to read the manual hurriedly, ignored by everyone. Huddled as he was in the blazer, no one had noticed him at all. With Lex's body being thrown away by the first attack, the battle had actually moved far away from him. But on a battlefield of this scale, the only contribution he could make was to quickly figure out a way to reach the space where he felt the connection. Chapter 878, I'm an Atheist. Chapter 878, I'm an Atheist. 878, I'm an Atheist. A volcanic rage filled the zealot's eyes as he guzzled up divine energy to fuel the endless barrage of attacks raining down on Lex. All his abilities, which used to severely diminish his foe's fighting force, if not completely cripple it, seemed completely ineffective against Lex. The aura could not restrain him, the attacks could not hurt him, the curses could not reach him, and his threats did not faze him. He seemed uniquely equipped to combat divine energy, something that was almost impossible to accomplish ordinarily. But even then, he was bound to fail. The zealot revealed an ugly, distorted smile as he saw how the devil's attacks were slowly tearing his shirt apart. At first it was just his collar, but now his cuffs and even the back seemed to be suffering under their combined effort. If Lex still had his blazer, it would not have been so easy to achieve, but since he took it off himself, he had to live with the consequences. Truthfully, his suit had not been too useful up until now. Most of the time, he faced foes much stronger than him, to whom his suit was little more than paper to be torn through, or his enemies were far too weak and were disabled from his aura alone. This was the first time he was up against enemies near his own cultivation level, mostly because of how the space in this region could not have supported stronger beings. The pit that Lex was standing in had now become a black crater, its surface charred under the relentless onslaught against a single man. It almost seemed like the world itself would collapse before he would. Almost. Mad laughter echoed through the air as the red-eyed zealot rejoiced, his dried and shriveled face revealing an ugly sight, even in the face of joy. After a particularly powerful attack used jointly by 10 of the 17 devils, his shift finally tore off. What was revealed beneath was a perfectly sculpted body, without a single blemish or bruise to mar the sublime sight. His rippling muscles looked more divine than the divine being he had gripped in his hand, and for some reason, the effect of his domination increased noticeably. Of course, he was wearing a white vest underneath, but at least a single layer of defense had been removed. Although many of their attacks fell upon Lex's skin as well, he remained completely unharmed, and the group assumed it to be the effect of his defensive garb. Destroying the slim, partially see-through vest was much easier compared to the shirt, and in only a couple of minutes Lex was left bare-chested amongst the group. As if completely unable to restrain himself, the Zealot finally closed the distance between himself and Lex, unleashed the one attack he had been nurturing for a while. How could the Zealot forget the punch to the face it had received the moment Lex arrived? Finally, it was time for vengeance. His bony fist, empowered by tremendous amounts of divine energy, connected with Lex's face. The blast from the connecting attack blew a cloud of black dust, which was quickly blown away by the heavy gusts of wind that followed. The snapping and cracking sounds of bones breaking were quite audible even over the noise of the attack, especially since there was a cry of pain and surprise that followed. The Zealot looked in horror at his fist, which had been squished to jelly under the force of his own attack, while Lex remained completely undisturbed. The devils were also startled, but then their fear and disbelief motivated them to unleash their own special hell on him. But all their efforts were to no avail. At least his shirt had been wrinkled and showed some signs of wear after a few of their attacks. Lex, on the other hand, stood pristine. The look of anticipation in Ra's eyes changed to horror and disbelief. He could sense that the man holding him was only in the Golden Core realm. So then why was he so indestructible? While their onslaught continued and became even more potent under the effects of their desperation, the Zealot was driven to the absolute brink. With no solution seeming to work, he made a desperate play to empower Ra. He placed his hand at the deity's feet and transferred all the divine energy within his own body to Ra. The already feeble Zealot withered as the energy left him, and soon his body crumbled and fell to the ground, as if a clay doll had broken. But while the seemingly impervious Zealot died, just like that, Ra immediately gained a boost in strength. Just as a flicker of his confidence returned, Lex chuckled. The tip of his middle finger finally touched the core within Ra's chest. "You know, on Earth, I actually saw your statues in person once when I visited Egypt," said Lex softly. "I was not too impressed back then." With his finger firmly pressed against the core, Lex finally took action. Using his eye, he could see that the weakness for this projection of Ra was the core in his chest. As long as he destroyed it, the clone would also cease to exist. The only caveat with that was that the core was not so easy to destroy. Fortunately, due to Lex's abundant experience, he came up with a better solution. Instead of destroying the core, he would absorb the energy inside of it to improve himself. If he could do that with a living dragon, Lex saw no reason why he couldn't do the same with a living deity. Once long ago, he had improved his body using the essence of a deceased deity. Now he wanted to see how the energy of a living deity would improve him. He began channeling his cultivation technique, and the extremely powerful and potent divine energy that enabled the deity to exist was forcefully absorbed into his body through his finger. In disbelief, Ra roared, "Dio, you know your blasphemy?" "That's okay," Lex replied casually. "I'm an atheist anyway." Chapter 879, A Nightmare Come to Life. Chapter 879, A Nightmare Come to Life. 879, A Nightmare Come to Life. Lex tuned out the ranting voice of the deranged deity as he felt his cultivation technique absorb the strangely warm, slightly scalding energy. For reasons beyond his understanding, Lex found himself reminiscing at this moment. He could not help but think back to his life just a couple of years back. His daily routine was filled to the brim with dissatisfaction from start to finish. He would wake to the annoying, piercing ringing of his alarm, just short of getting enough sleep. He would spend a decent amount of time getting ready for the day, often having leftovers or some bare-bones breakfast. Something was better than nothing, because if he skipped a meal, he would become extremely tired around midday. He would shower, and though most of the time there was hot water, there had been more than one occasion where he had to use cold water due to maintenance or the apartment building's water heater breaking down. His commute was annoying. His job was somewhat stimulating, but mostly tedious work. Some of his co-workers were nice, which was the highlight of his day. He used to come back home in the evening and some a bit outside his building because he just couldn't build up the strength to go inside and face his life. What remained of the day was spent watching television or playing games. Of course, that was what life felt like when he had the tumor. Prior to that, he was a lot more enthusiastic about life and looked forward to facing new challenges which he could overcome. But even so, his life seemed extraordinarily mundane. Now, his life was nothing except simply extraordinary, and no comparison was needed. After all, Lex was standing on a planet an unknown number of galaxies away from the one he came from, in the middle of a battlefield consisting of numerous races, holding down a deity whose influence spanned across time and space, surrounded by devils, and cultivating a unique power to grow stronger. Special attention must be given to the fact that he was actually cultivating right in the middle of the battlefield while suffering countless attacks from the devils. The extent of the danger he was in could not be understated. Cultivation was an extremely delicate process, and the slightest disturbance could bring endless ruin. The consequence could range from anything, such as a minor body ache, to complete crippling or even death. After all, Lex was using a unique and potent energy to fundamentally alter the makeup of his body and soul. If even a fraction of the energy required at each step deviated in the slightest, it could result in failure. But Lex was still confident in himself, because there was no one around him even qualified to disturb his cultivation. He did not forget that the missile he shot out in space had not had any massive reaction yet. But maybe he was expecting too much. "Master, I can feel divine energy entering your body. I don't know what you're doing, but you should be careful." Pel's voice entered Lex's mind, waking him from his thoughts. There are different kinds of energies all around us. Cultivation usually absorbs all of them and then converts them into the one that suits us or simply filters out the ones we don't need. In the golden core realm, you absorb them and convert them into your own unique energy, carrying your signature and your respective affinities and traits. But some energies carry specific affinities or traits inherently. Typically, you would get more in contact with the various energies when you reach the immortal realm, but since you're actively absorbing divine energy, I have to give you the proper warnings. Divine energy, when manifested, usually appears as different shades of white light, and so is perceived as an inherently good or pure energy. That is actually far from the truth. Divine energy, while exceptionally powerful, easily influences the spirit and can cause the user to become conceited and self-absorbed. Over time, if not checked, it can cause the user's personality to become completely distorted. The two beings who most commonly use divine energy, angels and deities, both often experience a process called falling, which is when they succumb to the corrupting influence of divine energy and completely lose themselves. It is not without reason that fallen angels and deities are much stronger than their former selves. It is because only in that state can they show the true power of divine energy. You, as a member of a race that does not have inherent resistance to the corruption of divine energy, are much more susceptible to its influence. Lex was jolted awake, as if cold water had been splashed over him, when he heard Pelvalin's words. Even without realizing it, his thoughts had already fallen under the influence of divine energy. He could feel it acting on his confidence and ego, inflating it into arrogance and cocksure. He immediately steadied his mind and paid careful attention to himself and his surroundings as his body absorbed divine energy like a sponge. He could feel his cultivation rising bit by bit, and even his domination evolving further. Once again, he was exposed to energy that was far beyond his level, and his cultivation technique was using it to elevate his level on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. Any shortcomings that were left in his being after being upgraded using a dragon as a base template were being filled with that of a living deity. Unfortunately, both of these beings were known for their excessive arrogance, and Lex had to be very careful not to develop such a trait himself. As Lex was planning out his cultivation path, One of the devils that was previously attacking him was having a panic attack. What the hell was this guy? Why was he more devilish than a devil, and more divine than a deity? He was like a nightmare, come to life. Chapter 880, How Could They Know? Chapter 880, How Could They Know? 880, How Could They Know? One of the devils roared in agony and pain as he held his injured hand. He had tried to gouge out Lex's eyes, but his eyelashes were sharper than the most well-forged swords and directly cut off his fingertip. It would have at least been worth it if Lex was somewhat injured in the process, but he remained completely unharmed. This is not working. We should just retreat instead. The zealot is dead, and the deity is captured. If we're still around when he gets free, we'll be next, said another devil who had fallen to his knees. The devils were a powerful race, superior to countless others. In more than one realm, they reigned supreme and even had control over one of the primordial realms, Garvitz. They conducted deals with the most powerful races in existence and dared to laugh in the face of dragons, even. There was no one who could deny their excellence. So the fact that they were so utterly helpless before this masked man, who could not even bother to defend himself, left them more broken than any actual beating could render them. It's no use. This planet is surrounded by a divine domain. I don't care. I'm going as far away as possible from this freak. The moment he kills the deity and the divine domain evaporates, we can escape. Without waiting for a response, the devil who was speaking spread his wings and flew away. After a few moments of consideration, several more devils followed. Yet some still remained. One of the devils who was having a panic attack was left behind, and a few others who had exhausted themselves completely were left kneeling in the dirt. Without lifting a single hand against them, Lex had defeated them. Besides some damage to his shirt, he suffered no loss of his own. There was not even a speck of dirt on his body, nor a single drop of sweat. Between the smells of ash and burnt rubble, Lex still exuded a faint, refreshing smell as if he had just stepped out of the shower. Lex, meanwhile, was totally focused on his own cultivation, and especially RA. The core in his body was shrinking, so Lex had to continuously dig his hand deeper lest it lose contact with the core. As he felt his own strength grow and his body change subtly, he recalled that soldier he had seen back on Pol Bitvi. She too controlled divine energy and had wings growing out of her back like an angel. Maybe he could try doing something like that as well once he was done. Time slowly passed, and minutes turned into hours. Most of the devils around him had left, but the one who was previously having a panic attack now looked at Lex with eyes full of worship. He was kneeling like a pious believer in a temple of their revered deity. RA had become extremely weak by now, and no longer screamed or yelled at Lex. He only watched him in silence, as if thoroughly memorizing his appearance. This was but a single incarnation of his. Even weak and wounded as he was, he would not die with the death of a single incarnation, though it could not be denied that this would hurt him severely. So, he observed Lex and seared his image into his brain. He would have his revenge. Z, who had been studying this entire time, finally came to Lex, making sure to have the blazer covered his entire body. I think I've figured it out. The next time space cracks or tears in front of me, I might be able to open a small channel to the place calling out to me, he said, warily looking at the devil-worshipping Lex. We'll try soon, said Lex, diverting just enough attention to respond. No matter how secure the situation felt, he would not let divine energy cause him to underestimate RA. As a deity, he could still have a few tricks up his sleeve. But the waning deity pulled no trick, and another hour went by just like that. His body, made of light, dulled till it was nearly extinguished. The divine domain that was encompassing the world finally failed, since there was not enough energy to replenish it. Space in that region once again became fragile. Then it broke completely and utterly. It was as if someone tried to catch a falling anvil with a single sheet of one-ply toilet paper. Lex, RA, the devil, and Z were all caught unprepared as they fell into the void. Then again, how could they be prepared? None of them knew that within Ra's divine domain, the living embodiment of a law was hiding. The strength of that being far surpassed a heavenly immortal, although it was not quite at the realm of a celestial just yet. Its mere existence was too much for the fragile space to bear, and so it was destroyed quite thoroughly and permanently. Midnight and the doors finally opened, and the convention for oracles, prophets, and diviners ended. As the crowds emerged, they all wore solemn appearances, as if they had witnessed something extremely formidable. In fact, a majority of them directly went towards the Chamber of Secrets to wipe all memory of the event from their minds. Only in such a way could they be safe from the truth. Of course, they would leave hints for themselves to guide their future actions. But not all of them left. Vera Joel, who had organized this event, sat cross-legged on the stage where she had concluded the event, her thoughts unknown. A small fairy, barely the size of a child's finger, flew up to her and sat on her shoulder. She asked, her voice as sweet as candy. "It's because I want a future that my prophecies cannot predict," she said, her words carrying a weight of many things unsaid. Chapter 881 Hidden Temple. Chapter 881 Hidden Temple. 881 Hidden Temple. A fleet of Alliance ships was approaching BGY 987 from a distance. Their arrival had been slowed down because on multiple occasions they encountered territories and planets which, according to their intel, were under their control and progress was good. However, reality was that all Alliance forces were being heavily suppressed with all communication cut off. While there was no overwhelming loss, this anomaly was so massive that a report to the Henali had been dispatched. What conclusion they would draw and how they would react was not something the Alliance could speculate, but they were sure that there would definitely be some kind of reaction. The worst of all was that they had not even reached the planet they were supposed to be investigating yet. But it was finally within sight. Or to be more specific, their ships had locked onto it, and they would reach within the next few hours. Both the groups leading the fleet and their superiors at the Alliance headquarters had mentally prepared themselves to face a devastating sight upon their arrival. But their preparation fell short when the ships issued an emergency alert and forcefully exited hyperdrive without preparation. The abrupt halt was not well received, as usually entering and exiting hyperdrive consisted of a few preparatory procedures for the safety of the crew and the ship. A forceful exit such as this one caused the entire fleet to sustain damage in many of their crucial areas, not to mention that the weakest members of the fleet became extremely sick and fell unconscious, with many at the risk of death. A captain of one of the ships screamed, but then froze as he looked at the screens in front of him. In front of the ships was a void, and that was not referring to the void of space. It was an ever-expanding emptiness that was consuming the space around it, let alone this region. But the entire cosmic cloud faced the threat of destruction if it was not controlled. Report to headquarters," the captain yelled, doing his best to control his trembling body. But he couldn't. The void was growing too quickly, and the repercussions of this would most likely be felt on every single battlefield. Lex was completely taken aback by the change, as not only was it instantaneous, but it also was something he had never experienced before. Immediately, he halted his cultivation as he could not afford any disruption, but then discovered that the change had not affected him at all. There was no light in the void, so he could not see, but he expanded his spirit sense to check on Z and discovered that the teenager was on the verge of death. Without a moment's thought, Lex let go of RA and grabbed onto Z, giving him the bathroom slippers so that he could survive in this unusual environment. In total, Z had been exposed to the dangers of the void for less than a second, but Lex could already feel that a majority of his bones were broken, and his consciousness was on the verge of fading. Lex had already decided to let go of everything and immediately return to the inn, but he had underestimated the pressure that the void put on him. There was no ambient spiritual energy to aid him, as he felt the weight of an entire planet crush down on his body. There was no room to think, as his mind was concussed due to the massive crushing force that impacted his skull. For a brief moment, it seemed like Lex's body could withstand the pressure. Then his skin started to tear, and blood started to squirt out of his body. His bones were cracking within his body, and moving out of place under the influence of the massive pressure. Soon, his bones became the spears that pierced through body, cutting through muscle and organs alike. The ring on his finger, which contained pelvalin, began to crack, and his spatial bangle began to tremble. His pants began to disintegrate as his clothes were no obstacle to the weight of the void. Giving his bathroom slippers to Z nearly became the last thing Lex ever did, as his body was torn down and his mind could not cope. Ironically, it was that very act that became his saving grace. In the endless expanse of pure nothingness, a strange energy appeared and seemed to surround the already unconscious Z. Even though he had been saved from the dangers of the void, he had already sustained such damage that he was unable to remain awake. The energy surrounded him and began to pull him in a specific direction. Lex, who had gripped Z tightly, was pulled along. For an unknown amount of time, the two drifted through the nothingness, with Lex becoming more and more unrecognizable as time went by. Eventually, he became nothing more than an indistinct meat mush, though even in such a state his grip on Z never wavered. It was as if, even in this state, he knew that his life depended on holding on. Eventually, they approached a barrier hidden in the eternal darkness and came to a halt. Another beam of energy emerged and scanned Z once, twice, countless times, as if ascertaining his identity through innumerable ways. When the beam was done testing his identity, it retreated and the barrier disappeared, revealing an enormous temple, its width alone spanning 1,000,000 miles. Even in the absence of light, the temple was visible from all around and attracted the attention of void dwellers from far and wide. The sight of the temple was not limited to the void, as even those outside could see its splendor, as was the case with the retreating fleet. After absorbing Z and Lex within it, the temple began to gather energy, as if preparing for something. Chapter 882 Temple of Fasting. Chapter 882 Temple of Fasting. 882 Temple of Fasting. It was impossible to hide the news of the temple. Not only was it massive and easily spotted, hovering in between an endlessly growing void that acted as an impassable trench, it was also actively drawing in energy. Normally, this would not have mattered, but the amount of energy it was gathering was so monumentally massive that all the immortals within the Swear galaxy could sense it. What was the most strange, however, was that the cosmic cloud that had encompassed the entire region began to disappear. This was a notable event because the cosmic cloud was so complicated and seemingly impossible to affect that the Fuegan had taken it as the perfect hiding spot, and the Henali had adhered to its rules and fought within it instead of trying to alter it in any way. But now it was disappearing. Moreover, the more energy the temple absorbed, the more of the cosmic cloud disappeared. It was not long before many noticed the correlation and began to theorize the origin of the temple. Many immortals surrounded the void and attempted to cross it to reach the temple, but it was impossible using ordinary means. Only the void dwellers could tolerate the unusual environment inside the void, regardless of how weak they were outside the void. The ironic thing about them was that they were much stronger within the void, but sought to escape it regardless of the price they had to pay. In the present circumstance, that price became death. The immortals that had surrounded the void slaughtered the void dweller by the droves and used their carcasses to sew together an outfit that could allow them to traverse the daunting nothingness of the void. Celestial immortals showed up to contain the expansion of the void, for no other source could stop its spread. Unfortunately, they could not resort at the moment, though they were not inclined to do so even if they could. The mystery of the temple was too alluring. Henali representatives showed up in person, though no one knew what they did afterwards. Many guessed that they secretly entered the temple, or that they were studying a method to enter it as it seemed impenetrable, but no one could say for certain. Days slowly passed, and nearly half the cosmic cloud had disappeared when a rumor took the Henali portal by storm. Someone unknown claimed to have identified the temple. The temple was called the Temple of Fasting, and predated the arrival of the Henali in the Origin realm by billions of years. The purpose of the temple was unknown, But the person who spread the rumor claimed that the temple belonged to one of the three original deities of the Origin Realm. Who these three original deities were was no longer known, nor were there any records anywhere in the Origin Realm to suggest the presence of any such entities. Either the person who spread the rumor made it all up, or all evidence of such deities was completely hidden across the entire realm. There were many other theories, of course, but for reasons unknown, this particular theory seemed to gain the most followers. It was as if there was some mystical force guiding the people into believing such a thing. More days passed, and the tensions in the region grew. The Fugen made an appearance. Not the Fugen forces or their many allies or servants. No, actual Fugen appeared and clashed with the Henali in the void. More time passed, and the cosmic cloud was close to disappearing completely. Another rumor spread like wildfire and was spread by the same person as last time. According to him, or her, deities from across the realm were secretly gathering around the temple. It was as if they could sense something extremely valuable within. Moreover, the rumor also stated that once the cosmic cloud disappeared completely and the temple was fully recharged, it would disappear once again. It was not yet time for its secrets to be revealed. More and more forces gathered outside, and many tried to gain entry, but none were successful. But they waited. They were hoping that once the temple absorbed enough energy, it would open instead of disappear, as the rumor stated. Even the Fugen were unable to gain entry. That's when another rumor spread. Apparently, the appearance of this temple had something to do with the Midnight Inn. After all, it was the representative of the Inn who alerted the Alliance about the anomaly on that planet. Most of the Origin Realm still had not heard of the Midnight Inn, but now they all raced to learn about it. Yet those who already knew of it were left feeling like there may be some truth to the rumors. After all, the golden keys, which would always take their guests to the inn without fail, stopped working. No one was able to enter the inn, although those inside could still exit. Although many defended the inn, saying that for 6 months already they had announced that the inn would close in advance, many still speculated and looked towards the inn with greed. Only those with something valuable would hide. But it was pointless. Without the inn bringing guests in itself, no one knew how to enter or where to find it. But that only served to increase the mystery surrounding it. While all of this was happening outside, within the temple, a beaten, battered figure groaned. Lex opened his eyes for the millionth time, but still found himself unable to move. With no alternative, he could only go back to sleep. After all, during his sleep, his recovery was sped up exponentially. Before he closed his eyes one more time, Lex could not help but be grateful that he had merged with the blade of grass which contained the laws of regeneration. Or else he may have been left there for years, unable to move due to how devastating his condition was. He had been reduced to a mass of flesh, resembling slime more than a human. It was only his inhuman tenacity which had kept him alive. His mind, too fatigued, succumbed to sleep once more. Chapter 883 Waking Up. Chapter 883 Waking Up. 883 Waking Up. The next time Lex woke up, he was feeling much better and much worse at the same time. The entire time he was in the void, he was more or less unconscious, so he did not know what state his body had reached in its final moments. When he first gained consciousness, Lex actually felt nothing. He felt no pain, but he also could not sense his body. He could not open his eyes, breathe, or do anything else. He would have panicked if his mind hadn't been incredibly groggy. He vaguely recalled Mary's voice, but he could not recall what she said. His consciousness faded soon. The next time he woke up, although the situation was not much better, he was lucid at least. He could not feel any spirit energy in his body or any of his other senses, so he used his spirit sense to explore the situation. That's when he discovered that he had turned into a pile of goop. He had turned into a vaguely spherical mush of shredded muscle, skin, fat, crushed bones, and everything else that constituted his body. There was nothing about him that resembled a human. The most alarming thing for him was when he used his spirit sense to investigate his body, he found that he did not even have a brain. For a moment, Lex thought he was dead and had come back as a ghost. But eventually he realized that his consciousness was still linked to the deformed meatball he had turned into and investigated further. While the rest of his body had been thoroughly pulverized, he discovered that at the very center of his being, his golden core remained intact. It looked dull and as if it had suffered some wear, but otherwise was fine. There wasn't even a crack on it. But beside his core, there were also a few items, and they had not survived unharmed the way his core had. Pelvalin's ring was covered in cracks and seemed on the verge of breaking. So too was the case with his spatial bangle, though his necklace, which carried the silent wanderer, had fared better. Nothing else in his possession survived, but Lex was not too disheartened. Unfortunately, search as he might, he could not discover Z anywhere near him. Before he could converse with Mary, Lex's consciousness faded once again. When he woke up next, his situation was much better. He no longer resembled a goop, and it seemed his body had regained some semblance of shape. The mass of tissue that made up his body had spread out a bit, resembling the vague outline of a newborn baby. He also felt his meridians being reformed, connected to his golden core. He tried to circulate his cultivation technique, but there was not even a single drop of energy in his body. All of it was being absorbed by his core passively and being used to restore his body. He asked weakly in his mind, "Lex, finally, you're awake. How long have I been like this? What's going on outside?" Everything inside the inn is very stable, though we only have around 100,000 guests still staying, and even they probably won't stay too long. It's been 3 weeks since the inn shut down, so no new guests are coming in, and things have slowed down. The battalion is fine. A majority of them spent only a couple of days resting before they were ready to go. A few of them are still in recovery rooms. It seems like those who have the anachronistic ignition bloodline all pushed themselves beyond their limits and delayed the resulting exhaustion and bodily harm. They're now slowly allowing themselves to sustain it while the recovery room helps them heal. Everyone else is fine. There are 2 major things. Before Mary could complete her sentence, Lex once again felt his consciousness fading. It seemed the little energy he had accumulated had all been spent in communicating with her. Lex did not know how much time had passed, but the next time he woke up, he felt that a much longer time had gone by. His body once again looked somewhat human, and he had reformed much of his muscles and inner organs. His bones were also reforming once again. His meridian network was by far the most recovered, and it even contained slight traces of spirit energy within. If there was one thing that left Lex feeling a little remorseful, it was that his new body had a total height of 1 foot, 30 centimeters. Lex asked, feeling tired even though he had just woken up. "It's been an entire month since we last talked," said Mary, a hesitation in her voice. "Lex, before you fall asleep again, there's something really important we need to discuss. It's about Velma and some devils." Lex asked, suddenly feeling alarmed. The Midnight Inn and the battalion had been targeted by devils, so he was especially sensitive to matters relating to them at the moment. "Well, there's a group of devils who follow a comic series she writes, apparently. Even though she uses a pseudonym, they discovered her identity. Now, all of them, a total of 33, have come to the inn and are constantly proposing to her. What's worse, she apparently had many hidden admirers. Once they discovered that the devils were trying to marry her, they all began proposing as well. Now, there's about 1,000 guests following her around wherever she goes and proposing to marry her. It's causing certain problems. Velma was considering starting a harem, but fortunately Gerard returned and talked some sense into her, so she is holding off. But her suitors want to start a tournament and claim that only the winner has the right to court her. But since you have been asleep, they can't officially start an event. Lex lost consciousness again. Chapter 884 Baby Lex. Chapter 884 Baby Lex. 884 Baby Lex. The next time Lex woke up, he felt his body was in an even better state, though he still could not control it all. He tried opening his eyes, but he was completely unable to do so. After that failure, Lex tried to run his cultivation technique. He was sure that if he could run a few cycles of his technique regularly, he would heal much quicker. Fortunately for him, it seemed that by now his meridians, at least, were completely healed and could withstand the energy coursing through them. Although, admittedly, they did hurt when he started cultivating once again. As soon as he began cultivating, his body absorbed the energy greedily, as if it had been deprived for a very long time. As the flood of energy rushed into his body, he felt it diffuse into his newly formed muscles and organs, nourishing them. His bones were especially greedy and sucked up as much energy as he could absorb. After running a couple of cycles, Lex felt exhausted again, and so fell asleep. This turned into somewhat of a routine where he would wake up, cultivate a bit, and then fall back asleep. He could tell that he was steadily spending less and less time sleeping, and his body was becoming better and better. He lost count of how many times this process repeated itself, with no difference except him feeling slow, steady progress in his healing. If he had gone by his old standards, where he would have to sleep for weeks inside the recovery pod just to heal, then it might have taken Lex years to heal to this extent without the pod. Eventually, there came a time where Lex woke up and felt something significantly different. That was that feeling had returned to him. He could smell the air, feel the breeze, hear the world. Unfortunately, he could also feel pain. Every inch of his entire body was in unbearable pain, which made Lex regret waking up. It wasn't as if Lex was a stranger to pain, but this time there was nothing he could do about it save to tolerate it. He instinctively tried to groan and heard an annoying, piercing cry that almost every human was familiar with. It was the distinctly annoying cry of a baby, wailing endlessly. Amidst the alarm of the unexpected noise, Lex's body jerked, and he opened his eyes. The brightness of the light nearly blinded him, and gave him a new pain to deal with, which made him cry out once more. After a few moments of experiencing various such harrowing events, Lex realized what was happening. He no longer knew how to control his body. It made sense in a way. He had a new brain and new body, but he was not expecting such an unusual trial. If there was one thing to be grateful for, it was that this time he had plenty of energy. As such, he did not fall asleep immediately. It gave him plenty of time to experiment and figure out his movements. It was difficult. It was like suddenly being asked to use chopsticks with your left hand. It was that sense of unfamiliarity, but multiplied and at the same time encompassing his entire body. But as difficult as it was to relearn the intricacies of movement and coordination with a new body, Lex's superior intellect and mind ensured quick results. In just half an hour, Lex regained enough coordination to flip himself off his back and begin a crawl. But Lex dared not go anywhere right now. First, he analyzed his surroundings and tried to detect any danger, but found none. He found himself in a small, rectangular room with 4 pillars in the middle, forming a square in the center of the room. Outside the pillars, the floor was padded with a few walkways, as if designed for sitting on the floor. There were no doors or windows in the room, but it was well lit. Lex seemed to be alone, for now, and was not in any danger. Just to be safe, Lex did not explore the room just yet. He touched his spatial bangle and withdrew the blazer of his stealth suit and wore it like an oversized robe. He had no choice, as he had no clothes that fit him. He also took out some food, spirit stones, spirit liquid, and some ores he had collected to use if ever he needed to reward Pelvalen. During these past few days, he had tried to communicate with the ring, but received no response. However, he could feel that the spirit within had not died. It was just incredibly weak. He placed the rings on the ore, aware that the ring would absorb them on its own, strengthening itself. With nothing else to do, he began to eat, and then failed. He could not exert any real strength with his new body yet, and had apparently not grown out his teeth as of yet. As a result, he could not eat anything. He had no choice but to replace the food with some exceptionally soft spirit fruits he had collected for Kenta to use in his cooking. Although eating was a little difficult, he managed. That's when he realized that his stomach had become a bottomless pit. No matter what he ate, or how much of it he ate, he did not feel full at all. It was as if his body was instantly using it to nourish his body. As he felt his fatigue returning, he made a small bed for himself of spirit stones, and applied the spirit water to his body the way one applies cologne. He knew that the key to his recovery was absorbing as much energy as possible, so he was determined to speed up the process as much as he could. Soon after, the baby-sized Lex fell asleep once more. Chapter 885 Evaluation. Chapter 885 Evaluation. Despite having recovered a lot, the next time Lex woke up, he felt that a great amount of time had passed. Moreover, Lex felt no pain or discomfort at all. It was as if he had recovered completely. Of course, considering the fact that he still had the body of a baby, he did not believe that was the case. He asked as he inspected his surroundings for any change. "It's been slightly over 6 months since the inn closed off," she responded. "The situation at the inn has stabilized, and there are barely a few thousand guests left." At first, the guests were distressed at the lack of any events, but everyone figured that since the inn was under renovations, it only made sense. All your pre-planned events have also finished, and so all the security you had hired have also left. That's not a bad thing. Actually, that's a great thing. Once the inn forms its own realm, I plan on using the lockdown token to shut down the inn for the foreseeable future. We have more than enough MP to survive, so I think it's best if we use this time wisely and grow our strength to avoid being targeted like this," Lex said, voicing the plan he had been thinking of for a while. The lockdown token was a token he had received as a reward for ending the invasion when he used the butter knife. Its purpose was extremely simple, which was that it would put the inn in lockdown and prevent any guests from entering. This included through golden keys, the random golden door that opens sometimes, through the pro bono feature, and any other way that guests could usually enter from. Without the threat from the Henali or any other Dow Lords, he would close the inn for the foreseeable future and just cultivate. That would give him time to not only recover, but grow stronger. And the same was true for his workers. Although it was inconceivable for him at the moment, spending even a few hundred years under lockdown was not impossible. After all, the lifespan of a cultivator was exceptionally long. Moreover, he anticipated that the pure and rare energy that he and his workers would have access to when the new realm was formed would boost their cultivation a lot. His cultivation speed would not be low, and he could possibly even become an immortal before he decided to open the inn back up again. Anyway, just maintain the status quo for now. Lex turned his attention back to his predicament. It was important that he figure out the amount of strength he had in his current body so that he could begin to explore. He had been unconscious at the time, so he had no idea that he had entered the massive temple, pulled along by Z, though he vaguely had some idea. Mary had naturally heard about the temple through the various guest discussions. After all, although they were stuck at the inn, they could use the Henali portal to learn what was happening inside. But no one had seen them enter the temple, so Mary also did not know that Lex had entered. Otherwise, she would have mentioned it. Lex, who had begun to teeth, summoned some food and began to chew as he inspected his body and surroundings. The room looked the same as before, but Lex looked considerably different. He really did look like a newborn, and his rock-hard body and rippling muscles had been replaced with soft, cuddly baby fat. Moreover, his blazer had triggered a hidden feature which was to adjust itself to his size, so now he just looked like a baby wearing a suit. While that was a good thing, since he could wear pants now, Lex could not deal with the fact that he looked like a kid on Halloween pretending to be a businessman. If there was one silver lining to the situation, it was that his body, although small, retained his peak strength from before he was injured. In fact, since his cultivation had grown due to absorbing a lot of divine energy, he was at his strongest state ever. Lex continued to eat as he planned out his next moves. He had to find Z, but at the same time, Lex opened up his system interface, and from the market bought a blank ticket for 1 million MP. The use of this ticket was simple. It would begin the binding process of his current location to the inn. Since he clearly was no longer in the void and had returned to normal, stable space, it would be good to build another connection, regardless of where he was. With that activated, Lex finished his meal and went through a round of cultivation. He was hoping that eating and cultivation would somehow restore his height. But, so far, there was no indication of such a thing happening. He was not too worried about getting his normal body back just yet. He was sure that if nothing else, he could find a reliable way through the Infinity Emporium. Once he was done, Lex stood up for the first time in months. He still had not mastered controlling his new body yet, so he began to practice. Slowly and steadily, he walked on the pathways in the outer section of the room, trying to regain his mastery over his actions. This process, while simple, took a few hours. But by the end, not only was he once again confident in his movement, but was sure that he was back at his previous level of precision and agility. His improved intellect and comprehension played a great role in speeding up the process. He put on his ring, necklace, and spatial bangle once more. The ring had recovered somewhat, but the bangle and necklace still looked like they needed repairs. Lex was especially careful with his bangle, because he could not afford the repercussions of his many missiles exploding if the bangle broke somehow. During this time, Lex had thoroughly investigated the room besides the arena at its core. He suspected that stepping into the arena might initiate a change, which is why he had left it for until he was completely ready. With nothing else to do, Lex directly stepped onto the arena. A yellow light scanned his body from bottom to top before a monotone voice began an announcement. Human male detected. Bone age, 2 months. Cultivation, golden core, mid-cultivation talent. Primordial, special physique, Empyrean resonance. Soulforge unity. Bloodline, mutations detected. Unknown bloodline. Evaluation, exceeds expectations. Viable for core, disciple status. Lex raised an eyebrow as he heard the announcement. He had to say, he was quite impressed with what he heard. Moreover, what was that about him having special physiques? And 2 of them at that. Moreover, he had a mutated bloodline? Well, with mysterious parents, he supposed it made sense that he was not ordinary. But what surprised him the most was that after all of that, his evaluation was only exceeds expectations. It was not remarkable or unbelievable. Lex actually felt somewhat offended at the low evaluation. The suit of armor tilted its helmet down, as if to look at the baby in front of it. Before he could continue to ponder the scale of the evaluation's error, a figure teleported into the arena. Lex had to look up at what seemed like a suit of black armor, designed for an ordinary man. For meters, long sword. The suit of armor tilted its helmet down, as if to look at the baby in front of it. Although there was no one inside the armor, Lex felt as if he could sense some kind of condescension from the armor. It raised its foot, as if to step on Lex, but before he could do anything, a baby appeared in front of it and kicked it on its chest plate. As if ripping through a piece of paper, the tiny foot tore through the plate and flung the armor across the arena, causing it to drop the sword right there. Lex, who had not vented his anger as of yet, grabbed the sword that was literally 8 times his height and swung viciously at the armor, slicing it in half. Lex snorted upon seeing that the armor lost its power, but before long, 2 more such armors appeared within the arena. This time, they did not belittle the shrimp, mostly because they did not get a chance to. Lex used the opportunity to both vent his anger and practice his swordplay against actual opponents. How dare this stupid place give him such an evaluation and look down on him? He will make sure to set the record straight. Chapter 886 Working with Babies. Chapter 886 Working with Babies. 886 Working with Babies. Fighting could be barbaric, or it could be beautiful. It could be precise and meticulously planned, or it could be completely intuitive. Lex had seen many people whose fighting styles had left an impression on him. Giselle, for example, was an exceptionally deadly fighter, yet her each and every movement was filled with grace and elegance. Even killing became an art when she did it. She was an unstoppable force, but a very fluid one as well. Alexander was also someone who had his own distinct fighting style. Every attack, parry, block, or dodge was tinged with the aura of exceptional experience. To even fight with him, one would actually have to be much superior to him in either skill, which was unlikely, or surpass him by a large margin in strength and speed. Only then could an actual fight occur. Otherwise, if anyone were even remotely close to him in ability, his endless experience would result in Alexander ending the fight in just a couple of moves. Marlowe gave one the impression that he would fight like a barbarian, but he was actually a very intelligent fighter. His every move was thoroughly thought out, yet designed to deceive. Everyone would bring their own personality into their fighting style, regardless of the type of combat they had learned. This was why there was a difference even between two people with a similar level of mastery of the same fighting style. Lex's fighting style also depicted his mental state at the moment. It was extremely brutal and lethal, yet it was not wasteful at all. It was brutal because it leveraged his absurd physical strength. It was lethal because he only struck at his enemy's weak points. It was efficient because he did not need to attack a single enemy twice. Like a child on a sugar rush let loose in a playground, Lex bounced from one corner of the arena to another, the massive sword not impeding him in the slightest. He was like a tiny, cute hurricane, leaving only destruction in its wake. Lex was only getting warmed up when, upon destroying 10 armors at the same time, new ones stopped appearing, giving Lex an unneeded respite. Lex snorted and studied the arena for any changes while he mentally reviewed his swordsmanship. His new stature meant that his previous style was ill-suited, so he had now gone even farther from manifesting sword intent. Before he could dissect his technique further, Lex was teleported away and brought to what looked like a private bedroom. There was a medium-sized single bed, a cupboard, a table, and a restroom. There was even an open door leading out into a corridor. Lex, still wielding his massive sword, felt a little discontent at the situation. It seemed like his test was over. Putting the sword in his spatial bangle, Lex ventured out to begin exploring his surroundings. There was an unnatural silence in the area, so that his every movement caused sounds that echoed across the halls, reaching far and wide. The sound of his steps, his breathing, the rustle of his clothes rubbing against one another, they were all magnified to an unnatural state. This was even considering the fact that he was wearing the stealth suit, which naturally reduced all sounds. There was definitely something unusual about this place to have such an effect. It was as if it purposefully magnified his presence so that it was impossible to sneak up on anyone. Yet as he emerged from the room, Lex discovered that the place was completely empty. He strolled down the corridor and saw countless other rooms, but each and every one of them was empty and untouched. As Lex explored, he spread his spirit sense out as much as possible, but did not discover anything unusual at all. It was as if he was walking through an empty hostel. As he ventured deeper in, he saw other kinds of rooms that looked like they could be classrooms, auditoriums, and such. Lex could not help but murmur. A stern voice scolded Lex, and a projection of an unusual being appeared in front of him. The being was thin and humanoid, wearing a white, sleeveless robe with yellow borders. It had grayish-blue skin, unusually long fingers, and an oval face. It had no hair, but the top of its head was unusually shaped, as if its skull itself was forming a hairstyle. You are in the Temple of Fasting. This is a divine place where one can improve themselves through trials of fire and blood. Only the most noble and notable figures throughout history were allowed to enter this place. Lex did not respond immediately, but instead studied the figure for a while. He was not startled by the appearance of the projection. Instead, he was wondering why it had not appeared earlier. I only said so because this place seemed so abandoned. Is there no one else here? I had a companion, but I can't seem to find them. The figure clicked his tongue as he looked down at Lex with derision, but eventually answered anyway. Of course, this place is empty. It has been hidden away for reasons that you have no business knowing. But even so, a heavy destiny has been placed upon your shoulders, little one, as a companion to a descendant of His Majesty. And as someone who has a sufficient evaluation, I must bequeath a task unto you of grave importance. So, you know where Z is? The figure looked like he was about to snap at Lex, but then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This is why I hate working with babies, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 887, The Best in the Universe. Chapter 887, The Best in the Universe. Lex controlled his emotions, though he felt especially triggered upon being called a baby. But he understood that he literally could not blame the projection, for he literally had a bone age of a few months. Follow me as I explain things, the projection said, rubbing its forehead. Lex felt the projection was being unnecessarily dramatic. Why was answering a few questions such a hassle? Nevertheless, as the projection began to walk through the halls, Lex followed. The Temple of Fasting is a special place, but for certain reasons, I cannot get into the details of it. All I can say is that it was hidden away for good reason. Although being discovered was somewhat unanticipated, it is still acceptable. What was completely unexpected was that the temple, since your companion, was closely related to a very notable figure, and thus brought him in. After all, it is his right. But the opening of the temple created a momentary weakness in its otherwise impenetrable defense. Besides you two, who were welcomed in on purpose, a few other entities have also entered. Among them, one is a living curse that is partially sealed, one is a broken law that has gained life, 3 of them are devils, and the last one is the most problematic. The last one is a divine projection of a deity. Do you understand? Because of you two, the temple is now in serious jeopardy. For both the sake of your entire realm and the temple, the deity at least needs to be killed immediately. Unfortunately, the temple has no living guards left. Lex frowned. He recalled sensing a curse being sealed deep within BGY 987, and guessed that is where the living curse came from. He had no idea where the broken law came from, but guessed that the devils were amongst the ones who were trying to hurt him. The devils were the least of their problems, though he could not gauge the danger of the law and curse. But Ra's clone definitely needed to die. But the issue was, why can you only rely on me? What happened to Z? Your companion is currently in a special state and undergoing an evolution deep within the temple. He cannot be disturbed, so that leaves only you as my option. The devils, the curse, and the law are all potential problems as well, but they cannot circumvent the temple's internal defenses. Only the deity has that possibility and is, in fact, doing so. If he reaches deep within the temple, he will mess with things he does not understand. That still doesn't answer my question. Why rely on me, and not the devils, or the curse, or even the law? Well, for the last two, I cannot make a judgment, but I know for a fact that devils are all amiable to deals. It's not possible. The Temple of Fasting is specifically designed solely for humans. It is the ultimate place for humans to train. I dare say that in the entire universe, there is no place more suitable for training for humans than the Temple of Fasting. It is almost impossible for any other race to travel freely through the temple. But even for humans, there's a system you have to go through to get access to the various areas. I can help you a bit by lowering the difficulty of some tests, but ultimately, you have to gain access to the rest of the temple yourself. It's extremely important that you do not fail. The deity has been making his way to the center of the temple for months now. He is close. If you fail, the trouble that the deity causes will result in the doom of the entire realm. The temple will just go and hide somewhere else, but everyone else will be doomed, your companion included. But if you succeed, not only will you save all those lives, you will personally benefit as well. A gleam flashed through Lex's cute little eyes as he thought of something. He was not concerned about the difficulty of the temple's tests, as he had every confidence in himself. Moreover, he would have aided the projection in killing R.A., regardless of anything else. But since there were benefits, how could he just let them go? Lex asked as he considered the viability of his plan. Although he did not have a way to prove the projections boast about the temple being the best place for humans to train, it would be useful for him and his workers, even if its results were above average. The projection turned and gave Lex another derisive look. There is nothing the temple cannot train you in. We're here. Step onto the platform, and you will be scanned again. Let's see what you need training in. To reach the deity, you'll need to pass 7, maybe 8 levels of the temple based on how quickly the deity can move. Besides your own skills and talents, one of the things I will have the temple train you in is how to combat deities. In a new room that looked much like an auditorium, Lex stepped onto the slightly raised, circular platform the projection was pointing towards. A familiar yellow light scanned him and began announcing his traits, causing the projection to freeze. Deep within the temple, there was a massive yet unlit room. At the head of this room was a large statue of a being with the upper body of a woman, her countenance majestic and holy, garbed in a resplendent dress, and the lower body of a snake, giving her a blend of ethereal beauty and serpentine grace. Beside her was a smaller statue of a man dressed like a king, his facial expression depicting strength and wisdom beyond ordinary reach. In front of that statue, Z sat on the ground with his legs crossed, deep in meditation. Oddly enough, the statue looked a lot like Z, only much older. Chapter 888 Second Scan. Chapter 888 Second Scan. Lex suppressed the gloating feeling in his heart as he observed the stunned projection. This was nothing to be proud over, as this was only the appropriate reaction one should have when learning about Lex's qualities. It was nothing special, although Lex had to admit that this platform he was standing on was a lot more thorough and gave a more in-depth evaluation of him. Human male detected. Bone age, 2 months. Cultivation, golden core, mid-cultivation talent. Primordial, special physique, Empyrean resonance. Soulforge unity. Bloodline, mutations detected. Unknown bloodline. Affinities, defense, law, space, regeneration, healing, metal, wood, nature, soul, spirit, prophecy, domination, divinity. Error. Traces of 112 partially formed affinities detected. Bonds. Newborn Fenrir with 100% bloodline purity. Dragon treasure spirit. World seed lotus. Partial. Innate abilities. I have infinite paths, mind meld, prophetic intuition, Herculean strength. Skill. Arrêt, talisman, formation, swordsmanship, close combat, marksmanship, aura suppression, aura manipulation, soul sense. Universal blessings, none. Curses, none. Affiliated divinity. 2 distinct, incomplete divinity traces detected. Lex raised an eyebrow as he contemplated everything he heard. There were still things the analysis had not mentioned, such as the inscriptions in his body and, fortunately, the presence of the system hidden within his soul. But even so, there were many things the scan had revealed about himself that he did not understand. Lately, he had been asking Pelvalen all the questions he had, but this also seemed like a good opportunity to get some answers. He looked at the frozen projection with Schadenfreude and asked, "The previous skin also mentioned many things, but I am not familiar with them all. Do you know what it means?" Freed from his surprise, the projection gathered himself and looked at Lex in a new light. At least his sense of derision was gone. Yes, even if he did not ask, I was going to go over everything systematically so you fully understand everything. You attaining sufficient skill and ability are paramount to killing that deity, so we have to start by capitalizing on your existing skills and abilities before moving on to new ones. Or, at least, that was my original plan. That will have to be amended for now. Let's start with your bone age. I doubt you need an explanation for that. There's a difference between bone age and soul age, so why are we measuring your bone age? This is because, in humans, the younger the body, the greater its learning capability. If there was no urgency due to the situation, I would say that you have entered the temple in the best state possible. I would have designed a 100-year training program for you that would have made you more powerful than you can even imagine. But we have no time for that. All you need to keep in mind is that everything will be easier for you to understand right now than it will be later on. That is not to say you cannot learn new things at a greater age. Not at all. In fact, the benefits of a greater age are also phenomenal, but just that for your purpose now, your age is perfect. Next up is your cultivation. The ideal would have been if you entered as a mortal, but once again, that would also only be in the situation where we didn't need to kill a deity. As it is, Golden Core will have to suffice. We do not have time to raise your cultivation. At this point, the projection stopped speaking and looked at Lex as if he were some kind of monster. Your measured cultivation talent has surpassed the genetic and biological limit of your race. It's not as if such a thing has never happened before. It's just that it's exceedingly rare and each time was a result of very extraordinary circumstances. With your cultivation talent, I would recommend you do not leave the temple until become an immortal at the very least. The projection paused once again, its thoughts unknown. Eventually, it continued speaking as if it no longer wished to dwell on the topic. It seemed to have brought back bad memories. The next is your physique. This is very unusual, as you seem to have two different physiques, or possibly even more. But the scanner is having an issue because it's impossible to have more than one physique, as you only have one body. What the scanner is detecting are the associated abilities of each physique. Both of them are exceptionally rare, so to see them together is mind-boggling. The first is the Empyrean resonance. I must say that this is one of the most sought-after physiques in the universe in every single race. Unfortunately, its result is not always good for the one who has it. This physique can, under the influence of many factors, cause an evolution through resonance in its race members. That is to say, this physique brings you little to no benefit, but is of great use to the human race. If it is ever detected by someone significant enough, it is not an exaggeration to say that you may be captured and then used to forcefully bring about an evolution in others. The good thing is that you yourself can also benefit from these evolutions. So if you learn how to control it, you can cause yourself to evolve in a direction of your choosing. The projection's words were like a clap of thunder in his ears and stunned Lex. What the hell? As if he didn't have enough problems trying to hide the system, now he had to hide the ability of his body as well. Then comes the ability of your second physique. Chapter 889 Training Direction. Chapter 889 Training Direction. Lex's mind was spinning as he considered the implications of his physique. The projection had spoken about it simply, but he was curious to the scale and extent of the evolution he could cause. What were triggers for such an evolution? Could he specifically target someone, or did it happen randomly? How could he hide this ability or prevent it from showing? Did his parents know about his physique? But that would still not explain why they kept cultivation a secret from him. Did they perhaps want to use his physique for themselves? But if they had, they would have kept a closer watch on him and probably already used it already. Then again, there was no proof they knew about it at all. Even Lex had no idea about his own physique until right now. So how could they have learned about it? Then comes the ability of your second physique, said the projection, disturbing Lex's thoughts and restoring his attention to the matter at hand. Soulforge Unity is also exceptionally rare, but it has its benefits and drawbacks. If you don't have an appropriate cultivation technique, it could be harmful for you. But if you do, you will almost always be superior to your peers. It basically means your soul has fused with your physical body and spirit. Right now, you may already be enjoying some of its benefits, such as increased strength and defense, as well as a higher intellect and memory. Basically, a boost in performance in all aspects. But you have not even begun to touch upon the true benefits such a physique offers. At the nascent realm, you will unlock a few more abilities, but it truly comes into play at the immortal level. This is one of the few physiques that stays relevant regardless of your level, and actually becomes more effective as you grow stronger. Other physiques gradually weaken in effect as you yourself grow stronger. We can evaluate your cultivation technique later. This is one of the reasons why I said we will have to make do with your golden core cultivation. No need, Lex said, having already collected himself. It did not matter how dangerous his first physique was, as he was going to lock the inn for the foreseeable future. He did not intend on interacting with others anytime soon. He could slowly come up with a solution to his problem. Moreover, he suspected that his Soulforge Unity physique was originally supposed to be Regal physique, but since he changed cultivation techniques, it settled into this. What truly intrigued him was when the projection said that he may have even more physiques, but that the scanner could not detect them. This was because, typically, one person could only have one physique. Having two or more should result in their fusion, which would more than likely produce an adverse effect rather than a beneficial one. But due to his cultivation technique, Lex served as an exception to this rule, or maybe his original physique played a part in it as well. Maybe it helped him evolve in such a way that he could maintain the benefits of multiple physiques without losing them. My cultivation technique can cater to the situation with my soul. The projection paused and studied Lex once more. He knew just how difficult it was to get one's hands on such a technique, since even the temple had only a few of them. It seemed this baby's background was not simple. But then again, considering his companion and his own qualifications, it only made sense. The next is your bloodline. The scanner detected mutations within your bloodline, but also that your bloodline is unknown. That is not something unusual. New bloodlines form all the time, and the temple has been hidden for too long. But even so, we have the means to study your bloodline and design the best possible training for it, so you do not need to be concerned on that front. Instead, it's the next section that will cause an issue: your affinities. 1, 2, maybe even 3 affinities is something you can deal with. But with so many affinities, child, the issue is not even if you can master them anymore. You can ignore them and study them one by one with time. If a year is not enough, then 10. If that is not enough, then a 100. If that is not enough, then a 1,000. As a cultivator, your lifespan will not trouble you, especially once you become an immortal. But the issue is, with so many affinities, your tribulation will be magnified for each affinity you contain. As of right now, that's 125 affinities. Your tribulation will be 125 times more difficult than ordinary. I'm not saying it's impossible to overcome, but it will be a huge headache. The reason for the increased difficulty has to do with laws and is not something you should think about right now. Although it's troublesome, the temple can help you. The reason I'm mentioning this to you is that I strongly suspect you have a method to gain affinities on your own. If so, I strongly recommend you to stop, at least until you become an immortal first. Lex, who was completely ready to feel smug, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. What was this nonsense? His tribulation would become more difficult for each affinity he had? That was absurd. What kind of rule was this? That doesn't make sense. Lex could not help but mutter. He was planning on absorbing more items with laws during the inn's lockdown. Now his plans had been thwarted. The projection could not help but click his tongue. The baby could pick up affinities on a whim, but the increased difficulty in the tribulation was the unfair part. Nonetheless, your affinities are still useful for you now, especially since you even have one for divinity. This will play a big role in aiding you to kill the deity inside the temple. I plan on focusing your immediate training in this direction. If you have any other affinities you would like to focus on, you can suggest them now, but I recommend that you do not focus on too many. Space affinity, Lex said immediately. Although space would be useful in combat, he needed to improve his mastery of it for other reasons. When going out to save the battalion, he already considered that he may get stuck outside of it. He had already made plans if such a thing should happen, but the better his mastery of space, the greater confidence he would have in completing his plan. All right, focusing on divinity and space is still manageable. By the way, once the matter with the deity is resolved, I would suggest you also focus on regeneration or healing. It's not a bad thing to be able to heal or recover quickly, but since we are pressed for time, we can ignore it for now. Next up are your innate abilities. These all come to you innately and can be practiced simultaneously. They will not slow you down, and in fact, the gains you receive will be tremendous for the amount of effort. Herculean strength, especially, seems so ordinary and mundane, but is, in my opinion, one of the best abilities to unlock. Prophetic intuition will also be an incredible asset in combating the deity's more elusive and mystical techniques. Such an ability, should I say that you're lucky or that you're tremendously lucky? If you ever decide to become an oracle, you could casually pick any random divination art and get better results than most. But I don't recommend you go down that path. It comes with too many drawbacks. Your skills are quite diverse. I will have to see your proficiency in them before picking which one to focus on, as they could all be beneficial in your hunt. Lex thought for a minute. While he had many thoughts on the matter, he thought now was a good time to further expand his swordsmanship since it could help him suppress that sword in his soul. Speaking of which, that sword had also not been detected by the scan. Was there a specific reason for that? Swordsmanship, he said simply without elaborating. All right, not a problem. Moving on, it's no surprise that you have no universal blessing. Those are not so easy to come by. It's also fortunate that you're not suffering from any curses. Chapter 890 Half a Deity Slayer. Chapter 890 Half a Deity Slayer. Lex had already realized that everything he had accumulated was not necessarily for the best. He used to think that gaining more affinities was beneficial, and while it was to an extent, the price was similarly steep. The worst part was Lex had so many affinities that, as of right now, he could not even capitalize on the benefits they should have provided him. So now he was stuck with the price without gaining any of the benefits. It was as if he bought 100 manual cars. The bank had sent him the bill with a deadline, but he did not even know how to move his legs, let alone drive. To be honest, he was navigating his cultivation without proper or systematic guidance, and he often came in contact with amazing opportunities, so he could not be blamed for always trying to grab onto them. But it seemed that sometimes it was better to give up those opportunities than latch onto them. He listened to the projection seriously as he was about to discuss the matter regarding his divinity. He did not know why he put so much faith in the projection. It was as if something deep inside of him did not doubt a single word he said, despite the fact that he kept being looked down on. If you were anyone else, I would guide you to the path of divinity. There is a predefined, systematic way in which you can transition from cultivating yourself to cultivating divinity. The benefits you get on the path of divinity are tremendous. Not only can you grow your strength at an incomparable speed, but you can also avoid the traditional tribulations you would have to experience. Moreover, compared to the average cultivator, a deity is always more powerful and is a lot more versatile. They are also harder to kill and have longer lifespans. At a glance, it seems like there are only endless benefits and no drawbacks. But the truth is, to someone incredibly talented, such as yourself, the divinity path is a leash, holding you back from fulfilling your true potential. First of all, as a deity, your life force will be inextricably linked to your believers. That means, regardless of how strong you are, if someone targets your believers and kills them all, and your associated belief vanishes, you are at risk of certain death or, at the very least, a severe drop in power. That's because deities don't absorb energy in the normal way. They absorb divine energy channeled to them through their believers. Your growth will also be linked to the growth of your associated belief or beliefs. You will also be inevitably trapping yourself, for a deity can only travel either where his or her belief exists or in special areas filled with divine energy so that it can sustain their existence. Although saying such a thing is being too hopeful, deities also have an upper limit to their growth, after which, regardless of how much their belief grows, they will not grow fundamentally stronger. While that limit is too far from you, and there is no guarantee you will ever even reach it, you at least have the potential to do so. Much more importantly, someone with the opportunities that you have definitely has the potential to surpass deities on the same level. There is basically no reason for you to make such a transition. But the issue is, there are already two distinct traces of divinity on you, and they are both strong enough to be detected. That means that there are two separate beliefs forming around you or your actions, and that your body has already received some of the associated divine energy and begun to form a shell of your divinity. Fortunately, someone or something seems to have absorbed all the divine energy instead of letting it store in your body. Despite having an affinity for divinity, if divine energy harnessed from a specific belief begins to store within your body, it will be like poison in your system. It will directly clash with the spiritual energy in your body and put you at great risk for cultivation deviation. That is why my suggestion to you will be to remove both of those from your body. But worry not. Removing them does not mean you will lose out on benefits. Instead, you'll be able to use them even better than you currently can. The divinity will be moved from you to an iconic or symbolic item, which you can then bond with. The items will continue to grow stronger as the belief grows, and can become exceptionally strong weapons or tools if the belief reaches a sufficient level. Speaking of bonds, we have completely skipped discussing your bond so far. There's a reason for that. Typically, bonded items and creatures don't directly increase your own strength. While you have some unusual bonds, that seems to be the case for you as well. I would not recommend bonding to too many items or beings until you reach the immortal level. However, there are still some things we still need to discuss regarding your bonds. The bond you have with the World Seed Lotus. That is quite an unusual bond, not to mention it is in a partial state. If we can study it, or if you can explain the details to me, we may be able to use this to give you a major boost quite quickly. It can even help in restraining the deity. The same is the case with the Fenrir. Actually, Fenrirs are particularly potent against deities, so if it is strong enough, it could be extremely useful. Though, since the temple is focused on human development, I cannot help you strengthen the Fenrir. Actually, if your dragon treasure spirit has been close to any real dragons and has absorbed some of their aura, then that could be useful as well. Chapter 891 Speculations I. Chapter 891 Speculations I. While the projection and Lek were discussing his immediate training plans, the major forces who had gathered outside the Temple of Fasting were waiting patiently for the cosmic cloud to be completely absorbed. At the current rate of absorption, only a few more hours remained. What would happen after that was a mystery, but many were hoping that the temple doors would open and they would get a chance to peek into its mysteries. Of course, there were many theories around, but theories and rumors alone were not enough to dissuade the major players of the realm from their actions. Even Henali stood out in space and watched quietly from a distance. While usually, with a robe covering its body, a Henali would look like a scorpion without its pincers, the one in space wearing battle armor looked quite different. None could see the 20 eyes hidden all over its body, as the eyes and scales were both covered by a firm, curved sheet of metal that served as a chest plate. Yet two massive wings, which it normally kept retracted and hidden under robes, were fully extended, escaping the confines of the armor as if they needed no protection. Such a sight of an 8-legged, 2-winged creature with a massive stinger for a tail, any who saw it tremble and pale. Compared to dragons, who directly oppressed others with its aura, Henali struck fear into the hearts with just its appearance as a predator. But at the same time, there were many who could suppress that fear, or simply knew better about the situation. Dragons, deities, devils, elves, angels, and more had gathered together, and even more watched from afar. Rocketfellow happened to be one of those who was watching from afar. His dark room was empty now, as all the other viewers had departed. The zealot had given a good, entertaining performance, and the sight of a human pinning down a deity was quite refreshing, but none of them could wait around for months for a final resolution. Besides, a majority of the battalion had already escaped, so what did it matter if one or two of them died in the void, or somehow made it into the temple? But Rocketfellow did not think the show was over. No, instead he'd spent the last few months thinking about what really happened and what this all meant. In the final moment, right as his formations around the planet were destroyed, he detected a curse hidden deep inside the planet being set free. Shortly after, this mysterious temple of fasting appeared. What did it mean? Clearly, it meant that he was in even less control than he thought. The innkeeper knew exactly what he was doing, and like he was using the zealot as a scapegoat, the innkeeper used him as a scapegoat to reveal this temple. Rocketfellow had no doubt whatsoever that Lex and Z had made it inside the temple somehow. After all, if this were the innkeeper's plan from the very beginning, then he must want something from it. But what did that mean for Rocketfellow? Was he to continue his efforts? Was that also a plan of the innkeeper? How deep did this ploy go? Should he leave while he was ahead, or should he keep trying to get his hands on one of the Midnight Inn's workers? The others did not know this, but being the child of a Tao Lord actually meant very little. Even he did not know how many siblings he had, and how many of them had died, and how many had lived. Everything that he had right now, his power, position, recognition, were all gathered by his own efforts. Not only did he have to arrange for his own forces, he had to watch out for his father's enemies, and even his own siblings. He needed every possible extra edge, and gaining a truly sublime raw material for demons in the form of Midnight and workers would go a long way, farther than anyone realized. Just as he was planning and plotting, another devil appeared behind him, unbeknownst to him. "Young master, the Lord has summoned you," the devil whispered, his voice filled with a sense of respect he had never heard before. Rocket Fellow trembled from the core of his being. He could count the number of times he had met his father on a single hand, so the fact that he was being summoned now was a huge deal. He did not hesitate at all and immediately stood up. He followed the mysterious devil through a portal to Garbits, the largest realm controlled by devils. A number of helpers were standing awaiting Rocket Fellow's arrival, and as soon as he appeared, they began to prepare him. He wore a special kind of armor and clothing that would ensure that he did not immediately die in case his father showed a minor fluctuation in aura. Even though a Tao Lord could control their aura perfectly, no level of precaution was too little when facing a being of such a high level. Bundled up like a newborn baby about to enter the freezing cold, the devil was finally led to the room where he was to meet his father. Yet the moment he entered, he saw not only his father, but also the Tao Lord Balam. "Greetings, seniors," Rocket Fellow said as he kneeled immediately and turned his gaze to the floor. One must not look at a Tao Lord without permission. With his own father, he could have some leeway with such matters, but definitely not with another. "No need to kneel, child. Come, sit. You have impressed me," spoke his father in an amiable tone. Clearly, he was in a very good mood. Rocket Fellow did not try to be humble or reject the invitation. Once a Tao Lord said something, only those with a death wish would try to negate it. Rocket Fellow could not help but think of the contrast. He had met the innkeeper a few times, but for some reason, each time he forgot the deep-seated reverence he was supposed to feel, as well as the fear. The warmth of the innkeeper naturally made it so one would be comfortable in his presence. Until this very moment, he had never noticed how easily the very presence of a Tao Lord could affect his mentality and thought process. Chapter 892 Speculations 2. Chapter 892 Speculations 2. Without saying a word or any superfluous actions, Rocket Fellow walked up to his father and sat down beside, exactly where he had pointed to earlier. Even still, his gaze was towards the ground as he dared not look up without instruction. His father asked casually. The Tao Lord was seated right beside him, left leg resting on his right knee, his arms spread wide on the arch of the sofa. Balam, the other Devil Tao Lord, was standing across the room, sipping a drink, smiling similarly. Whatever the occasion was, it was a good one. Rocket Fellow asked, aware that in truth, it could be absolutely anything. But in this particular instance, he was right. Indeed, correct again. "Nor will you," answered Balam, interjecting in the conversation. "I must say, I am embarrassed," the Tao Lord continued. "I have met the innkeeper a few times now. He even hinted to me that there is much hidden within the origin realm. But I foolishly searched in the unknown parts of the realm and discovered nothing. Who knew that what was hidden was in plain sight? In fact, much more may still be hidden in the origin realm." The Tao Lord chuckled as he approached and sat down as well. Balam continued, "Did you know, child, that the Henali once summoned the innkeeper to a conference? He was displeased with their tardiness, so he left." Rocket Fellow's heart was thumping fast as he tried to wrap his head around everything. The innkeeper used him? Was the whole thing the innkeeper's plan? But in his mind, he was planning everything from the start. He was even trying to be clever. But as it turns out, he was just following the path the innkeeper laid out for him. Devils rarely ever got goosebumps. Instead, they would shift from their dormant form into their devil form instinctively when they felt such strong emotions. Rocket Fellow, too, began to subconsciously shift, but his father placed a hand on his shoulder and stopped the transformation. "Do you know why he made the announcement in such a public way?" his father asked, his voice still quite pleasant. "No," he managed to answer without stuttering. Rocket Fellow felt like a puppet. Were any of his actions ever his own? Was every thought he ever had a result of the will of a Tao Lord? "Fret not, child. You have my aura on you. A Tao Lord will not touch you, especially one as amicable as the innkeeper. He merely guided you a bit, not because of anything else, but because he wanted to send a message to me, Balaam, and those from our group. He wanted to let us know of his affiliation with her, one of mankind's greatest backers. At the same time, he used his background to threaten the Henali. He was not even afraid to do it publicly, because as soon as the temple disappears, all memory of it will vanish. Only Tao Lords will remember it. That is also the reason we called you here, to make sure that your memories would not change, and you would understand that, as of now, we are in the same camp as the innkeeper. In the future, you will be the messenger between the innkeeper and us. As for these foolish games of capturing his people, you better put them to rest. Rocketfellow was doing his best to keep his mind from reeling as he understood the scale of the game that he had unwittingly entered. He managed to ask, knowing full well it was a pointless question, the answer to which he would soon forget. Who else backs up the humans and all humanoid races so openly in the Realm Wars? It is Niwa. In the void behind space, right in front of the Temple of Fasting, stood Ripley, the auditor from the Versailles Bank. He was writing something on his clipboard when the temple finally consumed the entire cosmic cloud and then disappeared. It happened instantly and without any fanfare. At the same time, all record of the temple having been there was wiped across the entire realm. Only in the memory of a few beings, as well as on the paper attached to his clipboard, was the mention of the temple retained. For a few seconds, Ripley did nothing and continued to stare at the place the temple had just been. Eventually, he could not help but sigh, and he took out a special device that linked him back to the local branch. Please forward my initial audit review. The mortgage agreement for the Origin Realm needs to be renegotiated. I don't doubt the Hinali's capability to stick to the agreed terms, or rather, their intention to stick to it. But unless all Tao Lords in the realm swear an oath to keep information about the temple a secret, it won't be long before the Origin Realm enters the Realm Wars. At this rate, I doubt the realm will have time to mature. Ripley sighed. Being assigned to this realm was supposed to be his vacation. Why were things so inconvenient for him? Chapter 893, Bonding Uranus. Chapter 893, Bonding Uranus. Lex finally stepped off the platform and followed the projection to another room while he considered his future plans. Killing R.A. seemed like the most urgent matter. Since they already had a vendetta, Lex did not want to see him becoming stronger, so it seemed that for now his objective was aligned with the projections. To reach R.A., according to the projection, Lex would have to go through approximately 8 tests, each one giving him access to deeper parts of the temple as well as more authority. The projection promised to reduce the difficulty of the test to the best of its ability, making it easy for Lex to reach R.A. But apparently, the deity had regained some of its strength by plundering the various divinities hidden in the temple, so Lex would not have such an easy time facing it as last time. What to do after he defeats R.A.? Let's put that aside for now. Instead, he focused on his immediate plans. The projection had offered him guidance and aid in his training, and Lex could not really find a flaw with the plan, so he would go along with it for now. Lex asked the projection. Mateo, the projection answered simply, I am one of the many caretakers of the temple. Unfortunately, in its current state, the rest of the caretakers are dormant. And there's not much you can tell me about the origin of the temple, Lex stated, as if he did not even need to ask. Sometimes, information can be more harmful than helpful. Since the temple was hidden, it was clearly done so for a reason. If you know too much about the temple, its enemies will sense it. Then, there is no then. Lex frowned. It seemed like things were more complicated than they appeared, but none of that mattered. Lex would eventually retreat to the inn, and even if he wanted to continue using the temple afterwards, he could simply use it without looking into its secrets. As Lex and Mateo talked, they passed through a myriad number of halls and rooms. The temple was absolutely massive, and Lex could not tell how far it would go. Eventually, they reached an internal teleportation pad, through which the two reached a new area entirely. While the previous section looked like a hostel or a living area, the place they had entered now looked more like a laboratory of epic proportions. It will take some time to prepare for the removal of your divinities, Mateo said, the lab coming to life around them. Certain machines, which had not moved in an unknown number of years, finally began to tremble, and others began roaring as they came to life. For a brief second, Lex felt a tremendous amount of energy accumulate in his surroundings before a shield covered the area, and the energy was suppressed. Lex jumped up on a table so that he would be at eye level with Mateo, and took off his tiny shirt. He pointed to his back, which was plain and ordinary. But then, after a few seconds, a tattoo of a lotus began to appear. For certain reasons, the lotus is accompanying me, but I never officially bonded with it. It just attached itself to my back. But earlier on, the tattoo never vanished. At the same time, it protected my back from any kind of damage. But lately, it has stopped negating the damage to my back, and often the tattoo disappears. Currently, the lotus is asleep. It's helped me quite a few times, sometimes to heal me, and other times to refine my body. Mateo studied the tattoo for a while, as if his eyes alone were enough to understand its intricacies. Even if you did not bond the lotus initially, because it has been so closely connected to you for so long, and it has helped refine your body so much, it has naturally developed a bond to you. But since neither of you have ever purposely tried to connect the bond, it is only partial. My recommendation to you is that you try to build the bond. In the short term, it will be tremendously beneficial to you. But in the long term, even the lotus will benefit from it. When a world seed lotus blooms into a world, its consciousness will fall asleep and eventually fade. The world will then gain a new sentience of its own. But if it is bonded with you, it can use that bond to help prevent it from falling asleep. Lex frowned. Although there were about 499,999 years until the lotus bloomed, he was already quite attached to it. The idea that it may die, or have its consciousness fade, was quite off-putting. But at the same time, he did not want to force or trick the lotus into a bond like it had done with Pelvalen. I'll communicate with it to see if it is willing to form a bond, Lex said, informing the projection of his decision. Don't do it here. Follow me. There's a special room that facilitates bonding between humans and planets. There's a specific room for that. Lex asked, astounded. It's pretty common, actually, Mateo said. Even if the world does not gain sentience, when people become higher-level immortals, they get sentimental. Right, of course. Lex asked, his mind already filled with different ideas about going back to the solar system and bonding with Uranus when the time came. Chapter 894 Boulder Bath. Chapter 894 Boulder Bath. Lex followed Mateo through the massive laboratory as it woke up from its ancient slumber. There seemed to be a noticeable lag in response, as certain doors opened after half a second and the lights flickered on just a moment after they had already entered a room. Lex did not mind, for it was acceptable for such things to be slowed down after such a long period of time. His only concern was what other issues might present when he began to actually use some of these facilities, such as a room designed to support the bonding of a planet. Just as he was reconsidering his course of action, they reached the aforementioned room. It was surprisingly mundane. It was square and barely 1,000 square feet large, 92 square meters. The walls were padded, but besides that the room lacked any other distinguishing feature. In the very middle was a bathtub that looked like it had been carved out of a boulder and placed here. There was no other furniture there, or anything else for that matter. Lex failed to see how this could be a good room to build a bond, unless bathing had something to do with it. As it turned out, it did. Wear this, the projection said, materializing a skin-tight gray suit. It had random bulges here and there, with something clearly hidden inside, but Lex could not tell what it was. He eyed the projection curiously, but Mateo kept holding it out. Lex grabbed it and began to undress, quickly changing into the unusual attire. It also came with a mask that was positively unflattering, but Lex put on anyway. When you get in the tub, it will slowly fill with a certain liquid. You don't need to worry, it won't harm you, but you will feel like it will. You will feel a massive pressure weighing you down, but the suit you're wearing will keep you from getting hurt. Once your body is completely submerged, that is when I recommend that you wake up the lotus and begin your conversation. I strongly suspect that the Lotus will agree once you share the information I've given you. The bonding process for the Lotus will be different. Here, take this. It records the technique you can use to maximize your compatibility while the bond forms. The process will be long, and you'll get immediate feedback due to the bond. Lex grabbed the memory crystal the projection held out and scanned it with his spirit sense. The technique was simple enough, and he learned it after a single reading. He was not sure how intense the pressure Mateo mentioned would be, but Lex was fairly confident in himself. A tiny body though he may have, it did not in any way diminish his strength. The only thing that left him somewhat concerned was that Mateo had mentioned that sentimental immortals bonded planets. Was it safe for him to do so while he was in the Golden Core? Lex put those thoughts out of his mind and lay down in the tub, barely occupying 10% of it with his tiny body. I am reminding you once again, do not be concerned. It's some pressure, but your suit will protect you. Your mask will allow you to breathe normally. Just relax your mind and focus on the Lotus and the bond. Mateo repeatedly telling him not to be concerned did not raise any flags at all for Lex. After all, it was exactly when there was nothing to be concerned about that one usually said not to worry. Lex had closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, yet the moment the liquid entered the tub and touched Lex, he knew why Mateo kept reminding him. The liquid, which seemed to seep out of the boulder itself, was piercing cold to the touch, but that was not the issue. The issue was that as soon as a single drop of it touched his body, Lex felt as if a mountain had been smashed onto him. The liquid was barely touching him, and had not even submerged him yet, but Lex felt a pressure greater than he had ever felt. Even the crushing might of the void that had turned him into a meatball could not compare to the pressure. Then another drop of liquid touched Lex, and the pressure doubled. Lex tried to move his body to determine if he could move at all, and to his great relief, found that there was no obstruction in movement. The fact that he could move his body, even after being under such immense pressure, indicated that the effect was psychological rather than physical. After all, he would not be able to move if he really had been under such pressure. It felt like Lex had been buried deep underground in thousands upon thousands of tons of soil and been dumped atop of him. After that, a couple of mountains had been dropped on him as well. Maybe a few nuclear and hydrogen bombs were blown up above him as well, just for good measure. Reining in his thoughts that seemed somewhat panicked after the initial surprise, Lex waited for his body to be submerged so that he could wake up the Lotus. What he didn't know was that Mateo was flabbergasted upon noticing that Lex could actually move. This liquid weighed 1,000 tons per drop and had the unusual property of affecting gravity of anything it touched. That meant that even if the drop was under Lex, he would feel the pressure as if it was atop him. The weight of his liquid could even be felt in zero-gravity areas, such as space. That is how unusual it was. He had not expected Lex to be able to move under the weight of even one drop, but he seemed fine even after a few of them were touching him. Chapter 895 Weight Gain. Chapter 895 Weight Gain. While Lex had misunderstood the situation, assuming that the pressure he felt was not real, Mateo knew better. Without the suit he was wearing, he would have died under that pressure. But as surprising as Lex's situation was, Mateo, too, was not someone ordinary. His experiences and background afforded him an understanding and comprehension that few had. He recalled Lex's many abilities and affinities and immediately joined the dots. Lex had an unusual affinity for laws. Not any one specific law or multiple laws, but just laws in general. He could physically touch that which had no physical form and influence that which defined the fabric of reality. Given this, it was not surprising that the gravity and pressure laws in the liquid could not hold Lex down. After all, his body was naturally affecting the very laws holding him down. He could just move them aside, though technically that is not how it worked. I'll need to reevaluate his training plan, Mateo murmured. He could not imagine how anyone outside the temple could make such a freak. The Temple of Fasting was one of the places where, in ancient times, humans would come to endure hardship and improve themselves. The more they could endure, the greater their attainments would be. Some of the humans personally guided by Lady Nuwa achieved even greater qualifications than Lex. But that was due to the lady's intervention. How could someone reach such a state without her aid and guidance? Lex and Z must have a terrifying background. As Mateo was contemplating his plans, Lex managed to enter a state where he completely ignored the pulverizing pressure crushing his very being. It was easier than expected, mostly due to the fact that Lex had been thoroughly training his mind. Now, even with his instincts screaming impending doom, Lex could calm himself down completely. In fact, he did not waste his time while the liquid accumulated. At its current rate, it would take a couple of hours, so Lex began to cultivate. Ordinarily, one would need a very calm environment to cultivate, but for Lex it was not so. The more diverse situations he encountered, the more his technique could allow him to grow and prepare him for various situations. Right now, facing a pressure greater than even that of the void, but not taking any actual harm, Lex entered such a state that his technique started to prepare his body to tolerate such extreme environments. Moreover, his body began to absorb minute amounts of the liquid. Besides its exaggerated weight, the liquid contained more energy than anything Lex had ever encountered. Not even the blue crystal essence that the lotus had once absorbed long ago could compare. After all, this liquid was fuel for the construction of a living, thriving world. After all, the value of the liquid surrounding him could only be measured in the millions of MT, not even MP. Of course, that was not important. The most important thing was, though Lex's body was tiny, the moment it absorbed even a microscopic speck of the liquid, his weight took a massive jump. Naturally, his defense also increased monumentally to the point where it rivaled, if not crossed the level Regal Embrace would have had at his current cultivation level. But that was a gradual process which could not be rushed. Mateo naturally noticed Lex absorbing the liquid, and his eyes wavered. This liquid was meant to be for celestial bodies, such as planets and stars, not humans. But seeing as how Lex did not explode, he said nothing. It seemed the temple had been in hiding for too long, so Mateo was out of touch with contemporary cultivation. A couple of hours later, Lex's tiny body was completely submerged, though the tub was far from full. But that was enough for now. Lex could at least begin the process. His spirit sense extended to his back and touched upon the sleeping consciousness of the lotus. Gently, Lex nudged the lotus, tried to rouse it from slumber. It took a few tries, but Lex eventually felt his tattoo warming up. It seemed that as the lotus awoke, it automatically absorbed some of the liquid to replenish its energy. "Wow, what's going on?" the lotus exclaimed, its voice full of energy and vigor. The image of a young boy enthusiastically flexing his biceps popped in Lex's mind as he heard the lotus voice. "My body is submerged in a special liquid to provide you with some energy," the lotus asked, though it was completely distracted. Underneath Lex's skin-tight suit, his tattoo was slowly moving across his skin, as if it was a young child playing in the bathtub for the first time. When that thought occurred to Lex, he realized that technically, a majority of his workers were technically newborn babies. Given that, it only seemed fitting that Lex too now looked like a baby. He pushed away the random thought and focused back on the lotus. "I have been informed that once you bloom and form a planet, you will fall into a deep sleep and eventually be replaced by a new consciousness. But if we create a bond, I'll be able to help you retain your consciousness and overcome that obstacle." The lotus, which was dancing along excitedly just a moment earlier, stopped. Lex thought the news had shocked the lotus until it said, "I know." Lex tried to bite his lip, but his new teeth had barely emerged from his gums, so it was harder than it seemed. "I don't know if you're aware, but the inn will be forming a new realm in a year. When that happens, it will be filled with extraordinary energy. I plan on being there for that, so you will likely absorb a lot of it as well. I don't know how that will affect you, but I think it will definitely speed up your blooming process." But, the lotus was having a tough time putting words to its thoughts. It was filled with both elation and a certain dread. Chapter 896 Bonding. Chapter 896 Bonding. Lex could not see the lotus with his eyes, but sensing it with his spirit sense was almost the same. In fact, to a degree, It allowed him to see the lotus a lot better and detect minor details he would have missed if he relied on ordinary eyesight. Usually, in his interactions with the lotus, he was the one in need of help. At times like that, the lotus presented itself very maturely and competently, making Lex forget that it was a newborn. Actually, technically, it wasn't even born yet. It was the human equivalent of being in the womb. Now that the issue regarded the lotus itself, it was filled with hesitation and doubt. The previous confidence it was equipped with seemed gone, and in its place there was uncertainty and hesitation. Lex asked softly. The lotus exclaimed, as if that itself was enough to explain things to Lex. My purpose is to prepare as best as possible to give birth to the best world possible. If I evolve and grow, all the better. Since I am taking your help in fulfilling my purpose, then it is only natural that I reward you as well. The lotus, like every other entity naturally born in the inn, was an employee by default. Only if guests gave birth, or left behind certain items that would give birth, would the newborn not automatically be an employee. That explained its compulsion to help Lex to a degree. But Lex was quickly understanding its mindset. It was unfortunate that for something that had accompanied him so long, he understood it so little. He did not even ask for a name and simply stuck to calling it Lotus, but it felt odd to call it anything else now. Either way, it couldn't be helped since the Lotus spent most of its time asleep. They didn't really get much of an opportunity to talk. But once my job is complete, if I remain alive, I will be left without a purpose. Alive for nearly an eternity, all without a purpose. The Lotus could not complete its sentence, as the mere thought was giving it a panic attack. Lex could sense the inherent desire to live within the Lotus, but it was firmly accompanied by its sense of duty that led it to fulfill its task that would ultimately lead to its death in normal situations. Such a mindset was probably needed, or else Lotus of this race would always avoid maturing since that would set them up for death. But this was easy enough to fix. Of all it needed was a purpose, Lex could provide it with one. But providing a purpose sincerely, and one that wouldn't just take advantage of it, needed him to think a bit. Although the Lotus was supremely helpful, Lex thought of it as a close friend and didn't want to take advantage of it. At the same time, he didn't want the Lotus to die. He had already thought of a loophole he could use to return to the inn before the new realm was born. If Lex had to guess, there was a 50% chance of it being successful. In that case, the special energy of a newborn realm would no doubt help the Lotus a lot, as well as his other employees and whichever guests remained. Growing into a planet is your base function. It is what you were designed to do from birth. But do you know the things I was designed to do from birth are not even 1% of what I could do now? I have grown beyond myself, beyond imagination, even by cultivating. Sometimes, I wonder if this is the same life I'm living. If my memories are even real. How is it that in the same life, there was once a time where I used to wake up at 7 a.m. to start getting ready and go to college and study? That I used to spend hours of my life worrying about homework and tests and exams? Lex paused, as if he got lost in his memories. Although they sounded harsh and depressing, he still looked back at them fondly. Even in the simplicity of it, he had lived a good life. Now, though, it was just more. Cultivation has allowed me to transcend what I could even conceive. Your purpose is to give birth to a world, but why limit yourself to that? Why not cultivate as well? Why not give birth to an entire star system? What about a galaxy? What about a realm? What about an entire universe? If you can manipulate energy to create a world, why can you not do more? That's one purpose, I think. To test the limits of what you can achieve and set a new standard for your species. Besides, if you stay alive, you can accompany me longer. It might sound selfish, but I wouldn't mind having a friend with me wherever I go. I have a whole universe to explore, and I don't think there are enough lifetimes to explore all of it. The Lotus, which had been panicking so far, suddenly paused. It contemplated Lex's idea, testing them out in its mind as one would taste an unfamiliar dish, trying to determine if you liked it or not. The Lotus asked, curiously. Lex answered firmly. It's the best purpose, in my opinion at least. In fact, not only is it the best purpose, but spending time and enjoying it with your friend is perhaps the greatest celebration of life there is. Lex felt that his words were swaying the Lotus mind, which was good because he meant it. Besides, after spending so much time with the Lotus, he felt attached. He would be sad if it died one day. There was a silence between them that seemed to continue on for an indiscernible amount of time. It could have been mere seconds, but with the weight of all of existence crushing Lex, it felt like an eternity. But the silence was eventually broken by the Lotus. "I just checked," Lotus said. I don't know." "Then why don't you try it?" Lotus trembled, as if Lex's words were resonating with something deep inside of it. The idea of helping its race sounded noble at the very least. It gave him just enough of a reason to get over his ingrained belief that he was supposed to die, at which point Lex's previous suggestion also began to affect it. Lotus had helped Lex numerous times, and had felt the excitement that came when Lex helped him evolve. In a way, they really were friends, and Lotus did not want to abandon its friend. Although it believed that Lex would always have been fine without it, it liked being there to lend help. The thought of Lex alone, facing the dangers of the universe. Suddenly, the idea of creating a bond seemed extraordinarily appealing. Lotus said with extreme conviction. Baby Lex's cheeks had grown out a bit, seeming almost chubby. This had only happened after he absorbed some of the liquid he was surrounded in, so it was a new development. As a result, when Lex heard Lotus' words and smiled, he actually looked cute. "Yes, let's," he murmured, and began using the technique given to him by Mateo. Outside, Mateo watched and was pleased to see the progress begin. He began planning for how to increase the benefits from this bond as much as possible, completely unaware of Lex's plans of helping Lotus grow into a world within a single year. He has a long time till the evolution occurs, and he gets his second round of feedback. In a few 100,000 years, his cultivation should have progressed a lot, so there's no harm in boosting the Lotus as well. In that case, we can use the deity's corpse, and the curse will do nicely as well. Chapter 897 Bonds. Chapter 897 Bonds, ignoring the weight of all existence. Crushing down on him was much easier than it sounded. Lex was really too experienced in being uncomfortable, extremely comfortable, from being cooked alive to having no skin, to let some weight stun his mind. Once he got over the initial shock, he was entirely focused on bonding with Lotus, and the process was longer than it had seemed. When Lex bonded with Pelvalen, he had to put in a lot of effort, but this required even more. At least he did not need to supply the energy to facilitate the bond on his own, or else he would have gone broke. The liquid, which had by now filled half the tub, stopped increasing, and then eventually began to drain. As Lex built the bond, Mateo explained the reasoning to him. The projection spoke not through spirit sense, which had the potential to distract Lex, but through some other means that touched a much deeper part of Lex's mind, automatically transmitting the information to him. The reason why so much energy is required to bond you with the Lotus is because of the fundamental difference in life levels. This is not a difference that can be easily overcome by cultivation. Even if you became an Earth immortal, the status difference between a single human and a planet that can support endless life forms, a myriad of environments, and countless rare and exotic materials is just too great. This bond will not give you too many immediate benefits, as most of the energy is used in ensuring that you both are safe even after being connected by the bond. That means the bond is very complex, but it'll give you some benefits nonetheless. For one, your body will be able to tolerate any energy that a typical planet can tolerate. So that, for a human, means you will be able to absorb about 100 million more types of energies from the environment. In short, your cultivation speed will skyrocket. Second, it will be much harder to curse you, although it will also be much harder to augment you. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, but we can make use of this feature in your training, so don't worry. Third, and most importantly, you will experience a massive gain in status. Essentially, you're like a walking planet. So, you will become immune to many of a low-level deity's abilities. I can sense that the deity in the temple is severely weakened and injured, even after its recovery, so suffice to say, you can benefit from this advantage. Fourth, and you'll like this one, the sturdiness of your body will increase by a lot. This does not translate into actual sturdiness or defense, but as someone who wants to increase his spatial abilities, it will be tremendously beneficial to you. Fifth, your vitality will experience a massive boost. The lotus will benefit by being able to spend longer periods awake, and you will benefit by becoming much harder to kill. The fact that you already survived as meat paste before this upgrade should mean you're practically unkillable in the same level. There are many more benefits you will get over time, but for now, we will actually focus on developing the lotus instead of you. This is because with your low cultivation level, you cannot take full advantage of the boons you will receive. From time to time, Mateo would talk to Lex in this manner. Although it was educational for Lex, the projection's real purpose was to ensure Lex's mind remained stimulated lest he mess up the process. If the bonding process was short, this may not have been necessary, but it took Lex nearly 5 days to absorb all the liquid and complete the bond. It was strange. Lex immediately felt all the benefits Mateo informed him of. But, more importantly, he felt like there was a massive burden placed on him. This burden was not physical, but mental. About 50% of his mental energy suddenly became occupied as it tried to grasp certain esoteric abilities and concepts that his body was exposed to. This was the first time a power-up made him feel tired instead of energized. Mateo immediately noticed the unusual expression on baby Lex's face. Despite now having cheeks that looked like dumplings, the subtle frown could be detected through the mountain of cuteness that was Lex's expression. When Mateo asked Lex what was wrong, and he explained, the projection felt lost and confused. Nothing like this had ever been recorded before. It wasn't as if Lex was the first person to be bonded to something equivalent to a celestial body, so the process was well documented. The projection suggested Lex get some sleep, which he agreed on. After being escorted to a nearby dorm room, Lex did not even hesitate to fall into bed and doze off. It seemed like he was extremely tired and even snored lightly. Mateo made a note in his logs that perhaps having a baby's body had affected Lex somehow, and that the process would require further study. In reality, his cultivation technique had made his mind extremely malleable in a way human brains just weren't. Even though he himself had not experienced it yet due to his low level, such a change would allow him to study laws more easily when he leveled up. For now, though, it was allowing his brain to study some of the lotus abilities on a subconscious level. When Lex woke up, he was feeling much better, so they moved on to the next project, fixing Pelvalen. Once again, Mateo provided him with a technique to help him repair the ring, as well as some very valuable material that could be used in its repair. It looked like honey, and did not seem too special even when Lex touched it. But the moment Lex dipped the ring in it, he could feel its potency through his bond, and immediately began using the technique that would repair it. Pel is quite timid actually, Lex said. I'm still very careful not to make the ring too strong in case it can support the entirety of the dragon's soul, so no accidents happen, but no actual incidents have happened with the ring so far. Having a former heavenly immortal with you is quite informative. I bet he even has a few ways I can fight the deity as well. Mateo was resisting the urge to rub its forehead as he absorbed this information. He had never felt threatened in his ability to guide someone before, but he was not so sure he could do better than a heavenly immortal. After all, he was simply one of the floor managers at the temple. There were countless others like him. Well, that's good for us, at least, he said once he got over the shock. I will teach you a technique that will forcefully absorb the deity's aura into the ring, depriving him not only of his aura, but also any affiliated techniques. I know you said you can resist the usual pressure of a deity's aura, but do not underestimate their abilities. They're always more versatile than any other race. Yeah, but that won't overcharge Pel, will it? I don't want to risk giving too much power to a former heavenly immortal. In the long term, it will, but not immediately. When it initially absorbs the aura, the spirit will actually be suppressed. Moreover, I will also give you another technique to strengthen your bond with the ring. Well, let me look at the techniques. Tell me more about your Fenrir. With such a rare pet, if you had gone down the path of Beastmaster instead of cultivation, your progress would have been astounding. But even as it is, we can make use of it. You may not know this, but the original Fenrir was actually a deity. It somehow transitioned to the cultivator's path in ways that to this day remain a mystery and ingrained all its previous divine powers into its bloodline. Chapter 898 Curse. Chapter 898 Curse. I always thought Fenrir's abilities were unusual, Lex said as he continued to focus on repairing the ring. But why does a deity need so much stealth? If your bonded Fenrir is unlocking stealth-related abilities, it is only because that is the direction he is unlocking abilities from. That does not mean there are no abilities. The Fenrir I'm talking about, the original Fenrir, was born in the primary realm. Can you imagine a deity born in the first ever realm? A deity worshipped by primordials? Do you know all the powers he had? No, you don't, because they are beyond your comprehension. Wow, Fenrir's ancestry is a lot grander than I thought, Lex said, genuinely admiring the pup. No wonder it was able to keep up with him in the same realm regardless of how ridiculous his own abilities became. Yes, now you know. The same as mine, Lex answered offhandedly. Our bond was special. Have you ever practiced any joint techniques? Instead of answering the question, Lex looked up at the projection in surprise. There were joint techniques he could do with Fenrir? Why had it never occurred to him? Isn't that basically what the battalion's mech was? Since Fenrir and him were stuck at the same level, pretty much, and both of them were formidable within their realm, it should have occurred to him to take advantage of it more. I'll take that as a no. Well, I'm sad to say that based on our current schedule, you won't be learning it anytime soon. But once we've taken care of the deity, there's all the time in the world to improve in all the areas you are lacking. In fact, since you even have the appropriate cultivation technique, my suggestion is that afterwards you focus directly on reaching the nascent realm, and we can begin your training then. We'll make you into an all-rounder before your tribulations. Don't underestimate how tough my body is, said Lex, though his voice was not loud. If the projection was helping him become stronger, he really should not complain about it. When he finally repaired the ring, Pell did not immediately wake up, but that was more or less expected. Mateo gave him a strange liquid suspension in which to store the ring, which would hasten the spirit's recovery. Lex popped Pell's ring in there, right before using some of the remaining honey to heal his spatial bangle and necklace. It would be bad if they randomly broke. Mateo did not know what was inside of them, for he could not look, but Lex was willing to bet he would not be so relaxed if he knew how close the container for over 20 heavenly immortal realm attack level bombs was to breaking. Mateo asked Lex to summon Fenrir so he could take a look at it. Lex was not so sure that the summoning would work, but it did. It was sending Fenrir back that became a problem. But Lex was not discouraged. If anything, the fact that Fenrir could be summoned reinforced Lex's theory about how he would return. After Mateo spent some time studying Fenrir and then evaluating how strongly it liked or disliked Lex, there was not much for the pup to do there since the temple was focused around training humans, not beasts. Moreover, Lex would not be working on his cooperation and coordination with him for now. In the end, all it could do was follow them around groggily. Clearly it was sleepy. Now we can begin your training. But we're not going to start here. The higher your recognition at the temple, the more facilities we can use. Based on everything I've seen so far, I have full faith that you can probably cross all the tests with your existing power level as it is. Not that I've seen you fight or anything, but considering your other qualifications, I'd be surprised if you weren't. But we won't do that just yet. Instead, I will first have you pass the next 4 tests. I'll lower the difficulty just in case. The projection pulled up a 2D map of the temple, with a blue indicating their current location and a red one indicating where RA was. Each level of the temple is barricaded, and only by having the proper authority can you officially move to the next one. The deity has used the fact that it can use divine energy to allow it to sneak past these barriers, and is currently working on the next one. I assume by the time we reach it, it will have most likely crossed the 7th barrier. The path you have to take is already marked. As you can see, The reason we're only going to have you cross the first 4 tests for now is because in the region that is unlocked by the 5th test resides the curse that accompanied you upon your arrival. That won't be much of a problem for you right now, since you can basically ignore low-level curses and resist mid to high-level curses. But I don't want you to just skip it, but capture and subdue it. Don't think I'm taking advantage of you to do manual labor. Chapter 899, First Test. Chapter 899, First Test. Standing in front of a metal door, Lex felt a distinct lack of nervousness. The previous test he took, which evaluated him, was hardly a challenge. Even if what he was about to face was much harder, Lex was also much stronger than that. In fact, if Mateo had not specifically stated that RA had recovered his powers and was a challenge to face, Lex would have suggested directly just walking up to him and finishing the job he had left incomplete. But regardless of how awesome he felt about himself, Lex was not about to underestimate a deity. Even though things had worked out last time, it was mostly because of how overconfident RA had been in his own powers. Lex was not about to repeat Ra's mistake, which was why he was willing to train and improve himself. Besides, it wasn't as if he had anything urgent going on at the inn. As long as he returned before the transition happened a year, he was good. But just to be safe, Lex gave himself a deadline of 10 months. There was also the threat that whatever RA did was somehow going to endanger the Origin Realm. But for whatever reason, that threat did not feel too real to Lex. He did not feel the urgency that Mateo was trying to convey. Maybe his prophetic instincts were acting up, or maybe Lex knew he himself would be safe since he was leaving the realm. But that last one did not sound much like him. He would not abandon everyone and run when the stakes were so considerably high. Even if he were not a hero, when it concerned the life of so many, he felt a sense of obligation. Or he should have felt a sense of obligation according to his personality. But he didn't. Maybe it was just because he had the body of a baby. Babies didn't really care about the end of the world. He summoned forth the 8-feet-long massive sword and walked forward, prompting the metal doors to open automatically. Mateo had told him that the test would become progressively more complex and difficult, but the first one should be easy. It would be a one-on-one fight against an automated armor at the same realm as him. He'd already done that, so there was no suspense. The temple was focused on nurturing humans in general, not just warriors, so there were other test formats. But Mateo told him to stick to the combat format for tests because that would affect the kind of authorities he would unlock. Lex paused when he finally saw the suit of armor. "Oh," he said, looking at its size. The armor was still humanoid-shaped. It even looked identical to the ones he fought earlier. The only difference was that it was massive. 1 meter. The suit of armor looked a bit intimidating. It did not help that Lex was also smaller, so everything looked massive as it was. "Let's get this over with," he said with a sigh. Words appeared in the air in front of him in a language Lex did not recognize, but could read anyway. Without hesitation, Lex pressed the yes button, causing a red fire to appear in the helmet's eye holes. Lex did not wait for the armor to make the first move and launched himself at it and swung his sword. Lex had used his full strength and speed, so he was expecting to decapitate it, but surprisingly the armor reacted fast enough and bent backwards to dodge. Using his affinity, Lex hardened space briefly, creating a platform for himself to jump off of while in midair, and launched himself at the armor again. It still tried to dodge, but this time Lex was mentally prepared, so his sword still nicked the helmet. Due to the angle at which Lex had launched himself the second time, he immediately reached the floor the moment he crossed the armor, so he had to land and roll forward to contain the impact of his landing. By the time he turned back, the suit of armor had already leaped backwards to establish some distance between them and was pulling out its sword. Lex smiled as if slightly amused. The battle was not difficult, and the armor was not too strong or sturdy. But it was quick for its size if it could continue to dodge Lex's attacks, despite its size. If Lex stuck just to using his physical abilities, it could take some time to finish, but he was confident he would win within the hour. Unfortunately for the armor, Lex began using his spatial affinity to warp the space around the suit, trapping it where it stood. He could see how this would present a challenge to typical cultivators, but it could only provide him momentary amusement. Maybe if Mateo hadn't reduced the difficulty, it would be more fun. The suit of armor immediately noticed the warping space and began to resist. Red lines began to appear on its armor, similar to the fire in its eyes, and it was clearly activating some kind of ability. But before it could make any real progress, a baby appeared in front of it. Held down, the suit could not dodge, so a single strike was all it took for Lex to cleave it through the middle. Immediately, the fire disappeared, and so did the armor's aura. A congratulatory notification appeared in front of him, alongside the sound of celebratory bells. But Lex did not stick around to revel in his victory. Mateo had appeared to guide him to his next test. He still had 3 more to go through today, and the projection had promised that they would begin to get challenging soon. A dim image of a sword appeared in his right eye, but quickly disappeared before Lex could notice or suppress it. Chapter 902nd Test. Chapter 902nd Test, unlike the previous part of the temple, which displayed some lag in returning to life, the area that Lex entered now reacted to his presence immediately. The lights immediately turned on, and in mere moments, the smell of incense began to fill the halls. Even though this area could only be accessed after a test, the halls looked roomier and, in a way that was imperceptible if focused on, somehow more grand. It was as if by perfecting or altering the tiniest of details that one never even took in, the impression of this area had been improved dramatically. Clearly, this area was designed to hold more people than the first. In a way, it made sense. If anyone were to enter the temple, they would surely be in a rush to increase their authority and gain access to the better services of the inn. He did not get much time to admire the cozy ambience, for he was led directly to the entrance of the next test. There were over 1,000 different test doors, each one designed to test and award authority based on different criteria. But since the services Lex was eventually going to avail had to do with combat strength, increasing his authority this way made the most sense. The door opened with a rumble to reveal a wall of smoke, which quickly spread now that it had somewhere to go. The sound, the smell, the subtle influence of the aura from within all were perfectly aligned to build a feeling of anticipation and suspense that went along with facing a difficult challenge. No doubt these were designed to feed upon the already existing nervousness of the contestant. Lex merely appreciated the extra effort, even though it did not seem like it was needed, and walked through the wall of smoke. The smoke did not block just his vision, but his spirit sense as well, but it did not surround him long. When he emerged, he found himself standing in an abandoned courtyard. Lex turned to look back and found that the entrance through which he came was absent. In its stead was a stone arch atop a small bridge, which connected the courtyard to a complex walkway that seemed to be connected to endless other courtyards. He no longer seemed to be in the temple, but out in the open somewhere. But since Lex never felt the use of spatial laws, he could only assume that all of this was some kind of illusion. The words appeared in front of him again, and Lex unhesitantly pressed yes. As if activated by his acceptance, the sky turned a shade of red, as if affected by the setting sun, and long shadows covered the courtyard he was standing in. The scene suddenly turned ominous. Lex did not see his opponent, but perhaps that was the point. He scanned the courtyard with his eyes, as well as his other senses, but discovered naught but the absence of any other living being. Mateo had not warned him what the test would entail, so Lex had no choice but to explore. Since the courtyard was empty, he turned around and left, summoning his new, massive sword. In the resounding silence, even the soft wind sounded like a hurricane, and the leaves it carried like organic wind chimes. Lex's footsteps made no sound this time around, as he consciously put in some effort to restrain himself. The effect of his own hard work was only amplified by the stealth suit that he wore. After exploring a bit, Lex concluded that he seemed to be walking the grounds of a large castle of some kind, with each courtyard intending to be an individual class. For some reason, Lex could visualize hundreds of students practicing martial arts on these grounds, like in an old Chinese film. After a while, when he became used to the identical scene each courtyard presented him with, Lex finally spotted something new. Instead of being empty, The latest courtyard he approached seemed to have a body lying right in the middle, a pool of blood spreading around it. The fact that the pool of blood was still spreading meant that injury was recent. Though his gaze was locked on the body, Lex moved his hand and covered his body with a massive sword, using its blade to block some of the leaves that seemed to be passing by harmlessly. A few sparks formed where the leaves hit the blade before they fell to the ground. They were actually leaf blades, an assassination. Lex muttered as he turned around, but still saw nothing. It made sense. The first test was a direct confrontation, so the next one tested his awareness. He did not know the number of foes, their weapons, or their means, which placed him at a great disadvantage. Moreover, while he had been able to easily sense the attack, with both his own conscious senses as well as his instincts, he had not been able to lock down on the attacker. Not bad, Lex commented. If the attacker was in the same realm as him, as was the case in the previous test, then it was worth praise that the assassin could hide from him. This one was already more interesting than the first test. Lex actually started to look forward to all the other tests and what they had in store for him. With no more attacks coming his way, Lex turned his attention back towards the body and began approaching it. It seemed to be a female human, if one were to judge by the long hair alone. The figure and the details of the body were obscured by the angle at which it lay, though the pool of blood still seemed to be growing. Lex did not seem in a hurry as he approached the body, massive sword still in hand, but even as he reached the body itself, nothing more happened. Due to his stature, Lex did not need to bend down to touch the body. He simply reached out, held it by the shoulder, and turned it over. A completely decayed skull revealed itself, a lingering aura of dread attached to it, as if immortalizing the last emotion felt by her. Even in the silence, Lex did not hear the sprinting assassins, but he sensed their arrival anyway. He turned around, swinging his sword once more to deflect their attacks, and finally laid eyes on two ninjas throwing darts at him. The moment his sword blocked the darts, the dead body on the ground behind him seemed to come to life and stab towards his tiny heart with a hidden knife. Even though Lex had every confidence that the attack would never harm him, he saw no reason to let the attack even land. When the defensive suit was being made, Jeeves had a vision of the hopelessness of his enemies when they barely broke through his suit, only to be unable to harm him at all. Now, after experiencing it himself, Lex decided to add a layer to it. Why should he let the attacks even touch him in the first place? This way, his enemies would have to first overcome the obstacle of landing the hit in the first place before they even worried about breaking through his suit. Lex manipulated space, slowing down the assassin dressed as a corpse, and jumped out of the way. He would have been fast enough to dodge on his own, but since he used space in combination with his skills to defeat the previous armor, he saw no reason to revert back to old habits. Since he was training, he should improve his combat style every opportunity he got. In the air, Lex saw the corpse assassin moving slowly, as if his entire body was moving through quicksand. Sensing an opportunity, he hurled his sword at him, reverting space back to normal just as the blade came within range. The assassin tried to evade, but the width of the sword was too massive and impaled him to the ground. Now he was bleeding out for real. The remaining two ninja assassins had not been lazing about. They closed the distance to Lex and drew two short swords and attacked him while he was still in the air. A multitude of ideas crossed Lex's mind, but he settled for the simplest one. As soon as the assassins neared, Lex stretched out his hands without fear of injury and grabbed the blade of the swords and pulled the assassins closer before they let go. Since they had attacked Lex while he was in the air, they found themselves without any support as they were pulled through the air according to Lex's whims. Lex spun, mimicking a maneuver he saw Giselle do once, and positioned the swords in such a way that they ended up stabbing the other assassin. By the time Lex landed, all three assassins were dead. It was time for the next test. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.